इधर आइए। मैं एक फोटो इसमें उठा के
जिसमें कि हम काम कर रहे हैं।
ही लेकर हाँ फोटो मेल पे ये तो आपको सब मिल जाएगा। हाँ सर सर सब कुछ क्या नाम था? अरे यार
प्रेजेंटेशन
नहीं छोटी
like that. Sometimes I can document either one. What when do you use the local? Really, I'm just you are like
Good morning, Namaskar, Johar. Respected Sri Pawan Kumar Mishra sir, Director Finance, Central Coalfield Limited, Dr. Kamakshi Raman, Executive Director IACM, delegates from PHEL, NTPC, SAIL, HPCL, GAIL, NLCIL, NALCO, Macon, ICICI Bank, Axis Bank, Adani Power Limited, Tata Steel, Hindalco, Aditya Birla Group, Tata Steel Adventure Foundation, SHRM, Coal India Limited, and from its 8 subsidiary companies CCL, CMPDIL, ECL, MCL, WCL, SECL, NCL, BCCL, and my fellow colleagues at IACM. I, Mohit Jain, Manager System, IACM, coordinator of this prestigious workshop, take immense pleasure and pride in welcoming you all to the momentous occasion of inauguration of Kshtiz, an inter-organizational workshop focusing on new approaches and digital innovation in the learning and development space organized by IACM. मैं विशेष रूप से मंच पे विराजमान श्री पवन कुमार मिश्रा सर, डायरेक्टर फाइनेंस सेंट्रल कोलफील्ड लिमिटेड का हार्दिक स्वागत और अभिनंदन करता हूं और मैं सभी लोगों से आग्रह करता हूं कि एक बार जोरदार तालियों से सरकार स्वागत करें। सर, आज यहाँ आपकी उपस्थिति सीखने और नवाचार के विकास के लिए आपके अमूल्य समर्थन और प्रोत्साहन का प्रतीक है। आपके व्यस्त कार्यक्रम के बावजूद हमारे साथ यहाँ उपस्थित रहने के लिए हम आपको धन्यवाद देते हैं। We are delighted to have participants from various PSUs, banks, private sector organization, and CIL subsidiaries joining us here today. We are confident that your participation will greatly enrich the discussions and outcomes of this workshop. Though we come from different organizations, each with its unique strength and perspective, we are unified in our shared commitment to learning, innovation, and excellence. इस संदर्भ में इस अवसर पर कुछ पंक्तियां प्रस्तुत करना चाहता हूं। हम सब सुमन एक उपवन के एक हमारी धरती सबकी जिसकी मिट्टी में जन्मे हम, एक हमारी धरती सबकी जिसकी मिट्टी में जन्मे हम, मिली एक ही धूप हमें है, सींचे गए एक जल से हम, मिली एक ही धूप हमें है, सींचे गए एक जल से हम, रंग रंग के रूप हमारे अलग अलग है क्यारी क्यारी, रंग रंग के रूप हमारे अलग अलग है क्यारी क्यारी, लेकिन हम सबसे मिलकर ही इस उपवन की शोभा भारी, लेकिन हम सबसे मिलकर ही इस उपवन की शोभा सारी। वास्तव में हम सभी अलग अलग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को रिप्रेजेंट करते हुए भी एक ही है और एक ही माला के फूलों की भांति उपवन की मिलकर शोभा बढ़ा सकते हैं। Really, we have the true sense and feeling of collaboration and togetherness, and this Kshtiz is not merely a workshop but a collaborative effort that brings together diverse organizations ignited by vision of Coal India Limited and IACM. इस अवसर पर मैं IACM की कार्यकारी निदेशक महोदया डॉक्टर कामाक्षी रमन मैडम से आग्रह करता हूं वे पवन कुमार मिश्रा सर, डायरेक्टर फाइनेंस को पुष्प गुच्छ प्रदान कर उनका स्वागत करें। I also request ma'am to presenting the plant sapling to Director Finance. मैं रहमान सर से आग्रह करता हूं कि पुष्प गुच्छ प्रदान कर मैडम का स्वागत करें और सुधीर सर प्लांट सैपलिंग लेकर। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। अस्तो मां सदगमया तमसो मां ज्योतिर्गमया मृत्युर्मा अमृत गमया। हे लॉर्ड, टेक मी फ्रॉम अनट्रुथ टू ट्रुथ, टेक मी फ्रॉम डार्कनेस टू लाइट, टेक मी फ्रॉम डेथ टू इमॉर्टैलिटी। इसी कड़ी में मैं डीएफ सर और ईडी मैडम से आग्रह करता हूं कि वे दीप प्रज्वलन के लिए आगे आवे और मैं ISM के फैकल्टीज से भी आग्रह करता हूं कि वो भी आगे हैं। Thank you so much, sir and ma'am. Witnessing the lamp being lit made inspire us all. The flames upward movement, defying gravity, stand as a symbol of our quest for knowledge, upliftment, and the resolve to rise above all challenges. Let us all collectively absorb positive energy and light that signifies the beginning of this enlightening event. Next, we take great pride in presenting you to the CIL Corporate Geet, followed by ISM theme song. CIL कॉर्पोरेट गीत हमारी कंपनी के मूल और संस्कृति की कॉर्पोरेट पहचान है। सफलता के सफर में हम सब साथ हैं ऐसा आभास और हमारी पहचान का चित्रण है हमारा कॉर्पोरेट गीत। इसी कड़ी में ISM थीम सॉन्ग which beautifully captures the essence of institute. This reflects our dedication to knowledge growth and the continuous pursuit of excellence. Now I would request all of you to please stand up for CIL corporate geet followed by ISM theme song.
गुरु शिष्य की परंपरा का
Thank you so much, all of you. Kindly take your seat. निश्चय ही आज हम सभी लोगों के लिए गौरव का क्षण है कि ISM में हम सभी लोग क्षितिज इंटर ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल वर्कशॉप को इनॉग्रेट कर रहे हैं। इस अवसर पर मैं अपनी एक स्वयं रचित कविता आपके समक्ष प्रस्तुत करना चाहता हूं। मेरी कविता का शीर्षक है क्षितिज क्या है। नई आशाओं, नई उम्मीदों, नए सपनों और नई उड़ान का संगम है क्षितिज। नए आयामों के साथ सबको साथ लेकर आगे बढ़ने का संकल्प है क्षितिज। बदलते परिवेश को पहचानने और नए दृष्टिकोण को समझने का संयोजन है क्षितिज। नव विचारों का संगम, डिजिटल युग की नई परिभाषा, नूतन सृजन की अभिलाषा है क्षितिज। आओ मिलकर नई शुरुआत करें, ज्ञान की धारा का प्रवाह करें। IICM के प्रांगण में हम सब मिलकर सीखने सिखाने की नई बुनियाद रखें। हर दिशा में हो उजाला, हर मन में हो नव सृजन की ज्वाला। ज्ञान की वीणा पर नव तार छेड़े, प्रेरणा के इस पथ पर सबको जोड़े। आओ मिलकर चले इस पावन यात्रा पर, सीखे सिखाए बढ़े आगे मिलकर। आने वाले कल को सजाए हम सब मिलकर। आओ मिलकर नई शुरुआत करें, ज्ञान की धारा का प्रवाह करें। इस वर्कशॉप को आयोजित करने का जो बीज था, हमारी कार्यकारी निदेशक डॉक्टर कामाक्षी रमन मैडम के मन में अंकुरित हुआ था और उन्हीं के विजन, गाइडेंस और लीडरशिप का नतीजा है कि हम इतने ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे लेकर आए जहां हम लोग कोलैबोरेटिव शेयरिंग, लर्निंग आपस में कर सके। और मैडम की लीडरशिप में IICM ने, कोल इंडिया ने बहुत सारे नए इनिशिएटिव्स को लिया है और बहुत सारे प्रोग्राम्स, नए इनिशिएटिव्स को सफलतापूर्वक आयोजित किया है। अब मैं इस अवसर पर IICM की कार्यकारी निदेशक डॉक्टर कामाक्षी रमन मैडम को उनके स्वागत, अभिभाषण और उद्बोधन के लिए मंच पर आमंत्रित करता हूं।
Thank you, Mohit. Very warm welcome to all of you, and welcome and thanks to Director Finance CCL, Mr. Pavan Kumar Mishra. Thank you so very much, sir. I'm very happy that all of you are there. Very happy that people from so many diverse sectors are here, and the idea of making all of you travel from outside and visit a place like Ranchi, which is not in your daily map, again during a best season of Ranchi. So all of you who have come from outside Ranchi, please enjoy this beautiful weather in Ranchi and the ambience that IICM provides. I know it was very difficult for us to convince people from Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore to come for collaborative work, and this is the first time we have tried to do it at IICM as Coal India, and we all have a lot to learn from each other. And I'm very happy that all my coal subsidiaries who are representing here from the HR and the HRD community, even though we keep meeting very often, this will be a best opportunity for you to understand the new practices that are happening in the L&D space from all those big companies and the diverse sectors which are represented here: petroleum, gas, steel, bank, consultancy, aluminium, lignite, thermal power, heavy industry, in addition to our own coal sector. It's a great opportunity for learning, and I would wish all of you to make the best use of this opportunity. In this context, I just wanted to, go back to our own scriptures and share some slokas with you, which are very relevant to the theme of today and tomorrow's workshop. I am sure many of you would be knowing there are Mahakavyas written by great scholars, which have basically taken stories from Ramayana, Mahabharata and Puranas. Naish Dhiya Charitram. This is a Mahakavya written by a 12th century scholar named Harsha, Sri Harsha. This is considered to be one of the best 5 Mahakavyas of Sanskrit literature of all times. I'm trying to quote the verse which is relevant to the deliberations in this workshop. Adhyati Bodha Charana Pracharane Dashascha Tasrah Pranayam Upadhivi. This is from the Neshdhiya Charitam. It talks about 4 stages in the learning process. Aditi, to obtain information, Bodh, to understand the subject, Acharan, to incorporate the learnings in our routine, and Pracharan, to teach it to others. Thus, an overall learning is not only including the learning of a particular individual, but also it includes the value addition that we all make over. And if we ponder upon the terms Acharan and Pracharan. So this, if we can relate this slogan to the current context, the L&D space, I have been witnessing this L&D space in big organization for around 4 decades, and a great transformation has happened in this L&D space at all levels, whether it's a skill, functional level, behavioral level, management level, and also the leadership level. So we have been quick to adapt to today's digital era, technology advancement, and a lot of changes that have happened in the workplace dynamics. And we are still continuously adapting to the needs, expectations, and also the need of the business. And thanks to the COVID era, we have also adapted it very, very quickly. We have gotten into a lot of hybrid and blended programs. And in today's AI era, this is a very important priority. Every CEO in all the AGM talks about people being the highest asset, most important asset. But now organizations, private sector, public sectors, and all other sectors, banking, consultancy, small, big, medium industries, everybody's realized that L&D is a priority for organizational success. So as L&D professionals, there's a lot of challenge for all of us. How do we make the best possible utilization of this priority that has been given to us by the top management? Now we have seen the evolution from a typical classroom training sessions and all the other advancements that have happened from a very reactive kind of a profession to a proactive profession, silo and a very dumped kind of a profession to a very integrated and a strategic position that the L&D has evolved now, and a trainer to a learning-centric approach. So it's the learner who is most important now. So the one size fits all the shoes is no longer relevant. We are compelled to deliver results based on individual focus. That's a challenge for big sectors, big organizations and public sectors, and many public sectors have taken this as an opportunity and really evolved. And we have a lot of people like Shram I'm seeing here who have also learned from us. PSUs are a great learning organizations, and all the consultancy companies have learned, and they're sharing their best practices so that all of us get an opportunity to learn from this. So the deeper understanding of the methodology involved in learning is also something that we have learned, and we should be proud of this as a collective, as a profession. We have become, as I said, truly learner-centric, and all this hybrid learning experience and creativity and variety that each of us are using in our approach, totally contextualized to our situation, because no copy-paste will work. That is something we have learned. So the contextualization to our situation becomes the important. And of course, the lot of inclusion of outbound activities. I am also privy to the mid-90s when the outbound activities in the training became a big rage in Delhi and Gurgaon circle, and I have seen the seniors criticizing this. This is only a time pass. Why are we doing all this? There's nothing training involved in it. So that the earlier time the bosses used to feel training would mean a classroom, and it evolved from the presentation to a PPT or to a very designed, stylish PPT, and classroom full 9 to 5 or 10 to 5 or 10 to 6. That is training. So if it's not content, if you're taking people outside the classroom, if you're doing all this activity, which means as a trainer you are weak. This used to be the feeling in the early 90s when this outbound was just coming up. And now we see it's a big profession by itself. And learning, especially the adult learning, happens so much easier. The adults, we are witness to senior directors, GMs, who come back to their childhood when we engage in this outbound experiences. And micro labs, learning from failures, it's become a very important thing. We used to talk about it, people used to be, were shying away from talking about failure studies. failure case studies are now becoming an important learning points. Of course, the role plays, theatre-based workshops, learning through theatres. And recently I've also heard through music. How do we engage different aspects of our learning and combine it into one and give a rich experience to this? So it's a very evolving, of course, the business games, the simulation, graphic, and nowadays a lot of learning analytics are also being used. So it's and AI-powered gamification, immersive learning, AR, VR learning. At IACM, we are also entering into this space of gamification and learning through AI and VR techniques. So it's a very interesting field, a lot of evolution, and I'm sure the future will have many more interesting thing in terms of providing the flexibility for the participants. So I'm sure this journey of sharing, learning, collaborating with each other will go a long way, and I'm aware of such forums existing in Delhi. The power and the oil sector were always having this learning sharing in their group with the various, I have also been attending with them. But this is beyond sector, beyond public sector, and beyond the size of any company. So this is going to be a very new kind of experiment, and I'm sure each of you will carry good memories of this. As I close this, I would again like to go back to my scriptures and quote from this. It's called Atmastambha Dharma Sutra Bhashyam. Dharma Sutra Bhashyam is a collection of regulations for ethical life codified in sutra form. In this Dharma Sutra, while explaining the process of a holistic learning of an individual, 4 sources of overall learning are described. Acharya Pada Madakte Padam Shivyah Swamedhaya Padam Sab Brahmacharibhyah Padam Kala Kramena Cha. A disciple attains 1/4 of his knowledge from his preceptor, that's a teacher, the other quarter through his intellect, a quarter via his colleagues, and the last quarter with the passage of time by self-experience. Thank you very much and wish you all great learning. Thanks.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your warm and insightful words. Your leadership and vision continue to inspire us. जीत की खातिर बस जुनून चाहिए, जिसमें उबाल हो ऐसा खून चाहिए, ये आसमां भी आ जाएगा जमी पर, बस इरादों में जीत की गूंज चाहिए। वास्तव में श्री पवन कुमार मिश्रा सर, डायरेक्टर फाइनेंस सीसीएल का व्यक्तित्व, उनका डाइवर्स एक्सपीरियंस, परसिवरेंस हम सभी लोगों को हमेशा नया करने के लिए मोटिवेट करती रहती है। श्री पवन कुमार मिश्रा is presently working as Director Finance, Central Coalfield Limited, a coal mining company since June 2022. He is a graduate in commerce and also member of Institute of Chartered Accountant. He is also Director of Jharkhand Central Railway Limited. Prior to his joining in CCL, he has worked as Chief Financial Officer with DNH Power Distribution Corporation Limited, a power distribution utility, and also Nuclear Power Corporation Limited, a power generation company. He has more than 20 years of experience in the fields of accounting, finance and taxation. He has very rich and vast experience in corporate accounting and taxation, corporate financing including restructuring, commercial project evaluation including negotiation and its documentation, budget and budgetary control, dealing with auditors, commercial compliance including tariff determination and finalization, power purchase agreement finalization and other regulatory compliances in power sector. In his previous professional working association, he has played key roles in privatization of electricity distribution company through competitive bidding, first of its kind including documentation. He was also instrumental in transfer and hand-holding process of said privatization, turning out of financial performance of distribution utility company through regulatory improvements, implementation of integrated business solution and automated business processes, preparation of finance manual and internal audit manual, implementation of new accounting standards including finalization of new accounting policies and reporting structure. सर आज हम सभी लोगों के साथ है, अब मैं सर से आग्रह करूंगा कि वो मंच पर आए और अपने उद्बोधन से हम सभी को अनुग्रहित करें। और मैं एक बार सभी से आग्रह करता हूं कि एक बार जोरदार तालियों से सर का अभिवादन करें।
Thank you, Mike. Just before they start, आप बैठे हो और कोई प्रेस कर रहा हो तो सबसे बड़ी अनुभूति यही होती है कि आप स्माइल के साथ उसे सुनते रहें और whatever the journey you have performed or traveled so far with respect to your careers, वो पूरा एक बार remembrance में वापस capture हो जाता है। तो very good morning to all, respected ED ma'am, other family member of IICM और मेरे PSUs और प्राइवेट परिवार के सारे सदस्य। स्माइल रख लीजिए। कहते हैं कि अगर कोई सामने से बोल रहा हो तो अगर आप स्माइल रखोगे एंड हाउ फॉर यू विल कनेक्ट, यू विल रियली एंजॉय टू द डेलिब्रेशन टिल द टाइम ही एंडेड विथ हिज लेक्चर। तो एक स्माइल जरूर रखिए। ये नसीहत दूंगा जो मैंने अपनी जर्नी में अचीव किया है। मैम ट्रेनिंग की और नॉलेज अपग्रेडेशन, डेवलपमेंट, माय पर्सनल डेवलपमेंट, ऑफिशियल डेवलपमेंट्स, उन सब की बात कर रही थी। मैंने अपने जर्नी में पाया, 22 साल का कैरियर हो गया है मेरा, कि we get the powers through market only. So far we are open to adaptability with respect to my deliberation with the open environment. My learning continues with respect to my professional discharge of duties, my personal discharge of duties, or with respect to objective of the requirements for which I have been recruited by my organization. बड़ा लंबा कैरियर तो नहीं हुआ मेरा, बट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस बहुत काम करने को मिले। नाउ आई एम रीचिंग नियर अराउंड 10 ऑर्गेनाइजेशन विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू माय प्रोफेशनल जर्नी। हिंदू पर्सपेक्टिव में पहले वो 4 परिवारों का या 4 ग्रेडिंग किया था विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू माय लिविंग। मुझे इतना ट्रेवल करने के बाद आया कि इनिशियल फेज ऑफ आवर लाइफ्स, फर्स्ट 2 to 3 decades we spent with our education, and then the next 4 decades we continue with our involvement with respect to professional discharge of duties, and then the third one remains the remaining. जो सेकेंड वाला है वो प्रोलॉन्ग्ड है, तो इसलिए हमारा ये कर्तव्य बनता है कि उसको कितने ब्यूटीफुली उसको हम संवारते हैं, सजाते हैं थ्रू लर्निंग में, थ्रू एजुकेशनल डेवलपमेंट, थ्रू एक्सपीरियंस डेवलपमेंट, और कितने अच्छे से हम अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के प्रति अपना एक्टिविटीज को परफॉर्म कर पाते हैं, वो उस पीरियड में हमको रियलाइजेशन होता है या उसका डिस्चार्ज करने का मौका मिलता है। मैं कुछ पंक्तियां सुना रहा था। एक था कि मुझे जो पंक्ति आज याद आ रही थी, किसी ने कहा था कि मैं अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल, मगर लोग मिलते गए और कारवां बनता गया। आज का एरा ऐसा हो गया है, आप किसी भी इंस्टीट्यूशन में काम कर रहे हो या किसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ काम कर रहे हो, नाउ माय टोटल थिंकिंग विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू माय डिस्चार्ज ऑफ द ड्यूटीज कमिंग विद द कलेक्टिव अप्रोच। Now individuality with respect to working has lost somewhere its relevance. So far we are working with a team member or collectively with respect to other institution or PSUs. We are creating excel with respect to fulfillment of my country needs and objective. Ultimately अगर मैं किसी देश का हूँ तो मेरी प्राइम रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ये भी है कि how far I am contributing in the national building concept of the nation. So now this new approach which is coming into the practices is how collectively we are connected with respect to our work discharge, or whether any sort of organization or any numbers of organization, until unless we are performing in the chain manner, it would be very difficult to achieve the goal of the nation building. Now we are talking the aspects of 4 trillion. Last fiscal year में 3.9 पे पहुंच के हम रुक गए। 4 trillion economy. We are 5th in the rank. And we are expecting at least in this financial year we would be somehow close to Germany and Japan, and we would be ranked 3rd in the globe after the US and China. Now with respect to that much development, initial phase of your development always remains a relaxed manner, because path of progressive is always known to you. But whenever you reaches the top edge, top, and then you are supposed to have the further travel with respect to your thought process or achievement of any object. That times remains very crucial with respect to objectively discharge of requirement which is being perceived by the external factor from any individual or from any organization. उस एस्पेक्ट्स में दो ही चीज जो आज ये वर्कशॉप कर रहे हैं, शायद हमारा इनोवेटिव वे, न्यू अप्रोचेस एंड डिजिटल इनोवेशन कम्स इनटू पिक्चर व्हिच प्रोवाइड्स बैकबोन टू आवर वर्किंग एनवायरनमेंट. अभी जो रिसेंट हम लोगों ने फेस करना शुरू कर दिया कि माय फ्यूचरिस्टिक अप्रोच, फ्यूचर टू वर्क would be shaped by the digital transformation. So now digitization approach or digital approach with respect to working is very much required with respect to our discharge of duties. इसका जो बेनिफिट है इमेंस है, जो हम लोगों ने अपनी फेज में, वर्किंग फेज में देखा कि why this digitization process would be required. If we will really sit down and just jot down what the attributes we are getting with respect to this process, this is immense beneficial with respect to individual discharge of duty or organizational discharge of duties. So that's why it is very much required. Firstly, see the level of communication and collaboration we are getting through digitization. Now, in our coal mining sector, we are having concept of RFID boom barriers and then GPS, where the total vehicle is automated with respect to digitization. Now, without the interference of any manual interference, we are tracking each act and aspects of the vehicle moving, and that information, if there is any deviation or violation, that is being popped up to the other sector which is supposed to have the monitoring with respect to discharge of our duty. See the scale of this ticketing which is introduced by this IRCT with respect to reservation. How far it has been benefited to the society if we will have the comparison with respect to ease, with respect to its connection with respect to generation of end result, it has contributed a lot. So as an organization, whatever the digitization we are having with respect to our practices, until it would be further as the advanced stage, until unless we will sit together and we will have the workshop with respect to my learning, what the approaches is followed by other organizations to their work practices and how it could be beneficial if adopted by me. So with that perspective, this kind of workshop or this kind of training session certainly will have a lot of benefit with respect to my organizational goal. So far it is convenient with respect to total objective or the work performance objective which is required from the individual. Now, another aspect or second aspect of digitization, it is empowering you to the at each level of the management, whether it is junior level, middle level or higher level, because so we are so much automated with respect to my decision making. The first time when we enter my office, my first would be the pop-up of the information with respect to my digital equipment, what are the cash balances I am having with respect to today's operation, what is the need of the requirement and how much is surplus is available which is required to be invested with respect to separate sorts of avenues available to me. So this total process is now empowering the management, and down the line your expectation of the discharge of duty to the expectation of the management is totally channelized, and management is now thinking how the system would work with respect to that. Third aspect of the digitization, if we will see, it is not only the empowering the employer, but at the same time it is also empowering the employees. A lot of flexibility is available with respect to my working, because the data and information is available anywhere with respect to my discharge of duties. So there is no certain set of standardization which is required in the office environments. Your working discharge of duties could be performed from anywhere. So that level it is extending the freedom with respect to working environment of the employee. Now one aspect through digitization, एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में लास्ट ईयर मैं विजिट किया था, just see the scale of the digitization, how it is impacting the working or reducing the man force. which is another question mark with respect to countries like which is labor extensive like India. लास्ट टाइम एक कंपनी में विजिट किया था तो कंपनी का 95% वर्कफोर्स डिफरेंट प्लेसेस में ट्रेवल करता था and they are having their processes with respect to passing it by the submission of the bills by the individual. Then what they have thought with respect to their business processes, they have created centralized one card, and each number employee is having their mobiles, and that mobile's number is got automated with respect to that card, which is issued by a banker in collaboration with their requirement, fulfillment of their requirement. Now see, n number of employees, whether they are booking their tickets, whether they are paying taxis, whether they are making the payment of the hospital, this total accounting of information is being done through the server with respect to whatever the code has been assigned for its capturing of the expenditure without the involvement of any people. Total process they have automated with respect to incurrence of expenditure. That's the importance of this process of digitization. So we can learn, we can have the innovative way of discharge of duties with respect to my work portfolio or the work portfolio of my organization to the extent to which I am having my imagination or my thought process or the top management is having the imagination. Now this imagination skill is required to be extended so that whatever the work practices we are having, how far it could be simplified, how could it be simplified with respect to futuristic approach, so that whatever the optimum, every resources we are having with respect to my businesses is supposed to have the optimum utilization, and this optimum utilization would only be possible if innovative way of working or learning which is continue with respect to my practices. Another aspects which we are talking before the start of this session, how far this training and development program is successful with respect to futuristic approach. Now, hardly 5 years before, France has conducted one survey with respect to if any organization which is having the systematic practices of learning, training or development, what they have noticed, the total contribution over the period, 2 years data they have collected, and then they have the comparison with respect to recent 2 years data of the past 2 year performance. What they have noticed is for the two different periods, the incremental increase with respect to their productivity or revenues is contributed by 30 to 40% apart from the employees level certificate satisfaction, which is also tends to increase and ultimately resulting into the increase in the production. So that's why this kind of session is very much required, and we at the CIL or Coal India family level, we are very grateful with respect to this institution IIScm. Last 2 years से मैं यहाँ CCL में जुड़ा हूँ as a director finance, and it's really a matter of great pride or pleasure for me just to have association with respect to Coal India, and apart from that this IIScm family, because it's fulfilled the requirement of my learning, my knowledge and my database. Thanks for your presence today.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening deliberations. Your thoughts and insights have set the perfect tone for this workshop, and we are certain that your guidance will resonate with us throughout the event. और आपके महबूल शब्दों से हम सभी अनुग्रहित एवं कृतार्थ हैं, और निश्चय ही आपके शब्द हम सभी के लिए पाथेय स्वरूप है और हम सबका आगे मार्ग प्रशस्त करेंगे। इस अवसर पर now I request ED ma'am to present memento to sir, a little token of love and respect for his unwavering support to IIScm. हम लोग इस उद्घाटन सत्र की अंतिम कड़ी पर आ पहुंचे हैं, तो IIScm की तरफ से मैं सबसे पहले डायरेक्टर फाइनेंस CCL को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं कि अपनी व्यस्तताओं के बावजूद भी सर यहाँ हैं और अपना बहुमूल्य समय हम सभी लोगों को उद्बोधित करने हेतु दिया। हम सभी तहे दिल से सर के आभारी और शुक्रगुजार हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। I extend my thanks to all the CPSEs, private sector organizations and banks for their active participation in this workshop. I also deeply appreciate their higher management for making this event so vibrant, diverse and successful through their unwavering support. मैं CIL और उसकी अनुषंगी कंपनीज के मैनेजमेंट का भी धन्यवाद ज्ञापन करता हूं कि उनके सहयोग से हम इस वर्कशॉप को आयोजित करा पा रहे। I also thank each and every member of IICM team जो इस वर्कशॉप को सफलतापूर्वक आयोजित कराने में अपना प्रत्यक्ष या परोक्ष रूप से योगदान दे रहे। मैं सभी पार्टिसिपेंट का तहे दिल से धन्यवाद देता हूं। Let us rise to the occasion, ready to absorb, adapt and innovate. I am confident that Kshtiz will ignite a spark of creativity and determination within each of us, guiding us towards a future of unparalleled success. अंत में कुछ पंक्तियां बोलकर मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम दूंगा। चलता रहूंगा पथ पर, चलता रहूंगा पथ पर, चलने में माहिर बन जाऊंगा, या तो मंजिल मिल जाएगी या अच्छा मुसाफिर बन जाऊंगा। Thank you and I wish you all a deeply enriching and enlightening experience with Kshtiz. Now let's have a tea break of 25 minutes and after that we will be having a group photograph in open air theater, then we will be start the regular session. Thank you.
Ready? Okay, thank you.
He is the Director, Knowledge and Advisory and Business at PSC, and we have requested him to start the session on emerging L&D trend and future L&D landscape in Indian business organization. So Ashish sir is with us, and I have a request to Ashish to come on the stage and give the presentation on this topic.
You all can reply with a good morning. Thank you so much. पहला सेशन है L&D प्रोफेशनल्स हो, L&D कॉन्फ्रेंस में आया, थोड़ा तो एनर्जी दिखाओ यार। Okay, so nothing that I'm going to share with each one of you is something that you don't know, but what I've done is put up some amount of a research and put up some amount of examples that we have, thank you so much. Some examples that we have seen work really well in the L&D space, particularly amongst the PSUs that we work along with. Most of you know us, SHRM. We are the largest premier HR organization, presence in over 165 countries. We are very passionate and very excited about the government and PSU sectors, particularly in India, to the extent that we have a dedicated PSU team within SHRM. Work with almost 60 plus PSC and more than 200 private organizations, end up working with all of them in a year. Actually very humbled to be presenting to a lot of you who I know are experts and know much more than what I would possibly be doing. So therefore I'm keeping it very safe that I'm going to present only some of the research that SHRM has done in the PSU space, plus some of the examples that we put together. I'm not teaching anything, we are all learning together, so therefore be kind to me and be nice to me, because that's how it is going to be. So as I said, we have done a research in the PSC space this year, which is specifically around PSUs. It's a huge research which talked about the PSU trends. A lot of you actually were part of the whole research that happened. I know a lot of participants from SAIL, NTPC, GAIL, HPCL, BHEL who participated in it. So we had almost 7 pillars of people success, and we are celebrating people success in this year. And one of the 3 pillars amongst them, as you can see, is was about developing leaders for tomorrow, learning and development. I'm also calling out a woman leadership because that's also part of the learning and development initiatives that most of the organizations, typically most of the Maharatnas, are actually doing right now. In fact, if I have my NTPC friends over there, you're the last one to catch on that bandwagon. You will be starting it soon, I know, next month, but the last ones to catch on that bandwagon until Coal India beats you up on its commitment in November, but whosoever gets there first. So here is what I wanted to share with you. While as yes, and I was talking to PSU colleagues from Nebeli in Chennai, all others from those Navratnas, Mini Ratnas, organizations that have yet not reached out. But everybody talks very positively, as the research also suggests, that there is a huge momentum, there's a huge focus on learning and development. And you could see almost 3/4 of the total respondents agreed to that. I'll be very honest with you, amongst the Maharatnas that I work with, I can very promisingly tell you that amongst the top 12, we actually present the findings of a journey to the chairman of the organization. So I think that's a huge movement when it comes to, looking at L&D. 5 years back or 10 years back, you couldn't even imagine walking into that room presenting about L&D. Nowadays, I get a lot of requests from that office to say, ki ye journey complete hua, what has happened out of it? So that kind of, is a huge, importance. I know a lot of our PSU organizations are equally struggling with the succession planning. I know a lot of you have, received emails from Department of Personnel, DOPT, सबको email भेज रहा है, succession plan बताओ, कहाँ पहुँचा, क्या हुआ. They also tell us that this is one of the key areas that they believe PSUs need to kind of develop. So I think this one was really an eye-opener for us to say that while as yes, there is a lot of effort going into developing people for tomorrow's challenges, but almost 1/4 of the population still saying that we are not able to apply what we have learned. Considering your sector, I think 25% is a huge number. And that is, I think, while as yes, we're doing a lot of work on L&D, there's still a big gap in terms of, there's still a large amount of scope for us to cover up. And I'm going to tell you some of the examples that we have learned. And I'll be very honest with you, we also don't know all the cards, in the pack that can help to cover that 1/4 application at work. Some of them which we learned along with you at various places, and I'm going to talk about them. But before I go into that, pure L&D, now again, very high, 87% people believing that yes, my organization invests enough. So people are seeing that. Now here's something interesting I wanted to share with you. Now look at E2, E3, E4, E5. I know that a lot of you will kind of identify the levels, but these are typically the lower management levels across all PSUs. Now here's an interesting one. The E2, E3, just at the entry, they believe that we have been led by a great set of peoples. And I talk to, and it's my personal passion to go and find out young people, talk to them, get a sense of how are they feeling in the sector, particularly in the PSC sector, because, the youngsters that come out today are very aware. They've got a cell phone in their pocket and makes them aware of everything. So, somebody sitting in a Ranchi or at any plant is absolutely aware of what is happening in Mumbai, Delhi, or any part of the world. And therefore, he's also watching a lot of videos, leadership lessons. He has access to Coursera, Upgrad, LinkedIn. So he is comparing you to the best of the world, but still you see that level, 60% still believe that you are led, well. Of course, 40% is a huge gap, but then I'm genuinely personally very happy at that number. I personally thought it to be much lesser than that. But when you go to the next level, the E4, E5 levels, whom I thought the the baby boomers my age would appreciate that, we have been led. They actually are telling us that this leadership quality still needs a lot of development within the PSUs. And I think that's another data point for each one of us, to kind of look at the initiatives that you're doing internally into the organizations. But something for us to kind of mingle upon, think it through. Now here is my favorite one. So we also looked at, so organizations are making conscious efforts and investments into a woman leadership. You would see that huge number, 84, 77, when I kind of, kind of slice that to data by men and a woman. I wouldn't be very worried about the difference of 84 and 77. That's fair enough, What I'm worried about though is, my organization has created a supportive ecosystem. So what we essentially, and see the difference, 90 to 73, now that's huge. I think time for us, I know 5 years back I used to go to PSUs and tell them, I want you to have a seat on the table. There's a business meet happening and I want, पहले तो मेरा झगड़ा होता था कि it should be called as HR, not personnel, but I want you to have a seat at the table and then I want you to contribute at the table. I think the new mantra that I am going to propagate now too is to say that come out of your boundaries of L&D, come out of your boundaries of HR, absolutely get into the business planning, get into the ecosystem. And that's what our last research finding on a woman leadership is actually talking about. Saying that you are doing enough in the classroom for me, but I still go back to the same ecosystem which is not supportive. And I think it's time for each one of us to actually raise the bar to say that, how do we do that? How do we actually create impact on the businesses or impact create on, on the ecosystems that are created within our organizations in every nook and corner of the organization. So I wanted to just highlight that number to you because I thought that's very important for each one of us to understand. Great. When I go into a lot of your organizations, these are absolutely elements that people tell us should be part of the, any kind of a training program. So, be it SAIL or be it NTPC, Indian Oil, BHEL, GAIL, arrived organizations in terms of HR, you get in and they know what they need to do and they will put up all of these elements. And trust me, I've not been able to put all of them, but some of them they'll say, coaching चाहिए उसमें, 360 degree भी करेंगे आशीष, अच्छा virtual भी करेंगे because सबको बार-बार नहीं बुला सकते, एक IDP जरूरी होना चाहिए, and they'll talk about all of this. And absolutely that's the right way of looking at it. I'm not denying it. But what has been a big, a reminder for us, and when I say reminder, I'm saying it with all humbleness, is that you put in as much elements into the journey. What we have figured out, what works best for your organization is how do you, put these pieces together when you are creating a learning journey. If those act as just pieces that are just being picked up, trust me, and if they don't talk to each other, I personally love to call it, if there has to be a red thread in all of that what you're doing, it will not come together. In fact, if I had my way, I would actually want to spend a couple of days within your system to understand how does your system actually work, who are your participants, what are their daily challenges, because everything that you teach to them into the classroom should be talking to that, and therefore all of these pieces need to be stitched together, webbed together, so that it all comes across as one big offering, and that actually is changing the ecosystem, that's actually helping them to perform better. Because remember the goal that we had, we still have 1/4 of the people saying that I'm not able to apply what you teach me to the classrooms. But don't be so sad अगर 1/4 नहीं बोल रहे, सब इतना sad क्यों देख रहे हो यार? We're doing a 75% खुश है कि आप at least वो training तो करा रहे हो. So I think it's time for us to do a little bit more better. So all I'm trying to say is that we need to have some sense of how we are putting these elements together. And I know the obvious question that each one of you will ask me is that, then what is that framework that will help us to put some sense into it? I'm not going to jargonize it like, typical consultants, we love to jargonize it, बहुत complicated बना दो उसको कि आपको हमेशा मेरी जरूरत रहे. What I've done is I've put it into very simple contemporary 4 areas that you need to look at when you are looking at any journey. And honestly, after this, you go through what you've seen, you genuinely, can create your own learning journeys without any external help. Continue to take that external help that keeps us bread and butter going, but this is how you internalize and how you look at it. Some of the priorities that I looked upon, and I'm going to go to that framework, but before that I just wanted to show you some of the priorities that I see now coming heavily into the PSU world. Honestly, मैंने personally कभी नहीं सोचा था that innovation, productivity, engagement, motivation, I would hear those things, culture change, organizational change, I would hear those terms in a PSUs many years back. But these are real burning problems right now. I have a CMD's office breathing down my neck at IOCL to say 2047 we might not be selling oil as the, so therefore our teams need to think differently, and therefore we need to kind of be prepared for that change. While as yes, we know the skill and we know the technology, but we don't have the mindset to do that. How do we enable that change? How do we bring in that cultural change? We have sales sitting here, and we have had examples with them wherein how do we and their and their belief system is that there are many innovations within the organization, but how do we capture them? How do we really get a hold of them? And that's a problem that I don't know. With them we'll probably be able to solve one day. At NTPC, similar. Yeah, there you are. At NTPC, similarly, how do we fine-tune the action, on renewables? And those are, and I can keep on talking to you about one organization after another, but those are the key things that I see in all organizations. And it's high time that L&D typically starts to address these problems. So if I wanted to kind of convert, what you saw here into the terms that we as L&D professionals easily understand, or as HR, so I just converted them to say this is what they are actually asking you, to say that I want you to manage change, I want you to influence, teach them how to influence and network, because a lot of them will come back and say कि sir हो नहीं रहा, मैंने तो कर दिया था, उन्होंने आगे नहीं करा. Network out, influence them, figure it out. Also to build engagement and a trust, which is a big challenge in all PSUs right now, of how do you build engagement and how do you build up a trust. And then how do you retain the right kind of a talent. So I just converted what I heard from the CEOs or CMDs into a language that most of us understand. So without any ado, I'm just giving you the framework of how do we look at development challenges. So just kind of a 30-second context. We heard what the people are telling us. They're telling us that you're doing a lot, great job, and great job actually each one of you. I genuinely believe that being here at Aranchi in Core India, amazing, you wouldn't have thought. So honestly, ma'am, great job done. It's not easy to get people into Aranchi. And that's what your people are saying. But what they're saying is that there's still a gap. And they're saying that you're not helping me to settle down in the ecosystem because I'm not able to apply a lot of what I've learned in the classroom. Therefore, the challenge for us is how do we make that gap? How do we bridge that gap? So that's the challenge that we're trying to. So what I've done is I've kind of created a very simple framework of some of the contemporary L&D practices. बहुत simple सा है, and I'll tell you with each example of how do I, talk about each one of them. The most powerful person in the organization is your immediate, supervisor. And in my personal experience, I've seen your all L&D initiatives actually can make or break depending on how your immediate supervisor talks about it. Sometimes, I've seen that people tend to send people to a training program, people that they don't want to be at the workplace. No use, jao sab L&D chale jao. I can see a lot of heads nodding saying yes, right? A lot of you smiling as well. Or when you attend a training program and you come back and the immediate first thought is, आगे vacation मार के चलो अब कुछ काम करते हैं. You just killed that entire effort, because see, I will be, as an employee, will be actually driven by what my manager wants, because my CS, my ACR, my promotion, my everyday peace of mind, everything is dependent on that person. So for me, whatever is his or her agenda will become my agenda. So therefore, if you don't have these people supporting you, you are going to be a big kind of a trouble. Most importantly, when we arrange such initiatives, we actually do not, involve them at all. They don't even know what other people going through. They don't even know what to expect when they come back, what to challenge them, what not to challenge them. So typically what we found out was that there has to be, a buy-in with the manager even before you hit the, the actual learner. If you look at the importance of the learner, from a learning perspective, manager is actually the number one and the number three most important thing that can impact any learning initiative. And it's so funny that when we put up any kind of a training program, the most important thing, facilitator kaun hai, trainer kaun hai, contender, that is important, I'm not denying that. But you are actually missing the most important person than that. What do we do in a lot of our initiatives being done across a lot of PSUs, and we have actually seen now that this is very important. In a manager development program recently done at a sale, we actually called these managers in the middle of the journey, told them this is what your people are going through, this is how much they've improved, this is what we still see as a gap, this is 5 things you encourage them when they come back to work, these are 5 things you discourage when they come back to work. And you know what? Suddenly our scores on everyday assessment started to show an improvement. Because suddenly now the manager is also keeping the people accountable. Our attendance started to kind of be better. Our engagement with the audience started to go higher up, to the level that MTI forced us to do a one-day workshop now for those managers. So we call them up after the journey was over. We actually call them up for a one day to say, this is what they've gone through and this is what, and we've seen this trend becoming very common in a lot of other PSUs where managers should know. It is just a matter of time where you can create a 1-pager or a 2-pager for these managers to say, this is what your people are going to go through, encourage these behaviors, discourage these behaviors. Because whatever you've taught anybody in the classroom, you have no idea of whether they're doing it or not. Because when they go back, हमें नहीं पता वो क्या कर रहे हैं. But imagine if you arm that person over there and he or she is now keeping a kind of a track of it. You could actually ask for a kind of a report after a particular amount of time. Keep it simple, keep it very minimal. Trust me, just by asking a participant after 15 days by his or her manager to say, तुमने influence सीखा था, can you give me 2 examples? मुझे भरना है तुम्हारे उसमें sheet में, because that report automatically you make a huge difference. The quality will improve over a period of time, but trust me, उसको reminder तो जाएगा at least कि मैंने influence सीखा था, I had learned something else. So that's something that we found out is very important. And also research says the same thing, that lack of management commitment is actually, and your employees nowadays are very smart. They know that if it is not on the agenda of उन्हें पता है कि आपका वो training academy अलग है, HR अलग है और मेरा real world अलग है. So until you don't merge the 3, it's not happening. What I also extrapolate in terms of when you say personalized one-on-one, it could also be a coach. It could be a coach as well. Not necessarily you have to get one coach from SHRM or somebody outside. There could be a lot of coaches internally as well. And that we have found out to be a very, very prolific. Anybody who goes to a particular training, comes back, assign him or her a coach. Could be somebody internal as well. Because whatever energy you created in the academy or in the classroom, suddenly we will go down. Like we'll dive deep. वो जैसी रात को flight लेगा ना अपना to go back to his location. वो पता नहीं क्या हो जाता है, 35,000 feet चढ़ते ही ना वो learning सारी deep down चली जाती है. वो उल्टा 35,000 deep under the earth चली जाती है. तो remember that. And I'll tell you very funnily, I do a lot of these training sessions and I'm at the airports. I will see somebody and I'll walk up and remember his name, his organization. These people are struggling to even remember me. Now imagine I do a class of 30, 40, 6 months back, मुझे याद है. उसको मैं ही नहीं याद हो तो सोचो कंटेंट क्या याद होगा. Now that's an eye opener for each one of us to say कि वो कितना attentively classrooms में क्या ले रहे हैं seriously. See, हमें लग रहा है हमने बहुत effort कर डाला, बहुत कुछ कर डाला. Honestly, not really. So therefore, just an eye opener for you to know that there's not much cost involved if you're cost conscious. If you're time, it will also engage the other person who's becoming our coach. Say, by the way, we know that you do a good job on this particular skill. Why don't you coach these new people? Can you kind of every 3 months have a one-on-one with them? If they have questions, they can come to you. Then you can ask both parties how many questions asked, solutions, so on and so forth. Help them to create a network. The other one that we have seen work really well, and this is catching up a lot. In fact, many years back, Kamakshi ma'am used to come to our conferences, and this was a COVID time. She was my favorite thought leader. I used to connect with her very often to say, ma'am, please aap aaiye. Now, I'll be very honest with you, why I would call her only. The energy that she would bring on a virtual. So मेरे ना बहुत सारे private customers मेरे को बोलते थे कि when I joined SHRM and I was given the PSU portfolio, a lot of my private customers would tell me, Ashish, you're doing a suicide. Why did you take it up? I wanted to showcase to them that there is energy in the sector. There are people who really think in the sector. देश अपने आप नहीं चल रहा है. There's a lot of hard work that we do. What is also, I used to get a feedback to say from somebody from other organizations, say, we heard her, great. We wanted to connect, we wanted to network. See, irrespective whether they really connected with her or whether they really learned something from her, the fact that one, they got motivated. Second, they take a high pride in being part of the sector. Third, now they're thinking, they're trying to take action. Networking करेगा, LinkedIn पे जाएगा, कुछ तो कर रहा है ना वो आदमी. I know it's not easy for most of them to even call me up to say कि sir मुझे ना इनका नंबर चाहिए था, or is there a way? It's not easy. I understand that. Our sector does not typically allow us or has never encouraged us to network. If this was a private conference, trust me, अभी तक सबके कार्ड इधर-उधर चले गए होते. यहाँ पे मेरे अलावा शायद कोई कार्ड निकालेगा भी नहीं. But if this was a private company conference, trust me, and all of you have been at the SHRM conference, I want to do this one day, a research. How many cards are exchanged at the SHRM conference? And I'm sure probably crores. So that's another thing that we learned is that thought, leaders. And don't restrict yourself because आप PSU है तो हमें PSU वाले ही चाहिए. Actually, that's a very odd thought. Get people from outside. Let that fresh, thought come in from outside. Bring people from very different. We get to, we got somebody who was a lawyer come and do a session at SAIL. And very interestingly, हमको यहाँ पे हमें दिल्ली में बैठ के वो रांची में lawyer मिल गया था जो इनके यहाँ पे आके बात करे. And I'm sure आप लोगों ने फिर उसके बाद continue करा होगा. But the fact that I'm trying to say is that session got a standing ovation because the people had so many questions and I was surprised. यार इतने सवाल इतने तो उन्होंने मेरे सेशन में नहीं पूछे. So get people from diverse backgrounds, plant diverse thoughts. That's very, very important. One more session that we have, seen, work well is this new concept that we have, started to do. I'm so sorry, I don't know why this is showing up like this. Is a Shark Tank concept. What we do is now to make people think immediately in a classroom is, you're doing a one-day program, you're doing a journey, you're doing whatever. At the end of the day, put them into different teams and say, there's going to be there's a Shark Tank में एक jury होती है. They will invest and come up and present basis what you've learned in the day. Trust me, first time when somebody came and told me we'll do something like this, I was like, यार क्या Shark Tank बना रहे हो? These are senior people. This was a GM level in an organization of well-repute, Maharatna. And you should have seen the way they presented, the way they fought with each other, the way they pushed back, the jury, the sharks, as if there was real money involved. And what we learned was that passion hai, energy hai. We just need to figure out how do you get that, out of, the other thing that we have started to see in NEU training programs, and I'm sure a lot of my customers here would actually swear by it. Now, this is something very different that we try to do is, imagine, and I know that I'm calling out to be a devil's advocate. See, imagine all our training, all our effort, and everything went down the drain. Right? Our business is going to kill us to say, we put in so much of money, effort, and time, and nothing has moved. What is that insurance policy that you can buy for any training initiative? Is simply a habit change. No rocket science. You do something 21 times, it's high probability it will become part of your muscle memory. So this concept, which is a freely available concept, you can even buy the book called as Tiny Habits. We simply adopted the concept of tiny habits to say that whosoever comes for any kind of a training, and we will help them to change a habit, at least 1 or 2 habits. If we have a limited time, we'll stick to 1 habit. If we have 3-4 months of a journey, we'll take 3 to 4 kind of habits. Because what I've seen is that once they go back, I want them to remember me, I want them to remember the content, I want them to remember that they went through a journey. If you help them to change one thing in their life, trust me, they'll always remember you. We do a lot of these, we do women leadership programs. And it's so funny, a lot of them who will bump into me or will, sir, आपके program से ना मैंने weight lose कर दिया. Sorry ma'am, वो intention नहीं था हमारा, हमें कुछ और करना था. Or somebody will say, ma'am, sir, you know what? अब मैं बोल सकती हूँ, I recently met a senior colleague at Indian Oil, and she told me, she said, these ladies now would never talk. What have you done to them? They are now like constant chatter, हर बात पे इनका point of view है, right? But the fact is that we built that habit within those 3 months that they were working with us, to say that you have to every day, and it starts small, no rocket science. Start small, have a point of view, talk about it. Put it on a Twitter, put it on a WhatsApp group. Now you have to talk about it necessarily. We'll force you, we'll push you until it becomes a habit. Aapne 10-15 baar kiya, you get. And we also create the ecosystem sometimes. When they do it, we make sure that they get applauded, they get appreciated. It gives them encouragement. So think about how do you want to create habits, and that's something very, very powerful that we have seen, really works well. So that was the first one that we talked about of strong manager support. And when I say manager, not only is in terms of the direct manager, but could be a coach within the organization, could be somebody who is a thought leader whom they are, because a lot of times you will be surprised, people have a very different perspective of ki leader unki nazaron mein kaun hai. Now this one is another one. How do you increase the stickiness? This is most often when I go to customers, walk into your organization, acha aapka kaise alag hai? How will you make sure that people, this sticks to them? This is the reality, this is what the research says, and I think Kamakshi ma'am also referred to it in one of the, shlokas. She said a majority learning comes from our own experiences. 25-1-4 she actually referred to in that shloka sticks to us. My research actually puts it further down, 15%, saying that this is what they actually retain in a classroom. Now, if this is the challenge of, what it is, so these are some of the things that we have put up to make sure that, that it sticks. So one of the biggest things that we have started to do now, and it is doing great amount of wonders, is check-ins. Check-in is nothing but randomly we will call up any learner over a very casual call and ask him or her to say, how has been the last 4 days, what did you learn, what did you not learn, what do you found out to be very difficult, so on and so forth. Now there's this funny thing about our, about our sector. It's a Me Too sector. अच्छी चीज भी बहुत तेजी से फैलती है और बुरी चीज उससे डबल तेजी से फैलती है. आपने 2 पार्टिसिपेंट के साथ ऐसा वो किया ना, बाय डिफॉल्ट जब तक आप तीसरे को कॉल करोगे ना, उसको पता है कि श्रवम इज कॉलिंग एवरीबडी, तो उसने एक he or she has gone through the content, खोला है. That's all I want you to do. At least खोल के तो देखो यार वापस क्या करा. By the time we call up the 3rd or the 4th participant ना, वो सामने से बोलता है, hello, I know you're calling up to ask the content, let me tell you, these are 5 things I went through. Check-ins do really help. Sometimes we have actually heard pearls of wisdom or pearls of insights in those check-ins. Anything that you do can be done over a self-assessment, and technology now is so useful and so easy to put up. You can put up a assessment and send it through a smartphone. Feedback surveys, for anything, any session you should have a feedback survey. We also create a lot of these peer learning groups, which could be very useful in making it stick, because I am assuming, say, 60 of you sitting here, I'm talking the same content, but the insight that it might create in somebody's brain versus somebody else's will be different. Now imagine if there is a way I can transfer this on, so that helps us to do that. Typically what we have seen is peer learning groups, we have a WhatsApp group. We encourage people to, we'll put up a question there, we'll put up a controversial, provocative thought about the topic there, or we'll put something which is very different, just to see if somebody even remembers. You know, people will then, somebody will say, this was not taught in the classroom. Classroom mein to you taught something different. And then 5 people will jump in and it starts a discussion. That's all that I wanted them to do. So mobile support, I think, if you ask me the most powerful tool in the world, I used to believe it's a CEO's inbox. Now I think WhatsApp. There's a WhatsApp, you know, it's so powerful, it's so powerful. You know, every learning should have a WhatsApp kind of a group, and that's what we've been using to our advantage. I have programs that were done in 2019-18, and this morning on the on a flight, when you have the time, no network, कोई call नहीं करेगा, कोई email नहीं आएगा. So you know, I saw 2018 का कोई WhatsApp वो group है, जिसमें लोग आज भी बात कर रहे हैं, as recently as you know 18th of August or 20th of August. Imagine we have, Sherm has left them in 2018, हम भूल चुके हैं उनके बारे में. बट वो व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप जो हमने फॉर्म करा ना, उसमें अभी भी लोग बात कर रहे हैं और वीडियोस भेज रहे हैं एक दूसरे को, उसमें डिस्कशन पॉइंटर्स हो रहे हैं. लाइक वाओ, दिस इज रियली, सो यूज दैट टू योर एडवांटेज. वी आल्सो क्रिएट you know kind of a portals which could be a one stop shop for everything, because people ना love input बहुत high होता है PSC sectors में. आप सब notes लिख रहे हो, आप सबको ये presentation चाहिए होगी, use that to your advantage, you know. Put it on a portal, और आजकल तो Microsoft page पे or even on a Google Forms, it's so simple to create a website. Trust me, it's so simple, you know. But do that, and people do love it, and you know, and that can be there forever. And imagine it gives an opportunity for people to come back and you know use that. So mobile and social, this is something that I wanted to tell you. I looked through a research, and no surprises. Amongst all other mediums, mobile, WhatsApp is the most powerful tool when it comes to learning and development. YouTube, another one, but WhatsApp is the most powerful. If you can use it to your advantage, nothing like it. So that's what I just wanted to let you know, because a lot of customers also talk to us to say कि हम ना वीडियो बना देते हैं. हाँ ठीक है. Look at the effort versus the outcome. WhatsApp आपका बना हुआ है, ग्रुप बना देना है, you can you know share a lot of things there. So even if you want to create a video, you should know that उतना effort डाल के there's only going to be 18% of an ROI. So do you want to really do it or not? Because one of the other things that I see, which is a typical PSC thing for a lot of us, we tend to put in a lot of effort. हमें लगता है कि no gain without pain. Trust me, the corporates, the private players don't think like that. They're very outcome oriented. So when I go there, they'll tell me what will give me the maximum ROI. In a PSU, they'll tell me what is the most complex thing to do, what is the best thing to do. ये बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस आपका सेक्टर मुझसे पूछता है, प्राइवेट वाला कभी नहीं पूछता बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस. वो हमेशा पूछता है सर आउटकम किससे सबसे अच्छा होगा. So don't get into things that are very complex to do but don't give you the impact. So I genuinely believe, and I've had conversations with my majority of you at times to say simplify it, keep it simple, क्योंकि इसको execute भी करना है. Don't complex it beyond a particular point. I just thought I'll share this kind of a research with you to say, I know a lot of you are thinking in your mind, the item जो सबसे नीचे है ना, those are the ones that you love the most. But see, those are the least impactful things, which is why we always say कि WhatsApp group बनाते हैं. Some, you know, you'll be surprised. One customer actually told me, "Oh, WhatsApp safe नहीं है, तो हम अपना एक बना लें." नहीं यार, ऐप नहीं बनाना, अपना कुछ नहीं करना. We are going to share learnings, not you know formulas for the next missile. So WhatsApp is fair enough. So just wanted to kind of you know highlight. And the last one which I wanted to talk about, this is the one that you know I think I heard a director finance talk about it. What are the right skills? And this has been a favorite for all L&D professionals for a long time. I think it's high time now to kind of, because अब तो देखो Coursera और LinkedIn ने और Upgrad and a lot of them उन्होंने वैसे ही उसको bite size कर दिया है. So let's not get into this debate कि bite size सही है या वो गलत. It is a reality now. Everybody is getting into the bite sized. I think high time for us that we look at, and I'm going to come back to this one. I think high time for us to look at learnings like this, to say that what am I doing, what are the topics that I'm doing, and how am I covering them? You know, how am I covering them? because you will be surprised that one topic might have to be covered in a couple of ways. So whenever we work with anyone, we ensure that the same topic gets covered multiple amount of times. Because as much as you think कि हम एक दिन में strategy पढ़ा देंगे, नहीं पढ़ा सकते आप। आपको strategy आज पढ़ानी पड़ेगी, 10 दिन बाद उसको याद करानी पड़ेगी, 15 दिन बाद फिर उसको याद दिलाना पड़ेगा. And every time you go to him or her, it should be in a different way, because getting everybody and sit in a classroom to hear strategy is boring. And nowadays they don't like boring. You know, I'm sure आप सबके घर पे OTT होगा ना. You decide which movie, which kind of a series to watch in the first 10 seconds. If they're not able to impress you in the 10 seconds, flip. That's happened. That's why Insta has got the most of the following, compared to Facebook or Twitter, because it's instant gratification, and first 10 seconds are important. So therefore, in that age, please look at learnings from a different size. This is actually some from our real customer that we've kind of culled out. So this is how we are looking at learnings of the right skills to be mapped up multiple amount of times in a gym. And therefore, because we are propagating that no one method, just classroom, just virtual, people have got so many options and choices right now that they're spoiled for choices. Even your cell phones have different covers, screens, everything is customized right now. And the future generations are going to have a higher amount of customization. So what we tend to do is that rather than doing programs, do learning journeys. Now what is the advantage of learning journeys? The advantage is that you can pack in a lot of elements into it. You could have a classroom, you could have a virtual, you could have an action learning project, you could have thought leader sessions, you could have micro courses, hybrid courses, you could have a lot of those elements. So that's what is working. And why is all of this being done? If you remember what I said when we go into that flight after the program, we dive down on our learning. So the retention power is very low. This is a research by Burson. So when you create a journey, what is that one thing that you need to keep in mind while, so there has to be a formal learning and there has to be an informal learning, because otherwise, if you don't do that, trust me, this dive down will always happen. You do whatever, this dive down will always happen. So therefore, create something formal, but don't forget to create something informal. And I believe personally that informal is much more powerful than the formal. Because formal, he will remember, they are the questions that people typically ask. Khana kya bana hai, break kab hoga? Sir, first break kab hoga, sir? Sir, lunch kitna lamba hoga? Informal is very, I feel at peace, nobody's judging me, nobody's going to come to me. So therefore, create a lot of informal. And what do I mean by informal? Something that's a YouTube video, something that's a self-assessment, something that's a case study sent to them, something that you can send on a WhatsApp, something that they have to do after they're gone back to the classrooms. Create a lot of informal, learning, because that's where actual learning will take shape. Lately, we have seen this one. See, one of the other challenges that is becoming in the modern age is mindfulness, because people sit in a classroom like this, and you've been a nice audience. आप लोग इतने ध्यान से देख रहे हो ना, I'm getting under pressure and nervous, because all of you are listening properly, taking notes, some of you are taking pictures as well. But if you get into a real classroom, trust me, these days the challenge is attention spans. Because the person is getting emails from his boss, is getting phone call from his wife and girlfriends, has to catch up and you are smiling on girlfriends, huh? So all of that is happening. So that attention span is something that you need to kind of get through. So therefore, I know, and I loved what Kamakshi ma'am said at the beginning. She said, 90s you take them out for outbound and seniors would laugh. Trust me, it is the same thing that you need to do now. So art-based classrooms, theatre-based classrooms are a reality. I was doing a program at a Gale, so we were trying to do unconscious bias theatre style. This is E8 level. And when we told them at the morning that you're going to be dancing, they said, sir, hum tea break ke baad वापस नहीं आएंगे. And trust me, in the end, we had to tell them, हो गया बस, अभी इतना ज़्यादा नहीं नाचना है. And you know what the reflections were, that they opened up to each other, they started to talk freely. For that one day, it's how do you set their mind to rest and say, get back into that learning mode. I have a 10-year-old that's at home. And I see that, he's receptive, he's sharp, he doesn't have a bias towards learning because of the learning mode mein. Now we, and as a director of finance has said that 3 decades of our work life, we need to go back to learning. These are some methods that help us to go back into that learning mindset. Otherwise पता क्या लगता है, अरे ये सब बेवकूफ है, इनके साथ मैं क्यों सीख रहा हूँ, थिएटर थोड़ी करूँगा मैं, I'm such a senior person, I'm such an involved person. What we recently did was a pottery class, and you know what? By the end of the day, I was shocked what those guys created. They had never touched, and I'm learning, trying to say this, clay, not mitti. They had never touched clay before in that classroom, but that was amazing. So try those some unconventional ways. It is it's a थोड़ा बहुत experimentation करना पड़ता है till you hit the right spot. Be open to experimentation. Be open to going wrong. It's all right. One session can go wrong. It's all right. So just be aware of those new things that are happening. I have talked about this. I'm not going to spend too much time. If every learning journey could have an ALP, I think that's something that really, because businesses love it. If you can get a tangible business outcome of that learning journey, trust me, the business is going to come back and say, I want to have more and more of it. So therefore, if you can push people to do a real-time action learning project, that will be a big, big one. Right? Last one, last 30 seconds that I'm taking. This has been my sincere belief. Something that does not get measured never gets done. I'll be very honest with you, my motivation to study was because I wanted to prove to my dad I'm equally intelligent. So the mark sheet was my day. In 365 days, he had his 364 days and I had my 1 day. So anything that does not get measured, trust me, people will not do. So I have not seen many organizations go to that level 4, but at least do level 1 and 2. Please, nothing should go without capturing their reaction and without capturing their, how much have they learned. This cannot go away. So, pre-post assessments can be done, mid-program checks can be done. You could create macro moments in between. You could also have, micro moments in between. So please capture that, because that's how it, all comes together. Some screenshots of how we capture pre and post. That's all that I had to share with each one of you. Thank you. I hope this was not a waste of anybody's time. If there are any questions, I'll be very happy to answer. Though I don't think so that you should have any questions, because we're all learned, arrived people. Over to you, sir. Over to you.
If you have any questions, you can ask them.
Sure, sir. Please. Please. Happy to answer. I'm sorry, sir. If you could speak a little bit louder. They're coming back with the mic.
So I'd like to know about the Shark Tank concept.
It will have an impact on my work life as well. Now, much more than that, why is it important to pick up a personal habit? It's a proof of the pudding to the person to say this method works. So for example, the example that I gave, these females had been struggling to lose weight for a long amount of time, and we know the reasons: normal life, food habits, blah blah blah. All that we did was to help them put into that kind of a regimen, and it proved they started to lose weight. So what, that's like a huge opener. Now what happens is, the moment they believe in you, that's the precise time you come in and say, I want you to now start doing, which is the real tiny habit for an office. So for any program where we introduce a tiny habit, at the back end we should know what is the behavior that we want to inculcate into them. So for example, in one of the organizations, we wanted them to collaborate, because the challenge is, and this is an oil company, my friends from HPCL can link to it. So this is an oil company by 2047 might not be only selling oil. So when it comes through a refining, so pet, there's a pet cam, there's a explosions, there's a lot of products that come in. Now trust me, a pet cam can partner with explosives to create a new product or something. The challenge is they're so siloed within the organization, they're not talking to each other. Now we you do whatever programs on collaboration, you write so many emails, they will not, because culturally nahi karte to nahi karte. They don't even like to see each other. So what we started to do was, first through a tiny habit, something personal that they loved. Immediately after that, everybody and majority of them, and critically the top bosses, were put on a habit change to say that now you will have to say do a thing with somebody else. Breaking the silos, getting them to know somebody else. So we said, okay, you will have to do this by involving 3 other people from 3 different functions. It's that habit of reaching out, not getting burnt in that process, not feeling bad when somebody does not respond back. So it's like creating those experiences for them. That's something. So it depends on what you're trying to achieve and what you want them to implement. And then we have a specific courses. And trust me, you don't need me also. Tiny Habits ka ek book aata hai. It's a very strong concept. And it's simply based on the fact that whatever you do 21 times, it will become muscle memory for you. The Tiny Habit coach just becomes your sounding board. So she has a lot of experiences. You will tell her that I tried to collaborate, but you know what? Those jokers didn't respond back. So she's trained enough to tell you, did you use this language? Did you use these words? Could you use some other method? So on and so forth. And that's how it is done. Well, that's a good question. Thank you so much for Gaurav asking. Anybody else who has a question? Yes, ma'am. Over there, sir.
सर अभी आपने बताया कि इनफॉर्मल हमारे लर्निंग्स भी होते हैं, देन व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप्स एंड फेसबुक्स आर कमिंग अप. पहले जो हमारे क्लासरूम ट्रेनिंग्स होते थे और जो अभी हमारे डिजिटल लर्निंग प्लेटफॉर्म्स आ गए हैं, अगर हम जैसे मैं कोल इंडिया में हूँ, अगर हमें अपना ईयरली ट्रेनिंग सेशंस हमने प्लान करना है, तो कितना लेवरेज हमको ये करना चाहिए कि ट्रेडिशनल क्लासरूम सेटिंग्स एंड डिजिटल लर्निंग प्लेटफॉर्म्स के लिए?
Thank you so much. You know, I was surprised none of you actually asked me this question. I was fearing this question would be asked. Are classrooms still a relevant ones? In 2013, तब से ना बहुत सारा क्वेश्चन था. When COVID was over, people thought कि अब classrooms तो होंगे नहीं. The fact is that classrooms are here to stay. Classrooms won't go away. Without a classroom, if you're thinking of learning, sorry, forget about it. Classrooms are here to stay. But yes, only classrooms cannot help. Now there is no fixed kind of a ratio, I could say 60-40, 70-30. There's no kind of a fixed kind of a ratio, but it all depends on your audience and the skills that you're trying to teach. For example, if you're trying to teach a business acumen or a strategy or things like those, they are very difficult to understand. They need a lot of deliberation, they need a lot of discussion, they need a lot of experience. So we do a lot of simulations as well, as part of our learning journeys, because experience करने से उनको समझ आता है. मैं किसी को ऐसे बोलूँ कि बैलेंस शीट पढ़नी आती है, बुरा मान जाएंगे. टिपिकली फिर हम उनको एक डालते हैं एक्टिविटी में कि चलो अब ये तुम अलग अलग टेबल्स पे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हो, सबके पास सेम बैलेंस शीट आ गई, अब बताओ क्या डिसीजन लोगे. अब वो कैसे भी जोड़ तोड़ के बेचारा पढ़ेगा. And then we start to talk about it. अच्छा क्या हुआ, नहीं हम बैलेंस शीट ठीक से नहीं पढ़ पाए. Okay, now let me teach you for the next 2 hours to do that. So depending on your level, depending on what you're trying to teach, depending on your audience. For example, I'll be very honest with you. Some of your sectors, oil and gas, they're retail sectors. Marketing is very high, So their mindset is very different. They're very fast to adapt. When I go to all of these, oil and gas sectors, the question is, what is that one thing nobody else has done? We want to do it. Now then I get into some of you who are very hardcore engineering. They'll be like, process kya hoga? Like, bhai, outcome bhi socho. And nothing wrong. I'm not, I'm just telling you the fun part of it. And then there will be sectors who will be like perpetual victims. कि हम तो सर पीछे रह गए, हमें क्या करना चाहिए? Depending on who you are talking and depending on what kind of an organization you are, you need to take a call. There could be pockets within your organization which are very different from, like for example, I feel when you talk to R&D people within an organization, they're way too different from what production or what sales people think through. So therefore, if you feel the group is a little bit tech savvy, if you feel the group is a little bit younger, if you feel that the group is pressed for time or is learning some of those initial or easier things, I would say put in more informal ways of learning. If you think the group is learning is a little bit older, is learning hardcore skills, which is or is not very tech savvy, then I would say put in a little bit more of formal learning. It's like who appreciates what. So that's how it is, how you have to. But make sure that you have a bouquet. If you go 100% formal, it's a sure shot recipe for a disaster. If you go only informal, it's again it has to be a mix. It's like a buffet. You don't know who's going to like what. So therefore, put everything there and let them choose and grab. And which is why every item should be covered in a couple of ways, because I don't know who's going to grab what. For example, I believe right now you're all listening to me. I don't know. Some of you might be visual learners. जब तक PowerPoint ना हो तब तक उसको समझता नहीं है. And some of you would learn in a very different way. So all I'm trying to do, and you would have seen my presentation again, I was covering the same way, same topic in a different way, because I don't know who's going to awaken at what point. I hope that answers the question, ma'am. Yes, sir. Sir, NTPC कहाँ सवाल पूछता है? आपको तो सब पता है. आप सर्वज्ञानी हैं आप लोग. बताइए सर.
I just want to know the effectiveness of asynchronous learning.
Yeah, that's a good question. So, sir wanted to ask a question on effectiveness of asynchronous learning. We have mastered the art of Kirkpatrick level 1, 2, 3, 4, which gives me an outcome of what we did. Is it, for example, God, you are NTPC. So we did, I'm just sharing with the larger group because this information is in a public domain. So 2 years back, we do something called as competency development programs at NTPC. These are hardcore competencies which NTPC identified and identified the kind of a group that needs to go through these competencies. Now, typical of SHRM and NTPC, so we both said we will do the feedback, which was level 1. We then said we will do an assessment of participants after 2 months, which is the learning. So we all were sent an assessment, they had to take it, and fairly good. Then SHRM went level 3. We said, okay, now after 3 months, we will capture from the learner partners to say, where have you applied it? Give us critical instances. We did a 90-degree, like a feedback from their managers. Do you see this person showcasing this behavior, so on and so forth. Now that also came out well. You know what NTPC did? They went on level 4. What they did was, they measured the PMS kind of a rating. And I told them, yeah, PMS rating, let's be very honest, hum sab, between these 4 walls of learning. See, PMS can be very subjective. Mera boss acha hai, kharab hai, ya kya bhi tha. So there has to be something else. So what we started to do, and they took a bold step, they started to measure business outcomes. We tagged it to the individual and did a level 4, Kirkpatrick level. And there's a report on it, and they've got a 31% ROI. And that's huge. 31% ROI is huge for any learning initiative that you do. So, coming to your answer, sir, so we can measure the outcome. Honestly, very few organizations have right now gone into the level to say which parts of my learning gave me what. But I can tell you very safely that the asynchronous ones actually make up for the gap that is, that 1/4 of the population saying that I can't apply. I think the asynchronous makes up for the application part of it. Because what the formal classroom will do is tell them the theory, tell them the concept, introduce them, make them think. It is those asynchronous, do an ALP, connect with somebody, do a Shark Tank, those are the ones that give them an idea to say, oh, this is what could have failed. Or I don't have a number for it, sir, but I hope you get the hang of it. So that's where they become important. Sir. Our friend from NLC.
Looking at how SHRM has been working with a lot of PSCs, and I am aware that you're also working with a lot of private sectors. Just wanted to touch upon, I did go through the 2024 PSC trends. Now that we're already in the verge of closing 2024, so what are the 2-3 trends that you see coming in 2025, since you're already working in that report, if I'm not wrong?
Sure. We are already, the work at the back end has already started. For sure, I can tell you 3 things that we see, and believe me, majority of you already know this, but 3 things that we are seeing happening within the PSC sectors. One is, I think, suddenly, and you would still, I'm sure some of you have already got it, but others might not have got it yet. Suddenly the motivation and engagement for PSCs is becoming important. The ministries are started to ask for it. I have been reached out by almost 10 organizations in the last 2.5 months to say, can you do engagement surveys for us? Never heard of that. करते थे, बहुत कम PSUs करते थे. Suddenly now that engagement score for a PSC is equally becoming important, because PSCs are now suddenly gone into the, it's a natural progression to say that now that our systems are in place, everything else, we also want to understand the human capital engagement. The second thing that I think is also becoming, is very common, is the succession, that's coming out to be a big challenge across. Because I for sure can tell you, because we work a lot with PSEB as well, a lot of organizations are struggling to find the next set of, so that's, if that has not, hit your agenda, please make sure that it hits, because it's a challenge for, real. The third thing is the digital adoption. I think that is something on the positive side that we see changing a lot, because 2 years back, I would go into a PSU and tell them, I'll give you an example. We went to this organization called IFCO. I don't know how many of you would have heard. It is a farmers, they sell urea and all of that stuff. So they had the senior group of people, 55 and plus age, and we said we will do a gaming exercise on an app. So they were very, kaise karenge, kaun karega? Till now, it has been 7 years, till now, nobody has been able to beat the IFCO score. Their utilization was 300%. At one point, my team came back to me, sir, we can't now think of any other gamified things, because these guys are consuming content like anything. And this was a group of 55 plus, people, senior people, agricultural background, dealing with farmers, but their adoption was so high. I think nowadays, I haven't heard of a PSU which comes to us and says ki mujhe digital nahi chahiye. Digital adoption is becoming a big thing. I think, and I'll very honestly tell you, compared to a lot of private companies, we have done more number of workshops on AI, generative AI in PSUs than, I keep on this debate within my office. Probably you guys want to understand it more, but whatever be the reason, I think the adoption is very high. I know we're pressed for time, there's been a lot of, but thank you so much each one of you. I hope this was a good use of your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashish ji, for coming here, and your session was very interacting, and people have lots of questions, so I hope you will solve their queries in the lunch. And now I request TD ma'am to present a small memento to Ashish ji for coming here and taking this interactive session. Ashish ji.
Just to add one more. One thing that probably you can learn from us, we did a program for our GMs just recently, a month back. We introduced a new element called rural immersion. And this was, we had taken them to a very remote village in Alwar district. And believe me, these were very high potential GMs who were going through this process. And we understood the social entrepreneurship. Especially what women have been doing, the backward district women who are fighting for a basic thing like water in that remote area in Rajasthan, and how they decided to get their demand fulfilled as a group. And that MP or MLA who had visited him now recognize us the minute they see this as a group. They're all in the same saree, same costume, and they come and make sure that their demands get fulfilled. And this has become a trend in the nearby villages. This is something, small little things one can learn a lot. So there are many, many new ways, and a lot of companies are now talking about how do you introduce an element of fun in learning. This is also an upcoming subject. People want to enjoy the learning process, not to make it sound too serious. So I'm sure you'll have more to learn. Thank you very much for a lovely session.
Thank you so much, and we are running short of time, and we will be having lunch break now. Lunch will be arranged in Habitat Hostel, and we will be meeting again at around 2:15. 2:20 we will be starting again, starting from NTPC. So let's have a lunch break and we will meet again.
What we are doing in NTPC, especially in L&D. So our vision and the core values are systematically planned to match our business objectives. So you can see here our vision statement and core values. We call it as I-commit. I-commit is our core values. All the things should properly match with our core values. Okay, some of the basic highlights of our company. We are the largest power generating company, more than 76 gigawatt of power. We have diversified in different areas also, not just power generation by thermal. We have diversified into consultancy, power trading, gas utilization, and coal mining also. Here, most of the people are from mining, so we are also venturing into that mining department. So we have already got 6 mining blocks, and we are developing. Till now, 10 billion metric tons of coal was excavated already. And our mission is to become 130 plus gigawatt company with a clear mix of 30% of non-fossil. Non-fossil means renewable energies, basically. Okay. And we contribute 24% of the power generation. Actually, our installed capacity contributes to only 17%, but our megawatt hour is 24%. Means we are producing more power than our installed capacity, in the sense, in the ratio wise. And we have 32 coal-based power plants, 11 gas-based power plants, 1 hydro, 1 wind power, and 29 solar power plants. And we have got 8 coal under our JV. We have got JVs and subsidiaries also. So typically we have got 10 JVs and 16 subsidiaries in different areas. And we normally follow this 3C plus 1S. That is culture building, competency building, commitment building, and system building. I think sir, normally with the support from SHRM, we have formulated some frameworks. And recently we have received a lot of awards, especially this ATD award. ATD we have got 3rd place in the world. So ATD is a prestigious award in L&D. Similarly, in Brandon Hall we have got 6 awards. We have got awards in L&D, we have got awards in HR, we have got awards in learning technologies. So in so many areas we have got awards. Similarly, ISDD awards, SHRM awards, Business World Award, ETHR Award. So we are receiving a lot of awards nowadays. And all that credit goes to L&D. Typically. And we have got three-tier structure of learning and development. I came from PMI, that is FX Training Center, and with us we have got 7 regional learning institutes. They are located at different regions. Our company is divided into different regions. For each region we have got regional learning center, and in each RLI we have got around 7-8 EDCs in each RLI. So typically we go with this structure so that we can basically control all the L&D related initiatives. And training need analysis. For training need analysis, we get feedback from individuals, we get feedback from our managers, means ROs, reporting officers, and we get feedback from executive directors, department heads, and we compile everything together and we make a training need analysis. And based on training need analysis, we formulate training programs. Okay. So typically, we follow this type of training ecosystem, and we have got typical regular planned interventions at each level. In each critical level, we have got typical training programs. There are 2-week training programs like the foundation course and the EMC, Enhancing Manager Competencies, and third one is AMP. Critical levels. Similarly, specific interventions for leadership building, Harvard Management, the HMM courses. This is asynchronous learning method, and young leaders, that is 10x program, and grooming senior leadership. Actually, we conduct training programs at IIMs and ISPs. So that is 6-day training program. So these are some combination of asynchronous and synchronous training programs. Similarly, onboarding. Initial 1 year, all people have to undergo executive training for 52 weeks. And for lateral inductees and for FTEs also, we conduct training programs. And in our training centers, typically we have got Wi-Fi campus and classrooms equipped with audio-visual equipments, video conferencing equipment, computer labs. Because it is the theme of today's workshop is digitalization. So in PMI and at all our training centers, we have incorporated digital initiatives. And on the left side, you can see some of the training programs, typically synchronous and asynchronous training programs and certification training programs, job rotation training programs. And these are some of the certification training programs. We conduct certification training programs in solar thermal, carbon capture, energy storage, offshore wind. So most of the things are niche technologies. So there also we are conducting training programs with the certificates. So for getting the certificate, they have to undergo pre-test and post-test, and they have to do some project also. After that only, it will be assessed and they will be given certificate. And in O&M areas, the quality related areas also, we conduct training programs. Welding inspector training programs, POW training program. So different type of training programs also we conduct in O&M areas. And in finance also, we are conducting training programs nowadays. Lot of training programs in finance for CFOs and things like that. And for job rotation, because nowadays actually manpower shortage, so we have to rotate people from one place to another, so that they can also then they can grow in the company. So for that we call this module as Samarth. So when the person is getting transferred, immediately he will be called to our institute and he will be provided at least 2 weeks of training. And for leadership development training program, we call it as the lead. This is for becoming GMs. So AGM to GM, that the role assignment. During that time, we will send all those people to IIMs for a 6-day training program. And similarly, once the person becomes business unit head, he will also has to undergo training program. That is called BUH, orientation training program. And 10X is typically for mid-level managers. We call that program as 10X program. And other programs are planned interventions like AMP, EMC foundation course. And CPV based, so the support from SHRM, we are conducting CPV based competency development programs. And Kshtiz, this is not this Kshtiz actually, we are conducting Kshtiz training program at Bangalore. So that is basically for the people who are bottom 10%. So for them, we are conducting this training program. So that, yeah, for bottom 10%. And if you see digitalization of L&D, e-learning programs. So nowadays we are developing a lot of e-learning modules in all our areas, typically core areas as well as HR, finance. So it is a continuous process. We have started almost 2 years back, I think. So the main advantage is people, when they are free, they can just access and they can do the courses. After completion of the courses, after taking the exam, they can get the certificate also online. So here in e-learning, we have got our own modules as well as we have tie-ups with other companies like General Physics, USA, and Future Skills, NASCOM. So those modules also we have mapped in our LMS, Learning Management System. So persons, depending on their requirement, they can simply go and search for their course, they can themselves can register and they can complete the course. Similarly, we have got simulators for our 210 megawatt, 500 megawatts, 660 megawatt, 800 megawatt thermal power plants. We have got simulators. So all the operators should definitely undergo this simulator training program. And this is the virtual reality and augmented reality, that is called immersive learning. So extensively we are using immersive technology in our training centers nowadays to train our operators in O&M areas. So till now we have developed more than 60 modules. And the hybrid learning and video conferencing, other things are, I think everybody are doing it. This is the photograph of some simulator training. So in immersive training, basically we have got 360-degree 3D technology, then comes virtual reality, then augmented reality, then mixed reality. So we are making modules in all that. We will see some of the videos if you are interested. and e-learning modules, and future skills. Actually, future skills platform. Future skills primary one platform is there developed by NASCOM. So there we'll get 10 emerging technologies related to IT, like AI/ML courses, data analytics, cyber security, AR/VR. Similarly, we'll get professional courses also, like for HR related training programs. And GPLN is basically for O&M employees. So which consists of safety related training programs and SOP related training programs. Safety and SOPs, SOPs. So the basic theory of SOPs means how to start the pump, why we have to start, things like that, steps. So why we are going for digitalization? Typically this immersive technology. The learning retention rates of typical lecture like this is very low, it's 5%. So if you couple with this reading material, then we can attain 10%. Then if you use audio visual, you can attain 20%. If you go for group discussion, you can attain 50%. But if you go for hands-on training, that is typically immersive technologies, then you can retain more than 75%. And if you teach using this immersive technology, using hands-on technologies, then you can retain more than 90%. So this is a research by National Training Laboratories, USA. So in this, doing that hands-on training, there we are concentrating nowadays more. So if you use that VR equipment, you feel like you are in some other different world. So in your front, you can see that plant, that equipment, everything. So whatever operations typically you will do in a power plant, those things can be practiced here. So this is how we have developed these modules. Okay. So till now we have procured 92 VR equipments, and we have distributed all VR equipments to our plants. In each plant, 2 equipment, and RLIs 6 equipments each. And we are training the faculty also, as I try the trainer training program in immersive technologies. And till now we have covered more than 10,000 operators using this technology. And here also the basic technology is 360-degree 3D. You might have seen 3D movies, lot of 3D movies. But here this is called 360-degree stereoscopy. So what it does is, in between, if any person has got any doubt, then we can stop it and then we can rotate the equipment, or we can zoom in, we can zoom out, and we can clarify their doubts easily. But that is not possible in normal 3D. Normal 3D, we can start or stop, we can pause it. But here, we can rotate it, we can show the intricate components. So that is the advantage of 360-degree 3D stereoscopy. And the next version is AR, and then VR, AR and VR combination. AR means actually, we can see both digital world as well as physical world. If you wear that heads-on display, you can see physical world also, as well as you will get some other extra information mapped on our towers or in our mobile. So that is AR. VR means completely disconnected from the physical world. And the combination of these two, along with computer support, along with some artificial intelligence techniques, that is mixed reality. So that's the future of all the power plant operations. Not only power plant, I think in all our operations, it will come in future. Video. So you can see now one small video of 360-degree 3D technology. Typical turbine. The faculty can rotate, or he can zoom in, zoom out. And this is typically like a classroom based. So people will be wearing 3D glasses, and they will be shown of all the VR equipments where we have provided. And these are some of the modules. Typically, some modules are just for understanding, and other modules are basically hands-on training. So we have developed 60 modules till now, and in different areas of power plant. And these are some of the photographs. These photographs are basically in virtual world. It's not actual photographs. So virtually how you will feel about the equipment. And one more video, please. So he is wearing the heads-on display and two controllers. Using the controllers, he will be emulating or simulating the actual operation which is going to take place in a power plant. So he is doing isolation in a thermal power station. So he will virtually move to. So these are some more modules which we are developing at present. And here you can see supervision of mines, CHB of O&M, drilling operation, blasting operation. So these modules also we are planning to develop in mining area. The last modules, if you see around 49 onwards. Okay. Similarly, we have developed modules in solar also. And augmented reality. In augmented reality, this technology is not very new. Actually, in war zones, people are using this technology. The person that pilot of aircrafts or that type of people during the war, they get extra information on their goggles. So by seeing that extra information, he can take the decision. So which plane he has to shoot and things like that. So if you focus on the equipment, we will get additional information about the equipment. That running status, that running parameters, as well as other design parameters also. So this is typically Siemens module. Initially safety related checks. So he has to check all the preconditions before the operation. So door got opened. And whatever we are seeing here is just video, but if you wear it, you can see both physical as well as superimposed image. Virtual image will be superimposed on the physical image. Procedure. So it gives the instructions also, audio instructions as well as physical video instructions. And the main benefits. If we have large number of participants, we can go for 360-degree 3D, that type of technology. But if you want to train individual operators, then you go for either VR or AR. And VR is typically in classroom, we have to set up the VR lab and we have to do the training. But AR, the training goes to the field. Means that person, he will be available in the field. We can give the instructions from different locations if he gets any doubt. Otherwise, he will automatically, he will do the operation from the commands which were provided by the AR technology. And similarly, video. So in this video, you can see the example of mixed reality. Actually, we are not getting the audio, but this operator has gone to the field and he got confused which wire he has to remove. So he is wearing the heads-on display. And whatever he is seeing is visible to his superior. That his superior is sitting in some other place. And he is guiding him which cable to be removed, how to fix the another cable. And he can do the annotation also. I mean, he can mark on the computer, same thing will be visible to him also. Okay, he has marked here, and the person who is wearing this heads-on display, he is able to see clearly. Okay. He is asking him to remove cable from that place and put it on the left side. And the other person can continuously monitor whether he is doing it correctly or not. Okay, so this is basically mixed reality. So mainly digital initiatives are mainly these things. In addition to that, we have got some Samanvay portal, KM portal, that is called the eGnan. We have developed our own KM portal, that is called the eGnan. And the government of India, they have launched Samanvay and iGot Mission Karma Yoga platforms. So there also we are developing our own modules and we are uploading for the benefit of all others. And they can be easily accessible for all. I think especially for PSUs, I'm not sure for private companies, I'm not sure. But for PSUs and government officials, all these courses are available. And features that we have already seen. GPI10 modules are basically for wide people. This is also basically e-learning modules. And Snehal, we have got counseling facility. So if anybody has got any issue, any psychological issue, he can call that toll-free number, and they will provide us counseling facilities. And one-to-one help, we are taking support from one-to-one help, one-to-one-help.com, and then they provide us continuous support. So through this, we have reduced number of suicides also. Sometimes some suicides do happen. And with this, I'm closing my presentation. So any query?
What is the duration and is it open for external parties?
At present, actually, our internal demand is so much high, so we are not providing this facility for external people.
On an average, what is the duration?
Duration is minimum 30 hours and above.
30 hours.
So otherwise, with less than 30 hours, we cannot give certificate.
Is it in blended mode or do they have to come to the classroom to complete?
Typically they are classroom, mostly it's classroom-based training programs.
So it's in the project sites?
On the projects as well as at our PMI.
PMI also. Okay.
Mainly certification programs we are conducting at PMI.
PMI. And it's for executives?
Yeah, for executives.
My next question would be about the VR modules that you spoke about, 60 modules that you've developed. Is it in-house developed or in collaboration or completely outsourced?
Actually, what we do is that that basic information, the SME support, everything we will provide, but that software part, how to map different things, how to generate a 3D image, that part we have outsourced. It's basically by tendering.
Okay, through the tendering process. And
whoever comes L1.
So normally the contract is for 1 year?
It's the number of minutes based or number of modules based.
Okay.
So generally 1 to 2 years, depending on the duration.
Then you also talked about GPI learning on safety and SOPs.
Yes.
These again are developed along with the...
No, GPI modules are not our modules.
Okay.
They are basically developed by General Physics USA.
Okay.
And,
Okay,
we are buying from them.
Then I'm curious to know as to what would be the budget provision that you have for all these AR, VR and mixed reality.
Normally every year we go for 3 crores.
3 crores.
3 crores normally every year. But budget in our company is not an issue actually. Whenever requirement comes, we will move an ocean to
Okay. And then how do you decide which are the areas in which you will be developing modules? Is it?
Yes, sir. We have got one department that is called Operational Services Department. So for all our LTPC, O&M related, so they oversee all the operations. So we take their support, which module is important, which activity is important. So we consult them and then depending on their feedback, we develop these modules.
And my last question is regarding Snehal, the counseling app or the online support that you provide.
Yes.
This again is outsourced or is it your in-house?
It's outsourced.
Completely outsourced. So Snehal is a third party app or services, mix of.
Yes, both. We only just provide the contact numbers and access. and other things. Actually, they give us actually their names, but it should not be known to others. So we keep them completely.
So that's a separate process through which you identify people who require support, or is it that it's open? Anyone can just call up and
It's
get
open.
it?
It's open. Even family members also it's open. We circulate to all the people, all the family, so that if anybody has got any issue, they can directly contact. And sometimes through HR also we get some requests, like some issue with that person or something. And then also we try.
So then how do you make the payments and all? What is the basis?
They give us number of minutes they have spent.
Again, the number of minutes is the basis. Thank you.
Any other? Yeah.
So do you have a faculty base with you, or you collaborate with the technical faculties available?
For some of the completely it's our internal faculty.
You have developed for all the areas you have.
For all the areas, because it's that everything operation, all operation we are doing. So we have got our experienced people as well as retired people also. Sometimes we engage.
So they are dedicated faculties.
They are
Dedicated. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thank you for the nice presentation. So my question is related to, do you working something on AI-based applications? Because the things which we have seen on the VR based, because there is some human intervention either from the superior end, supervisor end, or from the executor end. So do you use some AI-based applications where the system itself allows the executor to help that which wire has to cut or which wire has to be?
We are in the next year we are planning to introduce that portion also in VR specifically. But otherwise in our power plants, typically most of the power plants are completely run in autopilot, most of the plants. But in other processes, for maintenance processes, we are trying to incorporate AI.
Thank you.
Nice and wonderful presentation. My query is, since how long you people have introduced this AR VR, and have you assessed the outcome of these trainings?
Yeah. So we have started developing VR modules in 2021, by the end of 2021. And from that time onwards, we are developing the modules, VR and 360. So now this year, AR we are developing. And typically that the effectiveness we are trying to measure at the plant level. Initially we did a small pilot project in one of our projects that is called SIMAT. There we have tried that concept. We have introduced this module in specifically one area, and then we have got very good impact. So then we started implementing in all over our NTPC plant. So
you also narrated that such few kind of training is desired and required for the higher level management people. Is it so that few trainings are also compulsory at the middle and lower level management? And do you people link the trainings and the promotion?
Typically trainings in the sense like sir has morning explained like CDP training program. We have given some weightage for that. The competency development training programs. Similarly, some programs are mandatory. All these planned interventions are mandatory for training, for the promotions. Foundation course, EMC, AMP, lead program at IAMs, they are compulsory. If anybody misses that, then he will not be considered for a promotion.
Thank you, Zana. I have a question. Do you engage any external agency to conduct any training?
Sits there during first or second training programs. First time only somebody is coming. So depending on that, next time whether we have to call that person or not, that we will check. And then all the data will be included in our LMS system as well as in our SAP system. So all the feedback, everything will be available. So that next time if anybody wants any faculty for that typical topic, he will search the SAP. Then he will come to know his rating and how many people have delivered on that topic. So depending on that, we will select. So first time is a little bit tricky, but after that, depending on the feedback, then we select. And we engage a lot of external people also. Only for some other things like that, we go for internal faculty. Otherwise, in all other programs, we engage external faculties.
For conducting ADC, Assessment Development Center, do you have your own team or you are engaging someone?
We have outsourced team.
You are outsourcing. After that, you are conducting IDP and all. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. It was very good to meet you, sir. This is Kanaya Prasad from Adani Power. Actually, I'm interested in the AR/VR you were using for. I saw in the video regarding the electrical operations. So different plants will have different kind of scenario. So that equipment you are sharing and the module you are preparing, that will be effective for one plant and specific area only, or it will be used for multiple areas for switch gears are there. So many switch gears are in the plant. So that will be applicable common for all of them, or it will be preparing specific to one zone for one plant.
You are correct. Actually, they are mainly typically for specific equipment, specific made, and things like that. But generally, for the basic theory point of view, anybody can take that training. But if they want to go for actual operation in the field, so that time they have to check. But that's why what normally we do is, initially we mention this is the plant specific, this plant, this specific model, so that people can understand.
So that model is shared with that plant only, or you're sharing with all the sites?
Yeah, we are present. We are sharing with all
sites.
Yeah, all sites.
Okay, and
but
the
with
model itself you're mentioning that this is specific to this plant.
Yes, yes, with that disclaimer. With the disclaimer we are sharing, so that at least people will basically understand the physics behind it.
So only thing you're identifying the most critical process, repetitive, which are doing more chances of mistakes are there.
Yes.
Only those processes you're making
only critical areas and safety related areas. So at present we are doing that, and later on when we grow much further, then we have to see individual equipment based. Otherwise, it's very expensive. This technology is very expensive.
Yeah, actually, it is very expensive.
Very expensive.
Sir, thank you for your nice presentation. So, what is the feedback mechanism you are following, and what is the training pre and post assessment mechanism you are following, sir? So, you don't know.
And before the training program, we conduct a pre-test, and after the training program, that last day, we will again conduct a exam. And we take the difference between these two, pre and post test, and that is the training effectiveness. And feedback also, at the end of the session, we normally take the training program. So that's the normal feedback. And again, after 2 months, we will send this feedback to RO, it is a reporting officer, and we will ask him to rate after this training program whether any improvement in his technical competencies or managerial competencies, and then we will report it. And similarly, level 4 also, in some specific training programs, we are going for outcomes also. So that is the standard practice. Everything is mapped in our SAP.
But this is for even 1 day program, 2 day program. You are sending feedback RO for getting report from RO for every
after 2 months.
2 months. 2 months for even 1 day, 2 days program also you are sending.
Yes, yes. Automatically, system will throw a feedback form to RO automatically after 2 months.
Okay, sir. Another thing, sir, already you clarified that how you are getting feedback for the faculty and all. So, what is the range you are up to that range you are selecting the faculty again and again? Is there any scale in that?
Actually, feedback varies from 0 to 10.
10-point scale.
10-point scale. So, people who are getting above 9, normally we call them next time.
Okay, okay. Right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I see so many questions. I will keep it very brief. I just want to know about the Kshtiz initiative that you shared. How do you identify the target population, and what kind of inputs do you provide to those kind of participants?
Basically, that that Karuna, bottom 10%, people who are falling in the bottom 10%. So if continuously they are getting bottom 10%, maybe after 3 times or 5 times, we have to send them out. So before
based
that,
on CCR kind of things.
yeah. So we select those people and we provide them motivational training. So this is typically seriously funding that Bangalore. So we send them and then we'll see whether any improvement is there. So basically it is behavioral aspect. So people are capable, but behavioral aspect. So we provide the behavior related training program. And then next year we again will assess. So if he improves the scoring, then he will be there. Otherwise, then
Thank you, sir. One more thing, sir, about the LMS. What kind of LMS does NTPC have, whether it is on-prem or on cloud, whether it is in-house based on some open source platform like Moodle or it's some other platform?
LMS actually we have started 15 years back. That time we have developed on our own. So that only we are using at present. Similarly, this GPA, they have provided us their own LMS for free. So that also we are using. Now we have got new LMS. And in future we are going for SAP SuccessFactors LMS. But that's
on-prem or on cloud?
no, that is cloud-based. Only we are taking the license-based. That we are planning to do. But otherwise, our own internal LMS.
Thank you, sir.
Second last. Okay, congratulations again to you for the wonderful presentation. I just want to know, since you have a very structured job rotation policy, and you also have an L&D intervention to support your policy, job rotation policy, how has the experience been at NTPC? I'm sure you must be posting people from the line in your HR areas as well. So, like, how was your experience in that?
Yeah, yeah.
Is it beneficial? It has added some value to it, or
Yes, yes.
otherwise?
Initially, actually, before this summer, people used to complain a lot. So when we have introduced the summer, people are very happy. In fact, before getting their almost the day they receive the transfer order, immediately we call them for a training program. So, training program. So they are very happy, and whenever they join a new place of posting, they knew all the basic functions of that department. So they are very comfortable. Without much of issues, they join and they.
That's okay. But then my question was actually line to HR.
Line to
how
HR.
That, how has that experience been?
Line to HR, basically we directly don't place line to HR without any HR related qualifications. Like people might have done MBA, might have done some courses in HR. So we select that type of people, then we place them in HR. So at present actually we are getting all specialists everywhere. So if we require, then we are going for lateral scheme also. Otherwise FTE also we are taking. Otherwise, if we are placing our own people, then we are seeing their additional qualification. If they have gone to any MBA or any BTDM course, that type of course. So there were no issues.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, I wanted to ask about the Kshtiz program that you talked about. Why have you decided on the behavioral training only?
Actually, that bottom 10%, regularly some people are getting that. Mostly it is behavior related aspect.
Have you done any studies or anything regarding that? Or,
Typically, actually, other type of training program normally we contact him. So if he says, he or she, if he says that I want to learn about this typical program or technology, then that type of programs are already available. In spite of undergoing all the training programs, but still he is getting bottom 10%. That's basically motivational related aspect. So we send them for the
what sort of motivational programs? Can you name a few?
Actually, Pandit Ravi Shankar, he has got an institute at Bangalore. So he provides that training.
Have you measured the effectiveness of this program? Do they
Yes. After introducing this program, then people have improved their scores. Otherwise, normally 3 continuous years, if they get 1 to 10%, then they will be central.
Thank you so much.
And the organization.
Internal faculty, we conduct training programs. Somewhat less only, but nowadays actually.
A lot of outsourcing that you're doing in training.
Yeah.
So what happens to the in-house subject expert, content expert? How do you make sure the institutes where you're doing this outsourcing, they curate to your requirements?
Actually, during the curation of the training program, mainly the internal faculty comes in handy so that they can understand both external outsourced faculty as well as our internal
I'm
requirements.
just asking in the context of all public sectors because the number of HR, full-time HR people who are in the L&D wing is almost very negligible everywhere. So slowly this trend of outsourcing or partnering or collaboration with others has started. So in the long run, is it good? Are we neglecting our internal people because they bring in their rich experience, domain experts? So that's a little open question because I'm seeing that trend everywhere picking up. So NTPC was the one who really started IOC and NTPC on that big scale outsourcing. So we thought that there would be many companies who would like to understand the goodness or the badness part of it in the long run. It all sounds very good now. But then slowly the entire L&D will be taken over by all these IAMs and ISPs and all that. So what happens to the L&D? So it's an open question. I thought something to reflect on. Any particular answer if you want to give?
No, that is true. But actually, when specialists are available outside, it's better to take their support. But that training program objective is fixed. So depending on that objective, that internal coordinator or internal faculty, he will just check whether his objectives are being met or not. Because outsourced persons, if you provide one topic, they don't know exactly what is happening in the organization. So they will just come with the standard presentation and then they will leave it. So whether the objectives are being met or not, that we will in consultation with the faculty who sit together and the sessions we will motivate. And then in that way, the internal faculty plays a crucial.
Thank you very much, Ananti. Let's have a big round of applause for presentation and deliberation was very insightful and lots of questions among the audience. So thank you very much and thank you very much for coming and giving such insights. Now I request ma'am to giving a small.
I never thought that after lunch people will be so attentive.
Next, I invite SAIL and I request all the delegates of SAIL to.
Good evening, everyone. I guess it is evening now. Very good evening to all present here. And I'm Niharika, working as Manager HR L&D at the MTI SAIL, Management Training Institute, SAIL.
Okay. Namaskar sabhi ko. I am Sabyasachi Datta. Currently, I'm working as GMHR. I look after contract labor management and L&D, 2 areas, at SAIL's most modern plant at Burnpur, East Coast Steel Plant.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Annapurna Behera, Senior Manager HR L&D from SAIL Ramkla Steel Plant.
नमस्कार सभी को, मेरा नाम है एस के शुक्ला, वर्किंग एज डेप्यूटी मैनेजर एचआर एल&डी राउरकेला स्टील प्लांट.
Namaskar and a very good afternoon, everyone. I am Gaurav Kumar Singh, Manager HR L&D, SAIL ISP1.
A very good afternoon, everyone. I am Chandranath Kumar, Senior Manager HR L&D, currently working as faculty cum facilitator at Corporate Training Center Management Training Institute located in Ranchi itself.
Namaskar, good afternoon. I am Daisy Mala Hebram, General Manager Academics Management Training Institute, Ranchi. So as Chandranath said, it is the Corporate Training Center of Steel Authority. I now hand it over to Chandranath. He will be making the presentation on behalf of all of us.
Thank you, ma'am. So, I am in kind of, tight spot seeing so many questions coming out of. Thank you, Team NTPC, for taking the first bullets. So, I think it will be a little easier for me to present. If it's all right, can I use the podium?
Yes, sure. Podium.
Still, Steel Authority of India Limited is CPSC Maharatna, and we are one of the largest steel producers in India. Given the participation, the variety of, I can see the organizations here, I find myself very privileged to be standing and representing such a huge organization. I can see so many partners sitting in this audience, which I will be sharing here as a journey, and you can find yourself also as part of that journey that SAIL is going to present here. So welcome once again on new approaches and digital innovations in L&D when we are talking about the Steel Authority of India Limited. So I will be talking about current structure of L&D in our organization. I would be also talking about the landscape of interventions that is going on since generations in our organizations, and Madam Dr. Kamakshi Raman, she has been one of the stalwarts before, taking the baton here. She was driving that at our organization. Then we will be talking about some of the new approaches that we have explored in recent times, and how digital is playing a key role in expanding the magnitude or expanding the reach of those interventions that we have been taking. So almost similar structure. We have a MTI, that is Management Training Institute, which is the Apex L&D Center located in Ranchi, although our headquarters is in New Delhi. And we have various L&D centers which are in different plants and units. So we have 5 integrated steel plants. We have 3 special units. In addition to that, we have more services units. We have a central marketing organization, Pan India. So each of them are having dedicated L&D centers headed by head of training, we call them. As you can see, each L&D center is headed by head of training, which is functionally also reporting to the head of MTI. So it's a kind of dual reporting that we have. On the front line at the shop floor level, we have a team of brigade of training engineers and coordinators who are kind of grassroots extended family of SAIL L&D. And then we have so many SMEs, domain experts, internal trainers who are from the shop floors or functional experts, which are full of those whom we can invite for different kinds of training. Giving a brief about MTI, established in 1962, it's basically has been focusing on the interventions for senior management, but of late when the L&D landscape is changing, so is our drives have been changing, and we have slowly brought in fold the executives fraternity within the fold of our interventions. We are integrating L&D functions across the SAIL, and we also take care of the induction program that we onboard new management trainees into our organizations. In our plant L&D centers, we have a very robust infrastructure in place, for supporting the technical trainings. For young managers, we also conduct managerial trainings up to grade of executives of E5 at our plant center itself. So most of them are conducted at the shop floor, but we do have infrastructure like hydraulic labs, electrical labs, PLC laboratories within our L&D setup at our different plants and units. Pardon me for this, I think layout changing, but let me explain you on the left side of the slide. What you are seeing is how the support mechanism
for our systematic approach to training works. On the right side is obviously familiar to all of you, how we do the training need identification and how we decide upon which training programs to be conducted and how it is conducted. But we have a very robust setup to support the entire SAT approach. Very recently we have formed HR Council, which is having the members of eminent personalities beyond the organizations, both industry as well as academia, which is providing the inputs for setting the course of L&D in our organizations over the next few years. We have a topmost, that is training advisory body, which is headed by the chairman himself, along with all the functional directors, which sets the agenda and the direction for the L&D in SAIL. We have training advisory committee, that is we call TAC, which is at all plants and units level, which is headed by the respective director in charges, and all the functional directors are part of that, wherein plant specific training needs are discussed and which are provided as an input for conducting various L&D interventions. Then we have various networks for technical and managerial identification of trainings. And then we have at the department level HODs, wherein L&D plant centers are interfaced with the HOD, who are in continuous discussion to identify the training needs. So all these are coming as as an input for organizational lead. Then we have operational and functional lead, and then the individual lead which flows from our EPMS. So all these are taken together, assessed, and then a training calendar is formulated and is put in the motion. This is the kind of established intervention that our organization conducts. As you can see, mandatory trainings, as I'm sure most of the organization does this. It's based on career progression. So at a certain level of services, certain mandatory training has to be completed. We have 3 such trainings at the level of E5 grades, E6 and E7 grades. Then we have competency-based programs. SAIL has its own competency framework spread across 8 competencies divided into different leadership domains, and based on various kind of inputs also from ADC, we have participants who are given competency-based training programs throughout the year. We conduct leadership development programs. We have technical trainings, but most of them are with the help of the OEMs and technology leaders. We take up various kind of skilling, reskilling and multi-skilling as per organizational need. Unit tracking, training, and then critical equipment training, and the training of the trainers. So we have been creating the pool of trainers within our organization. So for that we conduct this TOTO program, wherein we train them first as a trainer before sending them out as a faculty in front of the audience. And then of course the most important point is at the last you are seeing the LEOs, the PIWs and the PEPs, which are building very bedrock of our organizational performance, wherein we understand or learn the best practices from each other. We conduct the performance improvement workshops, and then we conduct the PEPs. So those kind of things are being done at the plant level and centrally also at our corporate training centers. So these are the established interventions. So the next question comes: what is the need to innovate and then bring in so many digital innovations, new approaches? So I'm sure these are customary slides. You all are aware so many things are happening. So when we are trying to create a future-ready organization, the bedrock is the future-ready HR. And when HR comes, they always look towards L&D. So how can we do? So it's not about training; it's about setting the culture in the organization also. So that's how our organization has been gearing up, and L&D has also been over last couple of years, or I would say last 5 years, we have been taking out so many new programs, conducting it, and digital has been one of our major chunk of that. So let me quickly say you what has been our vision for new programs. We have been trying to bring in more rigor into our interventions, the programs that we conduct. We are focusing on conducting the relevant program which are of relevance and appealing. It should not be like that we are feeding to the people who are not hungry. So it's not like that. So we are trying to bring that relevance component into our interventions. And the reach is very important, wherein you will be seeing that digital has been a very impactful factor for us because we are bringing focusing on enhancing our reach also, and the integration is for our programs should be directed towards our organizational need. It should not be going in different directions than what our organization needs. So this has been the focus for all our new approaches. When we are talking about new L&D approaches that we have taken, so we have slowly migrated from one-off interventions towards learning-based, journey-based programs. So where the interventions are divided across a period of time instead of maybe a few days or a week, it's divided over a period of few months, which has different kind of inputs. We are trying to create a culture of coaching in the organization, then the digital outreach. We are collaborating with the reputed organizations like IIMs, IITs. We are working on enhancing the experiential learning, enriching the experiential learning of the participants. We are also bringing in focus on the contemporary leadership skills. So when we are talking about having difficult conversations with your subordinate, when you are talking about having your executive presence, so those kind of certain contemporary issues which are coming in front as a challenge for different leaders. So we are targeting that skills as well as a training intervention, and then we are trying our hands with the reverse mentoring concept, because when we are talking about digital transformation and when you are talking about digitalization, so young people in any organizations are actually go-to persons, and we are trying to bring reverse mentoring also into the application in our organization. When I'm talking about learning journey, let me give you a brief insight. We have partners here. We have done this for women leaders. We titled it Anya. We have done this for young leaders. We have titled it Tarang. Then we are trying to develop senior people as a coach who would be providing support within the organization. So we are trying to create that culture of coaching in the organization as well. When we are talking about collaboration, so we are doing MOUs with the IIMs for providing various specialized trainings. That again is we have started from this year itself, and we are trying to link it with the level of or the years of services that has been completed, or when they take up the higher roles. We have established the HR Council, again eminent professionals we have brought, would be setting the path for L&D, especially in sale, what should be our focus area, what kind of interventions should be done. We have actually contributed to IGOT, as NTPC was also saying. It's a mission Karmi Yogi, especially for government employees. We have given our in-house modules, designed, customized it for IGOT and contributed. When we are talking about employee engagement, very recently SAIL has got certified as a great place to work, and we are taking L&D is also taking a lot many initiatives to sustain this certification. Employee engagement has also been done at a record level in our organization, when we have very recently conducted a SAIL vision exercise. So SAIL has a vision currently, which is around a decade old, and we are trying to rework in order to suit the changing dynamics of business. So accordingly that we have done, and we have involved more than 40,000 employees into submitting their ideas about what should be the vision of the SAIL. So that is again one of the employee engagement initiative that we have done. When we are talking about enriching experiential learning, the technology has been a hallmark of that. When we have started bringing in AR, VR technologies into creating an immersive learning, we have set up multiple labs across our plants and units. We have very recently commissioned VR-based UT crane operation. We have VR-based welding facilities at Rourkela, and previous one at the Burnpur. Then we have proof of concept of these technology at our Management Training Institute in Ranchi itself, that we have set up with IIT Madras collaboration. Then we are trying to create new outbound facilities. As you can see, we have developed one near Mandira Dam in Rourkela itself. We conduct again outbound leadership programs, again partners sitting in this room. We send out lot many batches at different levels, so it's again aimed at all executives at all different levels. We are bringing in more business simulations, so that is kind of running company as a team, as an individual, and see what kind of decisions you take and how it impacts your company's performance. So we are bringing business simulations also into our L&D interventions. So that is like, we are trying to enhance the experiential learning. When we are talking about employee engagement, so it's a kind of big push from the top management itself that our employee engagement has to be a routine exercise, and it is well laid out as a part of system and being conducted at all plants and units under different names as per the target audience. We are also looking at bridging the gap between the executives and the employees as in non-executives by bringing in the top performing or the high potential non-executives who can be who are working very close with the line manager. So we are also bringing them in the fold of L&D intervention. So leadership skills, working in teams, so that has been there. And then one RPAR interventions which NTPC has also shared when they are focusing on bottom 10%, we are focusing on such similar employees profile who with a slight bit of nudge can be brought into the mainstream of organizational performance. So that has been also one of the new approaches that we have done. Other initiatives, these are the competitions that has been again generating enthusiasm and learning as a backdoor outcome of that. We have established CTIM, we call it Chairman's Trophy for Young Managers, where not only that's a competition, but when winners comes out, they are the resource person for us for creating that cascading effect. So any pertinent topic that becomes the topic for that competition, the winners become the resource person who develops the training modules that goes across the sale for consumption by all. So that's a fantastic cascading effect that we are trying to bring into our culture. We have been trying to give quizzes across the organizations who have won different quizzes also at the national level. So we have such somebody based on the target audience, whether those are female employees, non-executives, open to all. And then we have beyond organizations that we have we conduct in association with NHRD. Uran is such quiz wherein corporates beyond our company also participate. We have quality circles, and very recently we have created safety circles also in the organization. So they take up the projects for workplace improvement, and specifically since safety still is a hazardous in the industry, I'm sure you all know that. So safety circle has been created targeting specifically for that we want to create bloodless steel. So that has been a focus for our organization in recent times. We are also celebrating Gyanotsav as a part of celebrating learning and development in the organization. So wherein we are identifying the top learners from different plants and units, and we are also inviting them at our corporate center. We felicitate them, we recognize their commitment for self-development, and we also felicitate them. So that has been like creating a culture for appreciation of learning. So we are not only inviting the learners, we are also inviting the line managers, the HODs. So we are trying to bring all stakeholders on common platform, so that learning is not only the agenda or the priority of L&D, it's a priority of everyone. So that has been the intent behind that. When we are talking about digital innovations, we are trying to, obviously technologies come at the front. I'm sure when we talk about digital innovations, most of us must be thinking it must be about the technology, but it's beyond that. So how you are using digital tools for enhancing your reach is has been our also thrust area. So we are conducting various maturity assessments which are designed in-house, conducted through our in-house LMS portal. We open such quizzes for all our employees. This is like a kind of MCQs, and we assess based on that like what is the understanding of our organization in terms of technology, in terms of commercial, in terms of safety, in terms of sustainability, and based on that we take out the needs also, and accordingly we design certain programs if needed to supplement those kind of things. Digital outreach has been, we are using digital platform to focus on various transversal skills, and also this has been support, I would say, when we are talking about phygital intervention, physical plus digital. So when we are not doing just physical intervention, we are supporting it with our digital outreach as well. So you can see the Antardrishti is focusing, like, we invite the thought leaders from industry who come on board, and the target audience are just senior people at the level of E8 and E9. So that's a monthly digital outreach program we conduct. Anveshan is like, it's a reverse mentoring interactions wherein again senior and young people come and talk about one of the emerging technologies. Abhigyan Sampark is like, community of practices which is focusing on technical forums. That again is a support digital outreach intervention. Abhyuday, we are conducting this for, kind of peer learning for HMM module. So we have HMM learners in our organizations who come as a faculty for these kind of digital programs and share their learning. So it's a kind of, refueling to your peer participants. So what I have learned, I share with everyone. R1 is again a Future Skills Prime, so NTPC has already shared Future Skills Prime is a NASSCOM, and MIT's joint initiative, which is giving online courses in emerging technology. SAIL has also partnered, and R1 is in support, digital outreach intervention to, expand the reach of Future Skills Prime. So we are bringing on 100% of our employees on this platform and encouraging them to consume as many courses as possible, so that baseline understanding about emerging technology is there. So that is there. Abhyuday Samutkars is again, it's a development journey for online ADCs that is being conducted. And SOCH is again the specific organizational awareness cohort learning, cohort hours. So these all are our digital outreach, which is conducted periodically and at a fixed interval, so that it's become a part of culture in our organization. We are also trying to, we have actually established this ecosystem for digital learning when we are conducting so many digital outreach interventions. So we have our dedicated, YouTube channel for learning itself. So its learning has gone beyond, as Sram was also saying, it's not limited to a classroom intervention. Now the learning happens within few seconds also. So we are trying to come up with the sorts, of 30 seconds, 1 minute, 15 minutes. So depending upon my urge to learn, I can, consume those courses. So YouTube has been playing a very good resource for that in our organization. eAbhigyan is our in-house learning management system based on Moodle. Again, a resource person, both, specifically targeting asynchronous learning. We conduct most of the programs. It also is a kind of resource platform. All contents are available here. Participants can consume it with the certain courses, or they can consume it on their own time as well. Future Skills Prime is again, we are partnered for training in emerging technologies. LinkedIn Learning, our management, so those have been, we are trying to supplement it with the ecosystem for the need of the organization. So anybody feeling need of any particular content, they can go on these platforms and consume this. Beyond these, we have established a SAIL Pathshala scheme, wherein we are reimbursing our own employees if beyond these platforms they have identified certain trainings which they feel would help them in their professional development. They can very well do those courses, pay there, and get it reimbursed from the company. So we are creating that kind of culture. They can learn anything, anywhere, anytime, based on company's expenses. So that is kind of things that we are doing. So the intent has been to consolidate what we have been doing and try out the new things. So the mantra for our these new approaches is step up the things that we have been doing, and step out is the things that we are looking to try out the new things that are coming our way. So that is all from my side. Thank you very much. So if you have any questions.
So you talked about reverse mentoring. So this is a new concept I've heard. Basically in PSUs, I think seniors are not so open to learn from their juniors. It is basically a human intent, human psychology, that we do not accept our weaknesses or our incompetencies. So how you are doing that, and what is the impact you have seen? Is it going good, or it needs?
Right. Thank you, ma'am. So reverse mentoring is not new, but yes, of course, for public sector it is new. The concept came in 1990s. I'm sure all of you are aware. General Electric GE was the first organization who came up when internet came. So that time they thought to bridge this gap. So just like that, SAIL is also trying to do that. Of course, it's challenging for senior people to accept that I don't know about AI and then coming forward and asking it. So we are not trying to keep it formal. We are keeping it informal. Young people approaching the senior people, and we are trying to create that informal group of some senior people along with one younger generation. So this initiative has been part of our approach for last couple of years. The journey has not been easy because I would not come out and say that it has been flying with good output, but yes, it has been a starter, a slow starter, but we are trying to support it with monthly knowledge bite session that I was sharing with you. The Anveshan is again digital outreach intervention. We are conducting monthly knowledge bite session wherein we invite mentors and mentees together on same platform, and then we ignite them with certain thoughts. So maybe we talk about ChatGPT, and then we show them the potential of ChatGPT, and we request the mentees that please call your mentors and ask them about how to leverage ChatGPT further. In addition to that, we are conducting capability development program for mentors. So we are inviting them in MTI as well as our plant centers. We are giving them certain skills that when you are approaching senior people, how to approach, what should be your communication strategy, what should be your preparative work that you should do, what kind of follow-ups you need to do, so those kind of things. So we are trying to create that environment where it should sustain in our organization. So initial years we are going through, and it's I would say it's not that discouraging, but I think going forward we are looking to create some more partners bringing into this domain so that this picks up more in our organization. Okay.
Presentation. In your presentation you have mentioned about rewarding best learners. So your organization do it annually or annually?
Yes.
So
yeah, please.
What is the process of this? I mean, how do you select who are the best learners?
Okay. So, ma'am, would you like to answer? Okay. So, okay. So, as I said, we celebrate Gyanotsav every year. Last year was, we started from last year itself. So various digital outreach intervention that we conduct, like you saw HMM Abhyuday was there, Future Skills Prime is there, LinkedIn Learning is there. So these kind of interventions are having the learning parameters based on which you can identify. So LinkedIn, how many hours of learning an individual has spent. So it's quite easy from there to identify the top 3 learners from there. So based on that, we identify over a period, and then we invite them, and then we felicitate them, sharing their success story, along with that how they have applied those learnings, along with that, and then that is how we do it. Yes.
More of information to it. We are not looking at the standard programs and the learners from those standard programs, but special interventions that are being carried out. For example, shared about LinkedIn Learning, we are looking at LinkedIn Learning in terms of number of hours spent, the fastest learners, and those kind of things. But in case of HMM, we are not looking at people who have completed fastest number of modules. We are looking at whether you are able to cascade your learning down below. So if I have done the HMM modules, I am supposed to also take it down below or go through the cohort learning sessions that we conduct. So if you have conducted cohort learning sessions, if you have done n number of modules, then you are considered a learner. So that would be different criteria for different programs that we are identifying. Apart from the learners, we also felicitate the training engineers. Now those training engineers are identified by the plant HRDs. So that is another very important set of stakeholders for us. Because unfortunately we don't recognize their contribution, it will be very difficult for us to carry out learning interventions at the shop floor, because they are the ones who are the connect there. We also are looking at felicitating top L&D centers at the plant. So that is also what we are going to
do in a more structured manner in future, because we have got, as you know, 5 integrated steel plants and special steel plants. So those are different culture altogether in themselves. So you can't say that SAIL has one culture and we follow everything in the same fashion. You will find everything different in each plant. So we want to leverage that also. You want to add something?
Thanks, Chandna, for actually communicating that what we have been doing across SAIL. So we are here only 2 units you can see from SAIL, one from RSP and one from ISP. So that is, I think, the best example of rewarding the learners. So there was a Gyanotsav, SAIL L&D workshop. We had all the SAIL units, CMO and other units also coming and presenting the best practices. And we got the opportunity to be here and learn from the best practices from all of you as a winner team. So that is one of the recognition. Yeah. And Rourkela team was the runners-up, and at the same time, not only that, like we also had other initiative like by corporate, like SAIL Corporate, which is SAIL HR Conclave. That also, I think, very well supported by Shrum team, all the structure. So there also like internal intra-HR learning and community happened. So again, we won on the basis of presentation. So when we heard the name of presentation, we thought that here also there will be some like jury members and we have to present again, there is some reward. I think, but I would really like to thank IACM for actually putting it together and conceiving something like this, where all the, like we have been thinking about it, hearing about that, all the PACs and even all the private peers also come together under one like roof and learn from the best practices question. So kudos to the guys, kudos to the team, like who obviously make it happen, the coordinator and obviously the ED ma'am standing by it. And we all are like kind of, you can see this is the what we are trying to do at L&D level, are trying to learn from each other and rewarding the top learners, including who are those who are performing it. So just to add to one initiative, like Chandna mainly focused upon like our employees intervention. One new intervention which we have started because now in all the public sector enterprises, if you see, majority of our workforce is outsourced workers. Okay, so focusing on their upskilling, their skill development is as important. Apart from few government mandate initiatives like RPL, recognition of prior learning, we have also like recently started VR-based UT crane simulator and other welding simulators also started up. So there all our contract workers and outsourced workers, they are also being like taken for that experience, and we are also conducting assessment and certification for them. Basis on the performance, that how much they are scoring, they are giving like pass, you're good to perform at a certain level. So the digitalization and all this immersive learning has not been restricted to our full-time employees, but it is also being extended to our outsourced workforce, because when it's a matter of learning, we don't differentiate. Yeah. Yeah, please.
I'll just add one more small thing. Chandranath also mentioned about learning from each other and performance improvement PIW workshops. So and PEPs also. So learning from each other workshops are where all the industry peers come in. So Tata Steel is a regular partner. They come for our Leo workshops on specific technical issues that we want to discuss upon. JSW also comes in our workshops. So that is kind of very unique platform that we have, wherein we get to learn from our peers also. And thanks to the entire steel industry setup, it's not about competition, it is about growing together. So I thought I'll just add that you all can really leverage that at your own setup that you have to collaborate with your, not competitors, but collaborators. Yeah. You had a question.
I'm just waiting from CMPDL, Cool India Limited. I have a small question, as you mentioned about RPL and all, that you are doing it for the contractual workers. The similar problem is every PSUs now, because we are all dependent on the contractual workers. Somehow we are going for the outsourcing of all kind of jobs, except some supervisory and some statutory kind of work we are doing it. But how you are ensuring that these people, after getting training from you, they are not going out, and how you are checking the attrition rate, if there is any? Is there any attrition in your organization? Because we are suffering around 12% of attrition in our executive cadre.
You were asking about RPL.
Yeah, there are two questions. One is for contractual labor and one for the attrition of our own employees. Because the newbies who are coming, they are looking harder for so many organizations. Like some people are coming from other organizations to our organizations, from our organization they are joining some other. So they are using our organizations as a launching pad. So how you are checking? This is a problem with the lower management, the newbies who are coming in.
So within this 4 months, if I can share with you, we started RPL with training of our lower segment of our employees. Now we've moved on to accommodating the contractual workforce, but we have taken a different mode altogether. What we do is we are going through the CSR. So as you know, we cannot directly engage with the contractual workforce, even if it is about RPL, certifications. So we started off with the Bhilai Steel Plant. I think ISCO Steel Plant is also into it. And through the CSR process, we train the contractual workforce for those RPL modules. The thing is that attrition so far we have not checked, but it's almost negligible. Or you can say it's not there to that extent. So it's been good so far. No, so they are not taken as part of the contractors only, as part of the periphery, because the people who are employed are mostly for the periphery only. Yeah.
You are doing it RPL for your CSR, but as per CSR rules, if you are doing RPL for your own organization, you are taking manpower.
So we are not saying we are doing for our own organization, no. When we are doing it through CSR, obviously it is for your periphery that you are doing. So that's how it is. Right? And then it is being, those people are in a way also being utilized at our end. I think it's also a format that Tata Steel has when it comes to engaging with contractual workforce and giving certification. I'm sure they will also share about it. So we have tried to blend both of it and find a midway to it. Thank you.
I have one quick question. You spoke about something about non-executive top performing. Can you just elaborate on that? What is exactly, what do you do with the top performers?
So, we conduct program for top performers among the non-executives, which I believe. We conduct it quarterly, but it's mostly, identifying those executives who are, willing to take expanded responsibility. So they are working as their line managers, maybe shift in charges also at certain, occasions, and they have shown, positivity towards any assignments they have been given. Other than obviously, being regular, getting certain credit points and all those things are there at below certain age groups also. So those are certain selective criteria we use. And we invite nominations from the plants and units, which comes through their HODs. So, HODs identify those high performers and then they send them to, our Management Training Institute, wherein we conduct their 2.5 or 3 days of the programs.
Thank you. Is it in any ways linked with the reward system or promotion?
No, it's not linked with the promotion as such, but inviting them to such prestigious institute and then giving them training is a kind of seen as a reward mechanism. But there is no as such linked with promotions or any kind of thing.
My question is regarding RPL. Madam clarified that regarding RPL expenditure. But now, this year government has given some direction that the existing workforce to be certified immediately. Those who are not having a valid certificate. So there are two things. One is proposed and another is existing. So proposed, we are going to introduce the class in the contract itself. They have to engage only the certified workforce. Whereas the existing contract laborers, we need to make them certified within 2 months or 3 months. So how you are manage the expenditure? So it is not included in the previous contracts. So now we are going to give a training for the people. It involves expenditure. So how you are managing the expenditure, madam? You told that it is being spent by CSR. Is it okay? Because CSR fund is not for that these people training. It's only for the people who are not at all connected with the company. Company. So they directly or indirectly there should not be any benefit for the organization. So if you are giving this money to the people, it is again the benefit for the corporation. How it will be?
Sir, I can give you the details separately because it's a with ISC, there is a contract that we have at the plant level and we operate it. It's an MOU that we have with ISC.
Indian Iron Sector Steel Council.
Indian Iron and Steel Sector Council. That is the one that provides us the RPL certifications. So at the plant level, there is a MOU that is being done with them, and then through that we operate.
Okay, we are also providing RPL training for our contract laborers by engaging sectors, respective sectors. The thing is, how we are going to give the training for the existing workforce, existing contractual workforce, because it is not foreseen when you are when the floating tender. So that is the clarification I wanted.
One part is through this.
So for proposing contractors, we are including the contract itself. But existing.
It's not part of the contract.
It's a government guideline system.
Okay. For the existing, see, in sale plants, typically we will be having contractual workforce to the tune of maybe 10,000, 15,000 in each plant. Okay. So what we are now thinking of is we are opening a CCDC. Tata Steel, JSW, they already have. You have JNTBTI. We have recently visited JNTBTI at Jamshedpur as well. So we are opening our capacity and capability development centers, whereby the existing contractual manpower, actually there are going to be two components in that. One is going to be the upskilling and certification, validation, certification of the existing contractual workforce. And the other component, this would be for a typical period of say 5 to 7 days course. And the other component would involve training of local unemployed educated youth. For them, the course structure would be 5 to 6 months. Okay, so we are targeting two components of the workforce through our CCDCs. So those centers are typically financed entirely by the company. Okay, for training modules like safety, we have our MOUs with other organizations. Like in my plant, there is an organization called Ask EHS which is working, and we are training all our contractual workers at our own cost. Okay, so they are called to our L&D centers, and every day, like excluding the weekly off days, all 6 days in a week, we have separate classrooms earmarked for training of contractual workforce. So the entire cost which is involved is being borne by the company in those cases also. Thank you, sir.
One interesting observation is all the thing of journey. So that's something which each of us in our own way, that makes sense. All the measurement, impact analysis, ROI, all this gets answered if you look at it as not an event, but a journey, and keep in touch with them, their bosses, their peers. So I think to the extent possible, use virtual, physical, all modes. But that connection has to be there with our executives or employees.
People are putting e-notes that I want to be sponsored for this particular day.
That should be the hunger that they should create for training.
So that is what it happens.
I remember a few years back I had the opportunity to visit MTI branch, but that time I had made the mistake of staying there, so I could not get the feel of the city. So this time, thanks to you, I'm staying close to station, and I could get a hang of old Jaribagh Road, Ranchi Club Road, all that which I had forgotten. Yeah, so I'm very happy on that part. Secondly, my worry is that I mean, you have taken so much pain and efforts to bring us all together here, and then all the stalwarts have already said what they had to say. So now what do I say? That's the problem. But now whatever we are going to say, it is going to be repetition and it will be boring. So I have deleted most of the slides. So that whatever now we say, probably it will not be that boring, I hope so. So coming back, we represent, I am Praveen and I head our Management Development Center at Pune, and my colleague Arvind Chavre, he is assisting me, and then we have Manishwar, he is Manager Analytics and Digitalization. So, and this is a case of, and I'm not going to talk much about this event is two parts. One is recent trends in learning, because that is not so exciting according to me, but we'll more focus on digital innovations in L&D space, because looking at the kind of questions which were there post-launch. About HPCL, we provide, you all know, that we provide energy solutions across the nation and beyond for all the citizens of this country, and we have got more than 22,000 outlets, and we are now also in the space of EV. We have got more than 3,000 EV charging stations. And coming to financial performance, this year we clocked more than 14,000 crore of net profit, and that's in brief. And our R&D center, we take a lot of pride in the sense that though it's new, we have already clocked more than 200 patents. So our learning ecosystem is like, it's an acronym of VOCA, but it's agile in the sense that it's based on our vision, what do we want to be, what kind of understanding what we are having, and with clarity and agility. And that's why we have shifted more so from, what is happening in the space of training in terms of efforts, more in the space of outcome. And the culture is shifting. I would not say still, because it's easy to say that how many manpower we have trained, and it's difficult to say what is the outcome of the training. But still we are struggling, and I'll share you some data. And our learning ecosystems is focused on people, culture, technology, models, performance, everything. It encompasses. And so when I say that, I have some thoughts which are not so easy to probably digest, looking at the young crowd, that everyone is talking about this micro learning and things like that, and making learning interesting. So I'm not a tech buff. For that, I am a reverse mentoring example of reverse mentoring. I don't know much about AI ML, except that yes, I know how to use it for my work. So they guide me, and that's why they are here. And so what do we do that about learning? That there is one gentleman by name Alcaraz Al-Qadri. He was the digital champion at Tesla, and he was leading the AI for the smart car. Then he shifted to OpenAI, and he talks that learning has become a fun, in the sense that everyone is making YouTube of 2 minutes, 5 minutes, and that all these new platforms like Insta and all. But he says that learning cannot be fun, because in 5 minutes and 2 minutes you cannot learn. At the most you can get some idea that what is the full form AI, what can learn by looking at a video of 1 minute or 2 minutes, but beyond that, it won't learn. So, at our HPMDI, that's why we do not focus much on online learning. Of course, it's a blend, but everyone has to visit HPMDI for training. And that is because during COVID, it had become, that everyone has to complete 60 hours of training, and our colleagues are very smart. So they used to keep the laptop or mobile on, and they were doing their work or whatever, and they are clocking 60, 120, 140 hours. So this was brought to the notice of our chairman, and our chairman was himself very smart enough. So he said, nothing doing, you change your metrics. And then now everyone is now required to come to HPMDA. Even if I am sitting in the classroom, it does not mean that I am learning. So now what we have done, that every year now we have started conducting technical tests. Every year, and one has to necessarily pass that test. And depending upon the kind of score you get fitted into that kind of compartments. Again, we operate in a very oil industry, so it's most hazardous amongst all those industries. And so safety quotient, how do we increase that? So again, safety. So now everyone has to pass safety competency test. Unless you pass, you are not authorized to work in the field. So these are some of the, so all this is happening because we have got these competencies for ourselves that everyone should have. And if you look at this amongst various business competencies and behavioral competencies, one competency is digital transformation. And that's why our presentation would be focused around digital. And I'm not going to talk much about this, our CBMS learning portal, because there is nothing new. Only technology will change, but something or the other at the core will remain what it is. But we do not believe in pushing. We want to let the pull work. The course content should be so good, participants should see the value in it, and then they should feel encouraged that yes, let's do it, and let's pass the test. So, now I will hand over to Phanishwar to take you some hands-on training that what we are doing in the field of digital, which is not only making our work better, smarter, and more productive. So over to you, Phanishwar.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So I am not a L&D guy. I am a core refiner. Okay, for last 10 years I was at the receiving end of this training, and for last 1 year I am developing these solutions. Okay. So I will speak from both the perspectives as a developer of these solutions nowadays, and then when I was receiving this training. So let me take you through the digitalization journey of our refineries. So why this graph is important, first of all. If you So why this graph is important? If you see this graph, in 1980s we were using PLC-based systems in our refineries. In 1990s we went to DCS. Then in 2000s we implemented advanced process controls for controlling those DCS. Then subsequently we implemented drone-based inspection. Then from 2020 onwards we went into AI/ML-based solutions. Now if you see the duration between, or the gap between in a technology transition, it is becoming shorter and shorter. What I mean to explain from this particular graph is, if you don't train your manpower at the right time, if you don't give them tools at the right time, you will miss the train. So your competitors, if they implement it before you, they will get a better margins before you, right? So that's why this graph is important. And HPCL was very early in the refining industry to implement AI-based solutions. We were involved in it since 2020 onwards. I will explain some of these solutions in this presentation, how it is we are using it for increasing the productivity, and how it can be used for training also. So these are some of the main AI/ML and digital initiative-based solutions that are implemented in refinery. we have digital twins in our refinery. So you will have exact replica of the plant in software, and the operator or the technical engineer will be able to change the parameters and learn from it, that what impact it will have on the plants. So without affecting the plant behavior in reality, he will have advanced information, right? That how to tune these parameters to get maximum out of the plant. Apart from that, we will have some digital dashboards which will give real-time predictions as well as your data consolidation, that how your plant is behaving and what parameters you need to tweak. Now, why this is important is, in a typical refinery, you will have 10 to 15 different plants, and each and every plant will differ a lot in terms of its infrastructure, the process chemistry involved, and other fundamentals related to plant. So making a generic training module is very difficult. So leveraging your data from that particular plant for making training modules or simulations is very critical to train the personnel for that particular plant. So we are having AR and VR based training and simulations. So the challenge is that we are a very hazardous industry. We talk in the fire and safety, we talk about fire triangle, right? So you need some fuel, then you need ignition, and you need oxygen, right? In refinery, you have fuel and oxygen every time, right? You just need some ignition source and it will fire. So it's very critical. So you cannot give the hands-on training to the operator directly. So in that way, VR and AR has helped us a lot. I will show you some graphics. So we are having a mix of both. We have mixed reality, VR and AR. And using that, we are first of all training our new joinees in those modules. And they will know how to operate each and every equipment in those modules. Okay. Apart from that, we have OTS also, operator training simulators. So just like in any industry, you will have DCS screens, right? Operating screens. It is the exact replica of those operating screens. And one typical problem when I was a chemical engineer, we used to face when we joined the corporation is that we will know about handling a particular upset only when that upset happens. So with OTS, you can bridge that gap. So a trainer can simulate those upsets without telling the trainee, and then he will check his response, how he's responding to those upsets. And then he can tweak his learning accordingly, how he can be a better operator. So in that way, OTS is a very good tool for us. Then this is the graphics of a particular VR AR based module. So for example, this is a furnace in our refinery. Let's say if I want to train somebody to how to start any furnace, then he will have the capability to climb the stairs in this VR, open the ignition port, switch on the fuel, everything. Whatever he does in the field, to that minute level we have simulated it. So before going to the field, he will have some sort of a baseline confidence in operating these equipments. Similarly, other equipments. So each and every equipment has been covered in this. Then apart from that, we can give them a equipment specific information also. So we can give them an exploded view of the equipment. They can particularly touch a equipment in the virtual reality, open it, see each and every nut bolt of that particular equipment. And it will also give them the use or the function of that particular part of the equipment. This is our operator training simulator. So basically, these desktops will be having running models in the back end, and the trainer will induce some upsets in the plant and then check the responses. Apart from that, as I discussed earlier, we are using process simulators as digital twins. So these are the softwares that we typically use in our refinery. What's the benefit? We can predict the plant behavior accurately. So not only it helps in the improving the margins, it's a learning tool also. So if a new joinee comes into my company, he will be getting the training on these simulators. So just having a theoretical knowledge that, okay, for example, let's say octane number of particular steam increases with temperature. That information will be there in literature. So you'll learn that. But how much it impacts, that quantification he can do in this simulator. That gives him the confidence when he goes to the board. So, and this information he is getting without disturbing the plant. So that is the best part. Apart from that, as I discussed, we are using our own historical data for making AI models for the plant. And in the same way, it becomes more specific. That historically how that plant has behaved, he will be able to simulate that. And that will also give him some confidence. One project that we have been very actively working on is the soft sensor development for quality predictions. What we do is that we use our historical data from the plant, and then we try to predict quality parameters for different. So, for example, we will having around 30-40 streams that we are generating in real time in the refinery. Now, earlier what used to happen, once in a day or twice in a day, we used to get the lab sample, and then we used to make any correction. Using these models, this has become real time. So the optimization is real time. And in addition to that, these models can be used as a learning tool also. As a standalone model, what operator can do is he can tweak these parameters. I will show you the interface for that. He can tweak these parameters and check, okay, if I want to change octane number from 91 to 92, what parameters I need to change by how much quantity. And that gives a confidence when operating the board. So this is our journey in terms of soft sensor development. Till 2021, we were dependent on advanced process controls. Then we deployed in 2022 first quality prediction models. As on date, we have 20 plus quality prediction models in our Mumbai refinery itself. In Vizag, similarly, we are having the same number. By end of this financial year, we are targeting around 50 plus models. Apart from that, one more solution that we are working on is process anomaly diffusion system. What this does is that as an operator, when you are taking the charge, before that you will have a history of all the anomalies that is there in the plant. Apart from that, when you take the charge, then this solution will help you in predicting the anomalies in the plant before time it happens. So it studies the data of the plant in real time, and then it will tell this particular upset is going to come, you should take this corrective action. So root cause analysis is also possible in this. So one is historization of the past upsets, which he can go back and check these upsets have happened, and then when he becomes the engineer, he can use this. Then from the we have a section in our refinery called planning, which makes the final product and the crude that comes to the refinery. So the function of that particular planning group is to make products. So our products are rarely a single stream. It's a blend of different streams. So he needs to do some blending in different ratios and all, and then tweak, get the final product. We have given a digital interface to them to do this. Apart from that, an AI model is also running in the background, which will tell him that this is the solution you have found, but this is the best solution. So over the period of time, his experience also increases, as well as the margin, the quality giveaway that we are getting, that also reduces. And this is the what if analysis interface that I was talking about. So let's say there's a target parameter is LC and RON. So the operator can change these input parameters and see how much it is impacting those parameters. Yeah, to talk about the corporate level learning infrastructure, I will hand it over to Arvind.
Thank you. So thank you very much. As the program is about digital innovations, I'll take you through a couple of interventions which we have done in our infrastructure to make the learning environment more friendly and more effective for the better learning. Couple of years before COVID, case used to happen, we used to send the training nomination to 30 people, and at the last moment 25 used to come, sometimes 27. So every time some participant used to get dropped, then principal sir studied what is the reason behind that, and every time they used to come with that, I have some operational exigency of 2 hours in location, that's why I'm not able to come. The training is for 2 days, because of 2 hours of operational exigency, officer is not coming for the training. Then sir thought, can we have some other mechanism where they can join remotely or hybridly. We all know that post-COVID, the video conferencing, online learning has become very buzz. It has picked up, but it was still there. So this is one of our state-of-art smart classroom. In this classroom, the first photo, if you can see, this is our conventional classroom, the same classroom. pre-COVID we have designed to the hybrid learning, in which you can see there are 3 screens on the front side. Center you can see the content or the speaker, and other 2 screens you can see the participants who are joining online. And on the table we have a look at me button. If you press the button, the front camera will automatically focus on the participants. So far end participants will see the particular participant who wants to speak or ask. The moment you press a button, camera will zoom on you, the central ceiling tile mic will get activated. So you will see that the online participants, those who have joined, they are on the other screen. You see that they are literally in here. When you are speaking, online participants will feel that they are also here. The biggest problem in online learning is that immersiveness is not there, but thanks to the smart classroom, we could bring to the some content that immersive learning. Also, when the faculty moves, the camera tracks. So far-end participants also feel that faculty is with us and training the training. So this is one of the classroom. Also, we have developed a state-of-art digital experience center. This digital experience center is showcasing all the latest technologies demonstrations starting from AR, VR, robotics, HoloLens. We have 21 plus use business cases for VR, in which suppose standard operating procedure SOP for the security guard, what are the checks he has to do. So unless he is not finishing this step 1, he cannot move to step 2. Then step 3, step 4. So all the steps he has to complete that particular model. Similarly, we have other modules as well for refinery 50 plus and here 21 plus aircraft refueling. Step 1, do the earthing. Step 2, do the bonding. Take out the real hose, take the fuel figure. So everything step by step, these modules are there to train our participants. Also in mixed reality, earlier when the faculty wants to train some participants, we know physically they used to bring some cut section, open it and train. Thanks to the mixed reality, with the help of HoloLens 2 Microsoft, we can design couple of digital models. We can explode it, open it, zoom in, zoom out, see the internal components, go in depth learning for that. To give some demonstration or learning about the crude distillation unit of refinery. When the newly joined officer or any officer who is working in refinery, at least it takes 2 years to understand him what the refinery, how it functions, how the CD units function. Thanks to augmented reality, what we have done, we have placed one physical model, no name, nothing is written. With the help of tag, tablet and AR, we can superimpose couple of data. Suppose I want to learn the different temperatures. Suppose this process parameter, all temperatures will come. Product flow, product starting from first place to last place, it will come. Product output, with one click, we can see the product output. I want to deep dive into one particular model. What are the internal components? Just press internal components, all components will become live. So to make the participants more involved, with the help of physical and digital, we can make the learning more useful or interesting, as we say. This is one of the short video of the Digital Experience Center. Audio.
An innovative environment that creates immersive journeys around advanced technologies, supporting meaningful case studies through digital transformation. In this AI-powered tour, our robot will walk you through the cutting-edge demos that showcase disruptive innovations across technologies and solutions. From AI and blockchain to augmented reality and virtual reality, the tour offers unique opportunities for live ideation and collaboration. HPCL DXC focuses on new technologies and data. Sensors can monitor plants and infrastructure in real time with industrial IoT and analytics. Data is analyzed to optimize production, navigate assets most efficiently, and reduce maintenance costs. The technical equipment of employees evolves. Maintenance technicians work in mobile settings and get instructions via virtual reality glasses. Digitization does not just support the core business. Internal processes also become more efficient too by replacing manual processes with advanced robotics. Employees are released from repeated process activities and can spend time on more valuable tasks. The HPCL DXE is empowered by powerful technology platforms that provide access to data sources in real time. Within this center, you have the perfect environment to experience how disruptive technologies can transform businesses, helping to build a better working world.
So you have seen one hectic gloves operator is using. So for the aircraft fuel, it is as per manufacturer's recommendation. If we want to refit the filter, it should be fitted with that particular norm. If more than that, it can puncture. Less than that, it can pass the contaminants and many things. How to train operator or officer that torque should be 21 Newton meter? Very difficult. Thanks to hectic gloves for which we are training them. When digitally he is tracing that torque range, he will feel that torque at that particular time. It will sleep. So thanks to this digital technology, we can train the participants. This is a few of the trainings. The last corner one is the augmented reality. Crude distillation unit you can see on the white screen. The first top corner, HoloLens 2, where the officer is seeing a cut section of particular unit. He is opening that and getting deep dive into the same. We also do train our newly joined officers dedicated to this. The right top is the C. Balasubramanian sir, Member Capacity Building Commission. Center, Air Vice Marshal, Lieutenant General M.K.S. Yadav sir, and many other dignitaries do also visit. In the digitalization, we have done a couple of implementation. I just named a few. In the learning and development, AR, VR, Metaverse, Generative AI, Digital Experience Center. In workforce, HR analytics, connected workers, we can see that which worker at which places, what is happening. Smart helmet, we have seen in earlier presentation also. In a field, what used to happen, if some very particular pump has to be repaired, an international OEM has to travel, he used to charge a lot. With thanks to this technology, less known to that, a technician can wear that, it is as good as video conferencing, he can click the photographs right here, send with a voice command, and technical expert can join remotely and help that open the block 1, wall 2, wall 3, that. So troubleshoot could become very easy. We give all our officers training on this, and most of our locations, this smart helmet is implemented. Assets and project management, operational excellence, video analytics. Video analytics is one of the things. It is very difficult to take out feedback from the participants post-training. How to take feedback from the customer when they are fueling their bike or four-wheeler in a retail outlet, what we call in normally petrol pump. No one listens, sir, बताइए कैसा आपका experience था, तो कोई बताता नहीं. Thanks to the video analytics, we were already having the cameras, CCTV cameras. We have taken out feed from that. Back end, we have done the analytics. It recognizes your face. Are you happy or not happy? Based on your facial expression, it recognizes that how many customers are happy from outlet number 1, outlet number 2. And every time sales officer cannot run to 60, 70 outlets. So from back end, he just see that facial expression, mood analytics, these outlets are performing best, chhod do. These are performing poor. Call, kya hua? Just take care, something goes wrong. Similarly, this is for the customer end. For the operation end, suppose a tank truck has to be decanted, we have SOP, standard operating procedures, no one can violate that. But still, if someone is not watching, it gets violated. Thanks to CCTV. Again, taking out feed, vehicle should be parked at particular place, chokes to be placed, fire extinguisher should be taken out, earthing should be there, bonding should be there, filtration to be done, testing to be done, all tests to be performed. camera is watching any violations, it highlights, gives us alert. From the back end, the sales officer checks outlet's performance. This outlet is performing poor. You are violating our safety. Particular actions are taken.
These are all important because all of these are done by third party. So we have no control except these are the control.
One more thing I would like to add on this. We implemented this video analytics in refinery. And the best part of that is that we employ a huge number of contract workers, right? Forcing our manpower, internal manpower to comply with the safety standards is easy because they have to. But forcing the contract manpower is very difficult. So by implementing video analytics, we are able to detect who is, let's say 5 PPEs they have to wear. If they are not wearing any one of the PPEs, it will detect with the alert to that plant's manager that non-compliance is happening with. So that is it.
And of course, supply chain, new business model, data-driven, and customer centricity are always there. These are the two use cases. One is defensive driving. Whatever the truck drivers, TT drivers, they are experts, very good, but sometimes they do make accidents. So before we put them into the plant, we ask them to get the simulated trainings for defensive driving. Different scenarios we have created. With that, we just take their competencies. If they are failing, again train them once they are certified, okay, they can take it for the operations. Also, we train on a drone technology, because the faculty trains to the participants. And 2 years before one of the test flight of 5 kilometers for one of our pipeline surveillance, it was used. And second, the bottom one photo is for the long run, 53 kilometers it was carried out. So this was the November 21 pictures. That time DGCA regulations and defense regulations were pretty strict. Thanks, now it has little reduced. So now many of our places, drone technology, its uses for the CCTV surveillance, drone surveillance and safety surveillance, pipeline, cross-country pipeline monitoring, this is happening. Also, most of our digital interventions and initiatives are done by our newly joined officers. Initial 1 year, we give them some projects. If they fail also, we celebrate and recognize. We have awards system for that. But some comes out very good. One of that, I would love to share that HP GPT. Everyone knows that Chat GPT. So this fellow came up with the idea and supervisor also said, chalo karke dekho, and it came out very nicely. What he did, all our personal manual, HR manuals, he put in that. Also all our OSD safety standard manuals also he put in that. Suppose I want to know that newly joined officer, they always want, what is my basic, what is my perks and everything. No need to call HR, just open that, put the query and answers will come out with the reference that as per manual, personal manual clause number, this is your salary, these many leaves of God. Also he wants to know that before I want to construct a tank, what should be the thickness? Enter, answers come out as per OSD standard 1247B, thickness should be 2.3 and these are the allowances and everything. So this is one of the HPGPT we have implemented. Also a couple of innovative training practices starting from the contract workman to the topmost management. We have different programs specially curated. It's a blend hybrid. Most of our subject matter experts, internal faculty, some of the very well-known personalities from the other places or the industry experts also we do call. And also we have a couple of collaborations with Center of Excellence like IIM, XLRI, IITs, ISB and other technical institutes. One of the recent buzz is going on Metaverse. Metaverse is yet to mature, very new, but one of the training model we have implemented. I'll just play a short video of that.
As part of Project Parigal, HPCL is transforming skill development, making training process more safe, effective and measurable. The metaverse is a virtual shared space created by the convergence of physical and digital reality where people can interact and experience things together. Introducing Using HPCL's own metaverse, HP Horizon, where digital meets physical, HPCL has created a virtual replica of a LPG bottling plant, enabling employees and workers to train on realistic scenarios without compromising safety or daily operations. It enables remote, simultaneous training for employees from various locations, promoting collaboration and enhancing training effectiveness. Let's head to the admin building and explore some of the platform's features. It's very easy to navigate using the controllers, and at the security check you need to submit all the restricted items. Now you can explore the metaverse with navigation. While you are entering into the plant area, you need to wear mandatory PPEs just like real life. See how easy it is to use group chat and unmute functions just like in real life.
Virtual reality, we cannot experience that more than half an hour. Bulky instrument, देखने को होता नहीं. How can we give 2 days training? So in training we have done mix and match, digital, physical together. Suppose I want to train an officer on firefighting. Initially we shows them history, theory, some slides. Class A, Class B, Class C, types of fire extinguisher. Once that is done, with the help of HoloLens 2, we show him the fire extinguisher. Chalo open kar do, cut section, how the siphon tubes goes from place 1 to B, powder, ACP powder, how its operations, exploded view, everything is done. Then we put on VR. We give them different scenarios, depot, terminals, retail outlet, fire scenarios there. Go, take the fire extinguisher, combat with the fire. Different scenarios, different thing. Once that is done, we do also have a physical fire training at Baroda. So in batch, we see them bad. So when we do mix and match of this with the help of digital technology, it can help us better. Now in VR, only one person can work at a time or get trained. In metaverse, 10 different people from different places, they can join together. It is simple example of gamification. In game, the leaderboard is there. One person is doing independent actions, second is doing independent actions. That competition happens. In that competition happens in learning also. The learning will also get more interesting, gamified and helpful. Couple of use cases for us. We have LPG plant, product showcase demonstration, virtual meeting, and operational trainings as well. In metaverse, you can take the different avatars, which feature, face, or color you want, live event, quality control, other interactions. It is more interactive and gamified. That's why it will be one of the next widely used in a training. Couple of digital trainings we have. You can see on the screen.
And all these are use cases. In all these training we have got like, we have implemented in our office. We are not only just training.
Like in blockchain, we are issuing the e-purchase order, and in future we are trying to implement in blockchain. So in most of public sector, what happens, we ask them last 7 years, any 3 purchase order and work completion certificates. And then we see in a PPC, are not meeting. But in blockchain, we can see that, okay, he has done work for this sector and work is successfully completed. No need to ask that. Maybe in future it is going to come.
Also,
we have got 21,000 retail outlets. Many of them that land belongs to us, or the lease deed has long-term lease has been signed with the landowner. How do we keep track of those? All those documents are moving on blockchain.
Robotic bot, earlier officer used to midnight 12 o'clock update the pricing. Now bot is doing that. So couple of routine work is replaced with the technology.
Medical claims are getting processed for PA.
One training on earthquake check, officer, we are training them. And also this work is normally outsourced and many times officer is not present there. What happens that they go just change the reading and other things and no one knows. During audit only we check and we found that okay, it is more than the desired limit or threshold. Where we went wrong. One of our newly joined officer, he has developed an app, earthquake monitoring system, in which as and when the vendor has to go there and check the earthquake, his physical coordinates, geofencing should match with that retail outlet. He should take the picture with timestamp, automatic system captures and it gets uploaded in the system. So the audit trail is there. Mini example of blockchain. This one I was saying that this is aviation service facility where the refiller has to perform standard SOP 1, 2, 3, 4, wheel choke, fire extinguisher, PP and other things. If he is not performing any one in that sequence, the camera detects, gives alarm and the safety score index of that particular aviation service facility happens. Bottom me you can see that this is our railway sliding. Overall score is 8.5. Still it is less. We expect 10 out of 10 in that. And the other analytics is all through the video analytics that is implemented projects training. These are the couple of recent awards in 2022. We have received Excellence in HRM for the training from the Secretary of MOPNG, our Chairman and Director HR. They are receiving the same. The 15th ISTD National Convention Institute at its third in innovative training practices. Conclusion, use of technology, scientific approach for the selection of the trainings for the officers or the staff or the contractual employees. Use some technology to make it more interesting, make it more personalized, and make them lifelong learner with the resources what they need. With this, thank you very much. If you have any questions.
This is your take.
Yes. And all that digital experience center is there.
Additionally, I think what you shared was primarily the actual process.
How much of it was related to HR and how much of it was actual process part of it?
So as far as the training is concerned, the modules are made by our individual departments. So HR only tells that these skills are required. I'm talking about the refinery context. HR will tell these are the KPIs for this particular job. Okay, for example,
Start with that. Then everyone has to undergo the competency test. Everyone individual has got the competency card on which competency, which individual at what level. So from there it starts.
okay, once the competency has been decided, the department who is responsible for those competencies will develop the modules. It can be a physical training, it can be a digital training or AR/VR based training. That particular department will decide that training and modules will be made.
Okay, and so they develop it through a centralized outsourced partner?
I talked about two solutions. One was AIML based simulators and process anomaly detection system. That is 100% in-house development. We only are doing the coding, front-end development, everything. Apart from that, AR/VR solutions, as discussed, that is outsourced. But module is designed by the internal officers. What is the requirement for the officers is decided by us.
So the department decides in case of if it is a departmental requirement, and they directly get in touch with you for developing of the modules?
Yeah, so in the refinery we will having annual EMCs regarding AR and VR, and based on that there are certain hours. So the requirement, there will be a particular officer dedicated for AR, VR related modules. The requirements will go to him, and accordingly he will distribute the man hours for those particular projects.
So one question regarding to the digital transformation strategy that HPCL has. Was it a big bang approach in terms of carrying out the digital transformation across HPCL at one go, or was it that you took one area and then you planned to do it?
We started phase-wise because we realized that when actually we started this journey about 4 years ago, much before COVID, and during COVID this terminology became more popular about digital transformation. But in our case, the journey had started much earlier, about early to 2020. So that time we did not go big bang. We realized that the digital maturity level itself was not at different level, and the organizational requirement also was different. In our case, we have got unique challenge in the sense that on one end we are having the refineries where they process the crude oil, and the other hand we have got marketing division where we sell our product. And these two are two different worlds. In marketing, we have to compete with MNCs and private players. So, and the customer, we all know how difficult or how difficult as a customer we are. So, challenges are different in marketing division compared to challenges in the refinery division. And refinery also, the challenges are much more technical in nature. There, you can't do much, hands-on learning, as you could realize. So, we had different approaches, and we started developing in-house capabilities.
Thank you.
My question is regarding, you've mentioned a lot about DXC, holographic wall, VR modules and simulators, and you also showcased us how one of the officers are visiting the plant, and so the one name was, I think I could see Simulanis. Are they working with you, Simulanis, or they?
Simulanis, few years before we have funded them, and in return of that funding we have requested them to develop a couple of virtual reality models more than 5 years before. That models are still with us, but after that lot of development has happened. And that time around 20 models were there. At present we have crossed 100 plus models. That Veda is good with that. He has the capabilities to design and develop virtual reality models. What we do, we give them the literature, step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. And we don't have that capacity to design the graphics and even the software license, and we don't try to, so what our main focus or main work, we try to concentrate on that, and some work we always do outsource to get it with the within limited time and with minimal efforts.
So,
you choose? Sir, being
we have funded them.
So how PSU can fund it? So that was the next question.
Well, we funded them because this is part of our initiative of Startup India. So under that, whichever partner we see that they have got the capability and they could be of higher use, so we fund their equity, very small, minuscule, maybe 5 lakh, maybe 2 lakhs. That's all. As a business proposition, nothing beyond that.
So that was done on nomination basis.
No, that competition, All India competitions are held. It's no nomination. All India competitions are held for startup competitions, and then they have to showcase, they have to compete, and those whom we see that they have the potential and they can be of some use to us, then they will go.
There's a prize money in terms of that. So All India level, startups are invited. They do compete. Phase-wise, select, cut, and some top 3, they get some funding.
2 months ago we had this.
HPCL is having its own startup policy, right?
Yeah.
Or you are participating through Smart India Hackathon? No. You are having your own policy. So just asking, regarding use cases, after initial 20 use cases, you help them build another 80 use cases?
Not all by
So, your people developed another 80 use cases. You mentioned about 100 use cases.
Most of them, 80% of the content and everything is done by HPCL. Different officers, subject matter experts of that particular unit. They will only the graphics and other contents it is developed by the other vendors. It is through the standard purchase procurement process.
There's no special retail or there's no bypass mechanism.
More than 20,000 we cannot buy directly.
You have such vendors on the GM on portal also?
Sir, since past 2 years we are dedicatedly 80% all procurement are mandatorily going through GEM only.
So you have those content developers on GM?
I think many people they have registered. In fact, we have requested them to register and we do have a lot of people.
Also, we see the potential, we ask them get
So, are you also using holographic wall or room? Because you mentioned about metaverse.
Yes, we have holographic room. So, all newly joined officers, we train them in holographic room. So, in holographic room, we have our Mumbai refinery, our Vizag refinery, and also maintenance module. So, when refinery is a big structure, like in a steel plant, and when newly joined officers, he goes one place, and then it is kind of bulbulaya. He cannot come back to other place. So first we train them in holographic. Holographic is like 70, 90 kind of thing. But the advantage is that they can anytime they can come back to map, go to the point 1, go inside point 2. Anytime they lost, come back to the main. With that they get familiarized. So normally it takes 2 years to get familiarized with each person or the locations. With this technology, it helps us to reduce that time to 1/4 or even lesser.
For that question, we can take offline, others are getting bored.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah, we'll connect
Last
offline.
question.
The presentations was very nice and it was a lot to learn from you. One question, like not as a HR but as a customer of, I want to ask like you have been capturing the facial recognitions of a customer, how happy they are. Thus you capture what are the tricks that petrol pump used to do to reduce company?
We can discuss offline on this.
But now many technology are in place, day by day it's getting difficult.
Actually, I was most of the oil I was filling from IOCL. That's why.
No, sentiment.
All are by and large using the same technology. I would not like to say ours is best or anyone. All companies are by and large at the same level. It's only maybe a degree of degree here and there. Only it matters the implementation part.
As a AI domain, sentiment analysis is not a new field. It's a very old field actually. You will get a lot of literature on that, how they capture it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, HPCL team. Let's have a big round of applause. Now, sir, kindly stay. I now request TD ma'am to present his model. We will be having a quick 15 or more 20 minutes and 5 minutes for question and answers, so that we are running already late.
Digital. It was so many words that I learned. Great. Thank you.
Let's have a quick tea break of 10-15 minutes, just and then we will be having a presentation of trade.
Tough evening for me because my earlier presentations have made the presentation so attractive, and it has become a very challenging task for me to make this presentation attractive also. Now coming to the presentation, I think the person sitting at the back chairs, they have been, because most of them are from the mining fraternity, so the feedback is we could not be able to understand that what is happening interesting in the mining field also. So my presentation is related to the digitalization and innovations which is happening in the mining industry, and I want to share with you what we have done in Tata Steel So as Tata Steel is concerned, I think for introduction, I would say that we are 117 years young organization, and we are serving our nation and community since last more than 100 years. So, and the only objective to do this business is to giving back to the society. That's the, I would say, whole and sole purpose of doing our business. Now coming to the presentation, so since I will just introduce myself. I am an engineering and management graduate working for this industry and nation since last 20 years. And since I am a hardcore, I would say, operation person who is working, looking after the mine planning and strategy over there in Tata Steel. So I am responsible for whatever the strategic planning, acquisitions, I would say the blocks which are coming in the auction, and the statutory permissions which need to be taken by Tata Steel for its operating and new mines, that is being taken care by me. So coming for one of the, I would say, most critical I would say exercise before doing the mining operation, that is planning of the mines. So we normally what we do, we divide the entire mine planning process into 4 different, I would say, buckets. So one is called as the resource modeling, that starts with the exploration up to the resource modeling part. Then comes the mine planning and design of those mines. Because once we get the deposit, what we do, we on the basis of the exploration data and the other different activities, we just plan and design our mines, that what will be the future production strategies of those mines. And then comes the strategic planning, which related to the life of mine plan, the equipment scheduling, the mineral material handling which has to be done. So whatever the material which is coming out, either it is of any commodity, either maybe coal, iron ore, manganese, chromite, limestone, dolomite, everything. So how that material will be handled. And then comes the final, I would say, progressive and final mine closure, because being a responsible citizen of this country, it's our honest responsibility to close the mine in such a manner that the original landform should be reclaimed. And there is another bucket which is, we call it as a tactical planning. So whatever the day-to-day operation which we are doing, so that entire operation either maybe on a 5-year term LTP, or maybe on an annual business plan, or maybe that the quality, grade control which is taken care by us, that completely covers under the tactical planning. So starting from the resource modeling, can we play the video please? So you can see that whatever the exploration data which we received from either from government or from our continuous exploration, or maybe the detailed exploration which we do, we just model our deposits. So whatever the geological disturbance which we found, either in the, I would say, hardcore mining terminology, we called it as a faults, folds, or some geological disturbance are there. We map them all. Whatever the layers, you can see the multiple coal layers which is happening there. So we model all them, and on the basis of that, we just estimate the resources, that how much it is coming. Then we do the specialized technical studies, either on the basis of the surface topography which is lying, whatever the important structures which is lying over there, maybe some of the wildlife corridors, because most of the mines are in the remote areas, in the forest. So if wildlife elephant corridors or wildlife sanctuary or maybe tiger reserves, whatever lying in those areas, we map them. Then some specialized geotechnical studies, because that also play a vital role. Then one related to the surface water, or with related to the groundwater, that is the hydrogeological study we do. And the multiple surface constraints which are lying on the surface, we map them, and then on the basis of that, we just optimize that at what level, based on the international prices or maybe the domestic prices, what should be the optimum pit depth. On the basis of that, we finalize our pits. Then comes the mine design and scheduling. So can you play the video please? So you can see what happens, the entire deposit is being divided into small units. So what that small units may be of maybe 10 meter by 10 meter size. So on the basis of that, whatever the entities, maybe it's coal or maybe it's waste, we call it as overburden in coal mines. So whatever lying in that blocks, we mine that and we get that how much, once we remove those blocks, what would be the, I would say, quantity of coal and overburden which you will get. So those things are being done. There are multiple technical parameters on the basis of that is designed. Then for long-term strategy and sequence, we divide that in which way that mine has to operate. Maybe a mine may be operated in a world, many sequences can happen. So we map all those sequences on the basis of multiple, I would say, parameters. We design a matrix, and on the basis of that matrix, we find that which is the most optimum way of doing that mining. Then once we finalize that, we prepare our long-term plans, that is for entire life of the mine, maybe for 30 years, 40 years, or 50 years. Can you play the video, please? So you can see that once the mine is being designed and the multiple waste which is being generated, so that continuous, you can see how the mine is being progressed. So the red color is the excavation area, the yellow is the internal backfilling which is happening, and green is the virgin area which will be mined. So on the basis of that, entire mining sequence is being done. And on the basis of that, you can say it as a subset of the life of mine plan, we take it as an annual business plan. So maybe depending upon the capability of each units at the mine, maybe considering the global and industry benchmarks, performance, I would say performance achievements and key learnings of the past. So what we have learned in the past, that has also been taken care. Whatever the external and internal challenges which we face at the ground, what is the voice of our customer, because ultimately we have to supply those quantity and quality to our customers, that is being taken care. And whatever the constraint, I would say encumbrance free area which we will get, maybe because of surface constraints or maybe because of habitation, maybe other factors. So whatever the extractable reserves which may be get for next 1 or 2 years, and then what is our long-term plan for next 5 years, and we take out of that this year will produce this much. So considering all these parameters, our annual business plan is prepared. Apart from that, we have also done our geo-referencing. This is new initiative which we have taken in our ABP, that the geo-referencing, just play the video please. Geo-referencing, because we face that once we go to mine those area, that area is being owned by someone else. So what we do is, we have started drone survey operations in 2015. At that time, drone survey was very new to the industry. So we have done multiple, I would say, innovations we have added multiple sensors into that. Also, we have added the cadastral layers onto it. And on the basis of that, whatever the area which we have to mine, and we have mapped them into the cadastral layers and find that this particular land belongs to which person, whether the acquisition has been done or not, necessary compensation has been given or not. On the basis of that, we create that, I would say, we used to call it as a land-based management system. We call it as a LMS. And that entire data is highly geo-reference based database management system is there. On the basis of that, each plot belongs to some person X, how much compensation has been given, whether his entire family background is there or not, everything has been covered, we get the no clearance or no objection certificate from that. Entire database is there. So once we mine that, before that we got that information in prior, that this area is free from any, I would say, any disturbance. So once we go to mine that area, we will not be able to get any surprises or maybe no socio-political issues, because we always feel that land is also a subject where a lot of, I would say, conflicts happens. So you can see that this database, we can check everything, whether if that land is belongs to forest or maybe some other type of forest, so that details are also available there or not. Yeah, and then once we mine that, before mining we do the short-term planning. That's the tactical planning. Either on the basis of, I would say, quarterly, half-yearly, quarterly, or monthly, or on a weekly basis. So we plan that, and then you can see that there are. Just play this video, please. So you can see that this is the area where the mining is. So this is one kind of simulation which happens before doing the mining. So once yellow one is the waste strip and the grey one is the coal strip. So once we mine that yellow one, we will get how much quantity of coal and how my faces will look like. And this has been completely integrated with the drone surveys which we have done in the ground. So before doing the mining, we can do multiple simulations out of it, that once we mine that, what will be the optimum bench height, what will be the overall pitch slope of the angle. So that entire thing can be done before doing the mining. Not only that, it also helps us to understand that how much quality and quantity we will get in advance, whether it is matching with our customer requirements or not. And these are the multiple iterations based on, say, for month A, month B and month C, this much quantity and coal. This is the final, I would say, output which we get from that. One thing, we have also developed our platform. Just play this video. Platform which is a cloud-based platform, and entire complete data is overlaid on that platform. So just sitting in this room, I can see how my mining activity is going on across Tata Steel. So we have 19 operating coal mines of different commodities. So entire data is available on the cloud. We can, sitting in this room, we can check what is the volumes there at the site, whatever the volumes stockpiles are available at the, I would say, crusher end, maybe at the rail siding end and at the customer end. We can also measure and monitor the statutory compliances, because in mining multiple, I would say, statutory obligations are there. So my mine is being operated as per those statutory norms or not. So those things can be done. We have also integrated remote monitoring surveillance center there in Jamshedpur, which is a very big, I would say, 3-story building of maybe double of this size at one floor. And at that building, our entire mining operations, we can monitor. Sitting in Jamshedpur, we can monitor all our mines. So apart from that, and that is being done on a real-time basis. So around more than 3,000, I would say, CCTV cameras along with the AI-based sensors are being installed there. So multiple, I would say, activities related to safety. So we have already geo-fenced area based on the criticalness. So some area might be very critical. So we have already geo-fenced this. And the CCTV camera installed there are AI-based sensors. So if I will go in that area without wearing my PPEs, automatically I will get an alert. The shift supervisor and the manager will get an alert that in this area one person has entered. Not only that, we have a beacon-based Tata communication management system is being, we call it as a connected workforce. Because apart from our permanent workforce, because some of our presenters also said, the huge chunk is there related to the contractual labor. So if some of the contractual labor is working in this room, so already beacons are installed at every nook and corners of the building. And by sitting in the control room, every person has a safety card, I-card, on back of it there is a chip installed. So I can monitor by sitting in my dashboard, I can monitor that how many contract workers are working in this room. And not only that, there is a button also at the end back of that safety card. If some person get stuck in or maybe need any help and everyone is not there, so he can press the button, automatically he will get the alert and understand that in particular location that person is in alert, he needs an SOS help. And we just connect them to find out that what help he requires. Because in our steel plants also, there are many hazardous areas where the person used to go, and in some point of cases in the past years we have learned that person is there and he may have been saved because if any other person would be there. So that type of many digital activities, innovations we have done. So I was talking about that we have also mapped the entire area, so you can see the drone-based orthomosaic images. We have mapped that with the already developed resource model. We have integrated both, so you can see our one of the mine, whatever the area which are we going to mine that. Before that, we check that you can see the multiple coal layers. So the coal layers which are visible there, you can see that these layers are already mined out, and these layers has to be mined. So whether any geological disturbance are there or not, that can be tracked. Once come to the dumping areas, we can also check whether the optimum angle is as per statutory norm or not. So all these things can be done just sitting in Jamshedpur only, or maybe sitting in this room only. So maybe all, I would say, senior management people up to the MD, they have the controls of this, and if he wants to check that what is the status, he can check from his system only. And these are the spatial compliance. So when the activity is being done, we generate multiple dashboards based in Tableau only, and that is being done. So whatever the plan was there, whether that has been met or not, what is the depth compliance is there, then coming to whatever the dump compliance is there is per statutory norms or not. And finally, we say that, just play this video. Once the mining is over, whether the mine is being reclaimed or not. So you can see one beautiful park which has been, it's a state-of-art park which has been already been done in a mined out area. And this is one of its kind. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
How do you invest and plan for the capability development of learning in these new technologies?
What we do is normally, since I like to answer your question in that way, Tata Steel never see that how much ROI I used to get. So there are multiple times which I personally has faced that maybe I may be learning something from the company, or maybe company has sent me to learn something. I may be thinking whether is it required for me to do it right now, because that might happen that maybe learning or maybe knowledge which I am getting from that session may not be applicable to me today. But I felt that if I would say grasp that knowledge or maybe gain that knowledge, it may be used in the coming future that we never predicted. So in that way, what we do is, once this, I would say 2015, side by side what we are doing, people have done, we face, because being a first mover, it's advantage and disadvantage both. So once we started our journey, maybe or any of the journey, we faced lot of, I would say, reluctance, especially from the government statutory bodies, because they say, and then the other case is the change reluctance. Because if you tell people that don't use this because you using this since last 20-30 years, I will just replace this and start using this. So people will say, ye to hoga hi. So that kind of change reluctance we don't want to develop in our team members. So if something happens, we have to be ready for whatever the change management is being happening. So even one person also said that the, I would say, time period of change management in last 5-10 years was very fast. Someone was saying. So in that way, we just want to test ourselves that whether I am reluctant to change or I am open to change. So in that way, we always try to develop our team with the new technologies, and I'm proud to say that whatever the applications and digital initiatives we are doing right now in especially this area is not being done any of the company in India. It is being done some of the companies in Australia and US, but we also visited those mines. It is not up to that level what we are experimenting. So that I can, after visiting all those mines, because their operations are not so, I would say, challenging and diverse. Our experience of multiple commodities, because if I talk about one of the company which is BHP, they just deals in the bulk handling. So they have just one type of commodity and they are continuously working it. Their deposits are so flat, no inclination is there, no geological disturbance is there. In that way, our challenges are huge. They don't get any socio-political issues. There is no habitation at the surface. So in that way, I personally feel that our challenges and our practical conditions compared to the conditions which are there in the foreign countries are different, completely different. And I always feel that it's not comparing that we are worse and they are good. It's not like that. Somewhere we are very good and they are learning from ours. So it happens also. So I try to answer your question, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? Or even I think Mohit is very, or very, just telling me to just keep your answers and presentation very crisp and short. So if any question is there, I will take it offline. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, sir, for coming. Now,
so for today,
from Mecon Limited, and I'm first of all very grateful to IICM for giving us this opportunity of learning. Maybe Mecon will be the most enriched organization after this workshop, because we are a very small organization, and the disclaimer is we are not a manufacturing or a plant-based organization. We are an engineering consultancy. So we have done very little in this, and we have a long journey to reach your level. But we have started the journey, that's a good part. And I would take this opportunity to introduce Mecon to you within 5 minutes. And in another 5 minutes, I'll just talk about 2 initiatives which we have done in terms of digital transformation. So talking about Mecon. Mecon is an engineering consultancy organization. Is this working?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. आप वहाँ से change कर सकते हैं. Not an issue. It's working. Yeah. Yeah. We were born in 1959 as part of SAIL, CEDB at that time. And Mecon's journey has been synonymous with the journey of steel industry, I would say, from 1 MTPA to 144 MTPA now. We have been associated with steel industry to almost 60% of the installed capacity in full or in partial manner. This has been our journey from 1959 to today. We have been moved from steel to other metals, to power, to oil and gas, to infrastructure, to space, and I think we have our own developed Loha and Angara. There's this 1 MTPA coke oven battery and 4250 meter cube blast furnace design of our own. We are a small company of around 1,000 regular employees, and almost of the same level we have contract employees also. We are headquartered at Ranchi. We have offices in Bangalore and Delhi. These two are engineering offices. Other offices are project offices, and we have a big office now coming up in Nagarnar, where we are doing the NMDC integrated steel plant. We just commissioned it, we have been involved in it from design to commissioning, and we are doing the O&M also. These are the 3 strategic business verticals of Mecon: metals, energy, infrastructure. In infrastructure, I would say we have done a lot of projects for ISRO, and we are very proud that we are associated with second launch pad of ISRO, from which the Chandrayaan 2 was also sent. Thank you so much. And it was done in 2005, and since then it has been 16 propulsions have been done from that. We are into non-ferrous. We are in geology, mining. We just got the accreditation from Mining Ministry of Mines also. In power, we are into all: thermal, hydel, solar, transmission and distribution. Oil and gas, we are into long distance hydrocarbons. So we have our major clients, SAIL and GAIL, here with us. We have done a lot of work for them. We are thankful to them. Oil and gas segment, we are also, we have almost covered 5,000 kilometers of pipeline, and another 5,000 kilometers we are doing currently. CGD projects, we were the pioneers. We started off in Delhi for GAIL. We have done some work for Varanasi in CNG boat. That was a PM's project actually. You might have heard about it. In infrastructure, we are into port material handling, warehousing for. These are very specific for military services, ordnance depots.
We have done some townships, naval staff, some infrastructure, healthcare also, hospitals we are doing. This is what I was talking about, ISRO projects, and we are still doing some of the projects for ISRO. We are having an environmental lab of our own. We are the only PSU who is accredited in the nuclear sector. We have EIA, EMP reports in mining sectors. We have aligned ourselves with the national priorities like all other PSUs, of course. We have been a support to Ministry of Steel in formulation of various policies. These are our clientele. Talking about HR in Mekong, we are into these functional areas. I won't go much into it. And as you can see in L&D, you can see only my name, so I'm the whole and soul of L&D right now, in play, other than my senior GM HR who's looking after HR as a whole. So in learning and development at Mekong, like every other PSU, we are having training targets, training mandates, allocation of budget to Delhi and Bangalore. These are the technology, technical and soft skills training we are doing, induction, vocational training. I'll skip through all this. These are the two systems, competency mapping system that was developed in-house. Back in 2010, we developed this, and it was part of our in-house portal as well. This was basically, as you can see in the home page, it talks about the departmental skill sets. Then it caters to the need of making training need analysis, plus it has been integrated with our PMS, and now we are planning to make it integrate with our project teams as well, because we have the skill set, the complete skill set here, and as we are implementing ERP in Mekong, we are posting this to ERP, then it will be more feasible to integrate all other systems. So in the competency mapping, what actually happens is the SICs, the section in charges, they are having access to this portal. What they do is they have a job type, they have a job description. This helps us in making the project teams as well. This becomes the data for that. This job type is a drop down because it has categories so that we can filter for the project teams. Job description is a detailing. The other part is training requirement and skill sets. In the skill sets, we have this training requirement is coming from the skill sets. These are the two technical skill sets and soft skills. In the soft skills part, we have these four are just the for showing it to you. We have furthermore, depending on the grades available, they can be selected, and the levels have also been defined like basic, acquisition level, or expert, or the 3-4 levels are defined for each of the skills. Similarly for the technical skills, and when there is a gap, there is a training need emerging from it. So we take that, and based on that input, we take the training needs requirement also from the XICs, which are then vetted by their directors, and that goes into our training plan. The second is our knowledge management system, because we are a knowledge-based company. We don't have any machineries or plants. The only asset we have is people. So knowledge management plays a vital role in Mekong, both tacit, explicit knowledge. And for that we have, we go for sharing of knowledge sessions. After each completion of each project, there is knowledge sharing session by the project coordinators. Even after going back from each training, the nominees are required to give a sharing session, otherwise their TADs won't be passed. We have uploading system of documents that we call e-archive, and this is just like a Google system where you can search for your queries and the related documents, which are, some of them are confidential, so you have to ask for permission from the uploader. Others which are open are available to all the employees. This has helped in reducing our cycle time for the projects, like the report preparation and all. This has helped us in that. We have a KM bulletin, we have KM writing, that's knowledge management, article writing competition, through which we are sharing the knowledge and all. That's it from my side. I don't think there won't be any questions. So if there are, I'm happy to answer. Please, ma'am. Lady, ma'am.
short question.
Yes, sir.
Macon employs a lot of short-term contractual executives, consultants.
So how do you, or what is the developmental plan for those kind of people who are there for say 5 years, 3 years with you?
Ma'am, right now, whatever internal programs we are doing, we are including the contractual workers as well, because we have executive level only, no other labor levels. So that we are doing. For external program, we are in the process of changing our L&D policy. So we will possibly be including those as well, and we'll have a definite plan for them.
So do you have an induction program kind of thing for them also?
Ma'am, at the section level they have something, but nothing in planned manner. Nothing. Thank you so much.
Just one query, like you mentioned about competency mapping and also that gap identified and the required level and what is the current level.
Present level.
So how do you do that assessment of gap identification?
Like for each position, we have a competency role map done. Each position, the competencies have already been defined in consultation with the section in charges, the reporting bosses, and the present employees' competency is again assessed by the in charges. The reporting, or maybe 2-3 levels are assessed, like the reporting boss and then the section in charge or GM level. Based on that, there is a gap identification by the system, and then the training needs are filled by the individuals also, by the SICs also.
So assessment done by reporting officer based on the feedback and performance?
Yes.
So no kind of questionnaire or test, or you have some online exams or other stuff also related to that assessment of the gap?
For the assessment of the gap?
Yeah, job profile basis like...
So you're saying for the rating of the position, for the person you're asking, right?
Yeah.
What level is being defined to that person? Right now it is only the SIC and the GMs, they are responsible for that. But maybe we can include some testing if, like in our case, it's not very technical, which we can test and say that, okay, you are at level 4 or 5. So it is subjective in our case, more or less.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you so much to
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। बहुत शुक्रिया और चलिए
कर्मा आपका नाम मेरा घराना और नहीं, इन झुकती पलकों के सिवा दिल का ठिकाना और नहीं, जचता ही नहीं हाथों में कोई, दिल तुमको ही चाहे तो क्या कीजिए, ओ मेरे दिल के चैन आए मेरे दिल को दुआ कीजिए। यूं तो अकेला भी अक्सर गिर के संभल सकता हूँ मैं, तुम जो पकड़ लो हाथ मेरा दुनिया बदल सकता हूँ मैं, मांगा है तुम्हें दुनिया के लिए, अब खुद ही सनम फैसला कीजिए, ओ मेरे दिल के चैन आए मेरे दिल को दुआ कीजिए, ओ मेरे दिल के चैन, ओ मेरे दिल के चैन। Thank you so much.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। और चलिए सिंगल गीतों के बाद कुछ गौरवंती गीतों का भी आनंद लें, और मैं आवाज़ देना चाहूँगा इला प्रभा जी को। सॉन्ग के लिए।
फिर से आप सबका स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है। ये दो डुएट के बाद हमारे बीच और एक कलाकार है हमारे बीच है जो सरा आएंगे इसके बाद।
हम क्यों सबको पता है मैं भी हूँ मस्ती में तू भी है मस्ती में आज खुशी में हम नाचे गए किसको पता क्या किसने किया सब करते हैं तूने मेरा दिल दिया मैं कहती हूँ तूने मेरा दिल दरिया बह ही गया, इश्क इबादत बन ही गया, खुद को मुझे तू सौंप दे, मेरी ज़रूरत तू बन गया, बात बिगड़ी है इस कदर, दिल है टूटा, टूटे हैं हम, तेरे बिन अब न लेंगे कभी हम, तुझे कितना चाहे और हम, तेरे साथ हो जाएंगे खत्म, तुझे कितना चाहे और हम। बात बिगड़ी है इस कदर, दिल है टूटा, टूटे हैं हम, तेरे बिन अब न लेंगे कभी दम, तुझे कितना चाहे और हम, तेरे साथ हो जाएंगे खत्म, तुझे कितना चाहे और हम। किस जगह गए ख्वाहिशें अब मेरी, छीन लूंगा तुम्हें सारी दुनिया से ही, तेरे इश्क पे हाँ मेरा ही तो है, कह दिया है कि मैंने मेरे रब से भी, जिस रास्ते तू ना मिले उस पे न हो मेरे कदम, तेरे बिन अब न लेंगे कभी दम, तुझे कितना चाहे और हम, तेरे साथ हो जाएंगे खत्म, तुझे कितना चाहे और हम, तुझे कितना चाहे और हम, तुझे कितना चाहे और हम। Thank you.
है ना? कलर मैचिंग करा है ना?
चलो बच्चों रेडी 3, 2, 1 स्टार्ट। बच्चों रेडी 3 किड्स रेडी
Just raise to that jaw.
3, 2, 1 स्टार्ट।
मैंने खाली पहली बार
लेके आओ यार।
मेमू सुनो, प्लेट और
टिश्यू लाओ ना, केक खाने के लिए प्लेट और टिश्यू लाओ, प्लेट और टिश्यू।
ये केक है इसके लिए।
ओके पापा, इधर आ जाइए, आप इधर आ जाइए।
तो दे दो।
क्या बोलते
निकाल जी लो।
कितना टेस्टी।
किसके नाम में लगेगा?
प्रोग्राम कोऑर्डिनेटर।
Workshop, and I hope you have learned various new things and insight from the first day presentations. And for today, 8 to 9 companies are still pending. So I request all of you to please keep your presentation very concise and precise. And we will give you, allot you a 15 minutes time. 15 minute का हम लोग time देंगे, and 5 minutes will be for buffer in which participant can ask questions and queries also. So 20 minutes time in totality we will provide, and when 15 minutes then we will ring the bell. जब 15 मिनट हो जाएगा तो हम लोग बेल एक बजा देंगे, जिससे आपको पता चल जाएगा कि आपके पास 5 मिनट केवल बची है, जिसमें आपको क्वेश्चन आंसर्स क्वेरीज का जवाब देना है, अपना प्रेजेंटेशन कवर करना है. और जो पॉइंट्स ऑलरेडी कवर्ड है, आई रिक्वेस्ट ऑल ऑफ यू टू प्लीज स्किप दो स्लाइड्स सो दैट we can complete the event in fast-paced way, because 8 to 9 presentation are still remaining. So we will be starting from GAIL. So I welcome Praveen sir. He has come from GAIL, and I request sir to come over the podium and start this session.
So it's a good experience. I'm representing my parent company right here, a company that is having a multifarious portfolio with it. First of all, before going to my company, representing my company, I would just give great thanks and regards to IICM and especially the city Ranchi. I've been here just first time, and it's really enriching experience to me. Yesterday, it was really enriching experience for me. I had a great presentations from all the energy companies like HPCL, IOCL, and SAIL, and other. Those all presented yesterday. It was really enriching experience to me, and that will be remaining for me for long. It's such a enriching and momentous occasions that I am representing my company right here. I have seen this flora and fauna around this institute, so it is really, Ma'am is not here, but his presence, I do accept that she is here in the tacit way, because the way she started and Mohit started this whole workshop, it takes a lot of efforts. So I do appreciate especially the coordinator, Mohit, and the team, IICM, who has taken the lead to take these type of interventions for the benefit of whole community, that is L&D. So L&D basically in GAIL, we have a different perspective to L&D, because we do think
GAIL basically is a company which is having a people-centric or to say the manpower-centric approach. We basically believe in people. The management has a strong focus because we are very feeble in number. In all, GAIL has manpower of around 5,025 in all locations across India. And we have operations in more than, to say, 6 verticals in the energy portfolio. So I would just go through it, and the things that I am going to present here, it's will be in very crisp form because the timing is there. So I would take it in very simple way. So here is the agenda. I would be just discussing the about us, the strategic or the advancements, basically initiatives that we have taken at GAIL, along with the digital innovations, and finally the spectrum that we cover. So GAIL basically, we are vertically, presently we had started as a pipeline company. Right now we are operating in more than 6 verticals. So it was a long journey of 40 years. Recently we have completed around 40 years with us, with this company. The management is totally focused with the vision of Prime Minister of India to be a global power or a developed nation by 2047. So the mission and vision of our company is totally aligned with the mission or vision of our country. Because we are in the process of building the nation and making a superpower by 2047. Presently also India is being represented at global level. It is being recognized as a superpower because all the companies, all the things that are going here are going in progressive way. So also in GAIL, we have this philosophy that the things that should move or that should come to our employees, that should be natural, not by any force. That is our management intent, that they don't want to force anything. And even in learning, as ma'am had yesterday given very strong words, the 4 words, and the last 2 words that were the prachar and acharan. We do believe in it because until unless you don't have a culture, you can't precipitate, you can't you can't reciprocate it to the people until the people are aligned with your policy by heart. Because learning is not the process that can be forced. So GAIL is definitely taking this into aspect, and we are definitely taking the strides in learning and development also, because right now we are in fields like 6 verticals we are majorly operating. So I would just be coming right there so that it would be visible to me too. Yeah. We are having a network of 16,243 kilometers of pipeline around India, and it contributes around 68% of the natural gas transmission around the country. Not only in India, we have the associations at the global level also, like in USA, Myanmar, Egypt, and Singapore. Basically, so it is basically right now not only a national company, it is also being representing at the global level. And along with it, it was a primary business of GAIL to have this transmission and pipeline business of natural gas. To make this as a value chain, GAIL has entered into many new fields or the niche fields that is under the energy security to the country. So, based on this natural gas value chain, we have GAIL has basically entered into major verticals like petrochemicals, LPG, LNG, that is liquefied natural gas, there is a slight difference between the LNG and this natural gas. So whatever gas that we are exporting, we are also importing the gas in the form of LNG. And for that, we are having a fleet of LNG cargoes with us. Around 5 cargo are there to the GAIL vertical right now. So we are diversifying in many fields that are creating the security, energy security to the company. So petrochemical, pipeline, natural gas, then renewables, and other one the LPG. So and CGD, basically this is also the infrastructure that we are totally laying to all these cities in India. Like today we are having this 72 GAs with us. That is the GAs is simply geographical allocation that is being given by the governments, the state governments to GAIL and other companies, because right now it's the open field. Any company can take that in their portfolio. So right now GAIL is operating around 48% of CNG stations all over India. Around 2,440 CNG stations are with GAIL, and it is contributing around 68% of this natural gas transmission to whole country. Petrochemical also, I am just giving the detail about it because our L&D basically focuses on all these verticals and the niche technologies or the things that are coming to GAIL, because it is ingrained that we have whatever we are operating, we are just making our employees to be able to be aware about all these verticals and excel in that, so that we can give the maximum to the nation. So recently we have entered into the new field of renewable energy, that is the wind power and solar power. And right now to the GAIL's portfolio, we are having around 180 megawatt of this wind power with us, and around 17 megawatt of solar power with us also. And it is expanding. Still, we are going a big way in this renewable energy, because right now the future is for the electricity, the gas. Because I don't know, we do all know that whatever is present, 2047 we will be having a different mindset, or different things will be moving on in that. So GAIL is definitely diversifying to the latest scenarios or the latest fields that will be coming, and we are very open to the time. We are also exploring the possibilities to make the things like AI or this AI, ML, and this cyber security, and all the technologies that are the newest technologies that are being incorporated at a very fast level. Along with it, we have certain environment ESG initiatives with us also. So our L&D basically focuses on all these plethora of opportunities or the field that we are operating. So our L&D vertical basically is completely focused on all these verticals like the petrochemicals, LPG, LHC, renewables, solar, wind, CNG, CGD, and the parent, that is CGD and pipeline. So presently GAIL is having 2 setups for training. That is one setup for executives and one setup for one facility for non-executives. Right now in GAIL, as I have already given this, we have this people-centric approach. So we don't believe that only the executives or a particular set of employees should be covered under the L&D function. We are covering not only employees, our stakeholders also, our vendors, our contractors, our employees' wives, spouses, their children, and even the contract workers. So all fleet of all the this domain of our L&D covers a wide spectrum. We are not just bounded to our executives or non-executives. We are covering a wide spectrum of stakeholders with us. The people who are contributing to our growth, who are delivering to make us possible that we are excelling. So all are covered under various initiatives taken by the L&D function of GAIL. So it is prime responsibility of L&D function that is taking all the initiatives for the development of all these stakeholders at GAIL. So this was a brief overview of GAIL's vertical and the business that GAIL is operating presently. I would just now coming to the L&D initiatives that GAIL has taken. presently in, we have two setups that I already mentioned. One is in Noida, that is called Gale Training Institute, Noida. We call it GTI Noida. And another setup at Jaipur, that is GTI Jaipur, that is for our non-executives and upgradation of their enhancement skills for non-executives. Along with it, we have regional training centers, as already mentioned by HPCL, SAIL and IOCL. We are all, as Mohit has given a poem, I want to say a very innovative type of thing, 4 lines, that we are all from a same roots. We have more or less the similar things, but in different tastes, different flavors. So we all definitely belong to a community that is PSE. So more or less, I would not just touch up the things that already you have mentioned, but that's why I have just made it cut short, because of the paucity of the time and to make it very crisp. I would not make you bore by repeating the things right here. I'm just touching out the things that extra we are doing, or what different we are doing. Not extra, the different we are doing. Because as I already mentioned, we all are from the same company. We are having like a turnover of around 1.5 lakh crores. So many of the companies like here, they represent to like that only. So I'm not touching that much details, but I'm just touching the things that different we are doing at GTI. So basically, GTI Noida is being accredited as ASME, that is American Society of Mechanical Engineers. It is the authorized training institute for ASME. And every year we train around 30 to 35 people from various PSCs or various organizations that do come to our institute to have that certificate program from ASME. So ASME has given this authorization to GTI to be the authorized training partner for them, and we are training at our setup at our facility at Noida, and giving the certification by ASME only. So we have developed in-house trainers also for it, and the GTI has been authorized by ASME to make the trainers also for ASME. So around, in our fleet, we have around 12 to 15 authorized trained trainers with us, to whom we are training, and the process is going on still. Ma'am has yesterday asked that what for the in-house faculty. We are outsourcing the people, but what for the people who are inside us, who are our own faculty, what we are doing for it. GTI is very keen and very much aware of all this, because whatever we outsource, we try 5 more minutes. Okay, so so I will just cover it very fast, because I have the second slide only. So right here in ASME, we have just developed more than 20 trainers with us, and every year we are around training around 20 to 25 people at our setup. Industry academia collaboration, we have collaborated with industries to pass on this knowledge dissemination to the industries, to the academies like Shiv Nadar University and IIPM. They in the Institute of Petroleum Management at Visakhapatnam, so they have been collaborated with us to give us their elective program from us. So we have designed the elective program, and that is being run at their institute from our own faculty. So this is the thing that we have managed our in-house faculty to make them the trainers, and they are right now not only just teaching at our institute, but also at the academia level also. So along with it, we are having the academy professionals at our setup also. So we have both way, that is a two-way communication between the industry and the academy. Role-based training has been rolled out in GAIL at various functional locations like in Pata or Vijaypur, and the biggest setup like in BCPL also. So we have given the role-based training, like the function they are operating in their, like the chemical engineers, mechanical engineers, whatever role they have been assigned, like deputy manager, power plant have been assigned the role of maintaining that plant, or section head has been given the responsibility of others. So we are not just giving in SAP or in just to say we are giving this in the just to maintain the system. We are holistically giving them the training, what verticals you want, what mass balance, what energy balance, everything we are providing in physical trainings. We're not very much going in this digital mode. We are going in that way because it is the flavor right now of the time. We are definitely going in that way, but the thing that we are following, the physical sessions are taken at very vast level at our setup. We are believing that these are the flavors and these will be coming in future, and that has to be taken. We are developing the courses in the soft form also, and we are going to the LMS and this AR, VR, everything we are doing, but physical sessions are mandatory for us, and it is very clear thing that we do think that these sessions create a huge impact. So as we have also analyzed these things, that are new things that are coming up, and we have basically surveyed our employees, how they are taking up these sessions during the COVID. Also we had these web interactions and these online sessions. Before COVID, actually we are going with it, but the employee response was not in that way. So GAIL has definitely been again reversed to this physical sessions, and the impact that we are getting from these sessions, it is far better. So presently we are going in hybrid mode. We are also conducting these offline sessions and online sessions, and also going with the LMS also. We are on the developing phase, like for our LMS, certain niche programs that are main to our vertical, like the CGD, the pipelines, the natural gas engineering, that are being developed, that have been developed in the LMS, and it is being given to the whole employee base. And along with it, we have gone into the latest technologies like hydrogen, the net zero, the strategy 2030, the industry 4.0, mobility 4.0, because these are the basic initiatives that are being taken by the government to take our country to the 2047 as a developed country. So it is taking at a very vast level at GAIL, and GAIL is basically focusing on all the areas like the ESG, that is the environment, social and governance, environment, social and governance as per the government guidelines. So we are basically going in the renewable way, and along with it, right now I would just make it very short. GAIL Haba, I am just, it is a flagship program that has been taken at a very very huge way in GAIL. It is an initiative that has been taken for the welfare, for giving our women giving the platform to the employees' spouse. Basically, the spouses of our employees who are posted at the remote locations or the places where they can't access, they can't fulfill their dreams of becoming the leaders. So GAIL has set up a separate platform through GTI only that we have given the platform to make their dreams come true. They have been given the formal trainings from our setup only, from our trainers, and along with it some other external organizations and the experts from various fields. We have collaborated in our setup, and we have given the formal training and hand-holding experience to all the women spouse. And right now around we are having around 43 setups with the startups have been taken, and they are creating a huge revenue for them. So they are around, we had trained around 400 of these spouses around 2 setups of our, that is the vast setup like in Pata and Vijaypur. So it has been taken at the very vast level, and right now those, the feel that those women spouse having there in mind, right now the feeling were there at the time that I can't do right here, what should I do, because I am being constrained in these boundaries of this setup. Like in Pata, it was not like that. Situations are not very easy right here. This is simply a remote locations like we have like the process units do we have. So Vijaypur is also like that. There are not facilities that if a CA is there, she has married to a CA, she had married to an engineer, but for what he should pay, she should pay. She should be given the opportunity. She is capable, she is doing, she can do. So she has been given, and GAIL management, director HR and our management has taken it at a very serious note, and right now we are going with it in a big way, very big way. So right now it has been implemented to pan-India basis. On the pilot project, we had taken it as only in Pata and Vijaypur. That is the various setup of our complete GAIL India Limited. So, right, that was basically covering around 25% of our manpower. Right now we have on pan-India basis, we have just implemented it and training the women spouse right there to make their dreams come true. Grooming of young talent. Young talent is because they are the most important part of our setup or of our company. Every company do have this in different types of things. We have a scheme like Sarathi with us, and the orientation program as onboarding everybody has. We do have it, but in different flavor. And the Sarathi is a program that is the mentor-mentee program. I think many of the PSUs would be having in there some different way, but the same thing we do have, and it is a more than 6 months journey with us, with whom they have been given a separate mentor to them, and that mentor remains with him for the whole training period of 1 year. So 1 year training period is being given to the orientation of these employees that to join us. And there, recently we had different startup with us, like initiative we have taken, AI-based initiative for the communication skills and personality development of those young executives, because sir has yesterday asked from HPCL that the youngsters or the persons who are joining us recently, they have been given this opportunity to develop the things because they are more conversant with all these things like the latest setups of the digital AI and ML papers, because they are very much conversant about this. So we have been given this to the youngsters only. It will be difficult for this our old guys or the persons who are having experience. So it is very difficult to catch things. But we are developing the platforms accordingly to as per the needs. Development of the leadership pipeline. In this, we are having 2 or 3 setups. Okay. I would just give a brief overview of this leadership pipeline. We are having the different tacit knowledge to accumulate that tacit knowledge, like the employees who have superannuated from our setup, they have been given the opportunity to interact with us, to have the tacit knowledge like the Anubhav and this Brahaspati type of setup we have initiated with which we just interact with these experienced professionals and take their services for the benefit of the youngsters at the very vast level. Knowledge management is a topic like most other PSUs form, like the different that we do at our setup is the knowledge sharing seminar. Every year we do conduct this type of seminar where all the professionals from all the verticals do come at GTI and present their innovative ideas, and we do learn from each other. Strategy 2030 programs, that is basically GAIL has a perspective that of the newest setup or the newest guidelines that the government have made and the things that we will be wanting for the future growth of our country. So some initiative has been taken at the 2030 program. We have formulated a policy like a strategy 2030 under which we have made very unique initiatives like the net zero, the hydrogen policy, the hydrogen mission, and mobility 4.0, electricity, electrification. So many programs have been incorporated in it, and we are training our employees to these setups and making them to take the lead, so that GAIL should create a niche field in all the newest setups or the newest technologies that are coming to our GAIL. The time is very less with me, but the things were many more that I have to discuss, but no issues. So this, as I already mentioned, that we do cover the persons who are associated with us. So in the Urja Ganga pipeline, that was the main pipeline that that PM had just inaugurated at the time of 2016. So GAIL had not only trained our employees, but had trained all the contract workers in the formal way only. Not only in informal way, it was very formal, and we had trained around 575 workers right there who have been upskilled. So upskilling, reskilling, it is a part of us at every level. And tangible benefit was there definitely for this. Strategy 2013 में एक portion that is being taking at a very vast level, because government has put a very strong intent to us that hydrogen is a future fuel, and we are going in a big way. We have recently installed a capacity of around 10 megawatt at our Vijaypur, and we are training our employees in a big way in this newer fuels and all. So capacity building in this field is taking on a big lead. Digital initiative, I will not just take much time on it because we are definitely developing in it and we have some certain courses. All the things like the onboarding, we had taken the AI and ML at a greater level. We have given this AI setup for the community, for the communication skills, personality development, and many things that we have incorporated through this onboarding process. In AR, VR, we have developed many modules, but basically focused on the safety and safety and operation point of view. Just we have developed many modules on it. LMS, we have basically presently we do have the niche or the field that are basically niche to us, that are basically we are hand-holding on it. So only like the CGD, the pipelines, the O&M of pipelines, the safety, and like on this we are having the LMS setup. Cybersecurity, many setups, many trainings have been given to our employees, and webcast, and every month digital days being organized, and many things are going in it. Paucity of time, but I would. So this spectrum that we are covering right now, it is just showing the spectrum. What spectrum? We are not having this. Our employees only. Employees is a small part, but we are taking nation at a large and contract employees and structural. Those who are with us, who are with as a stakeholder with us, we have them in our vertical at primary level only, not the secondary level. So with this, this is just the hydrogen fuel that we are taking, because we have seen that like the blending of ethanol in petrol, we are blending hydrogen right now in the this natural gas. So it is going on a big way, and it has been started at the pilot project in Indore. So it's just like that. I would just say thank you right here, because it was sorry, but I think I took 5 minutes more. But
thank you very much, sir, and I am very sorry because time is less.
I can't say, but
your presentation and deliberation was very nice.
Thank you very much. It's really I'm very thankful to IICM to give me opportunity to be here. But as GAIL portfolio is very high right now, we are operating in many of, so it's very difficult to cover it in.
Yes, sir, I can understand.
So, sorry to say, please.
Thank you very much, sir, for coming, and now I request TD ma'am, please come and give a small to sir.
कुछ था वो हटा दिया गया है, और प्रवीण जी उसी के कारण आप सुरक्षित थे, क्योंकि 2-3 बार बेल बजने के बावजूद आपने वो लक्ष्मण रेखा नहीं छोड़ा, नहीं तो यहाँ से हटा दिया जाता। सो आई बी केयरफुल कि जो 15 मिनट्स अलॉटेड है, और मेरे लिए लक्ष्मण रेखा हट गया है, TSF ने कुछ लगाया हुआ था। सो आई हैव टू बी केयरफुल कि मेरे पास वो नहीं है, नहीं तो मोहित लेके चला जाएगा बाहर। सो वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू, and my first salutation to Kamakshi ma'am and her brilliant team, and of course next to each L&D stalwarts who are in this hall from public sector and private sector. I'll be careful with regard to time. There are important things to communicate, so directly coming to the point. So I represent BHEL, and I'm sure each one of us have been impacted by BHEL. As the saying says that you have a bit of sale in your life, we say that every second, third bulb which is lit in your house is because of BHEL product. In terms of organization, so even after, at this point of time, we have 29,000 plus people, 16 manufacturing units, 2 repair units, 4 regional offices, and we happen to be India's largest engineering and manufacturing enterprises in the area of energy, industry, infrastructure. You know about it. So when you have this Chandrayaan going, or when you have this Vande Bharat, you can understand BHEL is there. So the spectrum, the areas in which we work is in front of you. We are in power sector, transportation, defense, aerospace, renewables, then energy storage solutions, captive power, transmission, and industrial products. This is our pan-India presence. And coming to L&D, because that's why we are here. So across India, we have at different points, starting from Noida and Haridwar, up to Tiruchirappalli, we have different human resource development centers. Proud to share with this August gathering that in 60s, in fact, when L&D and HRD was the term, and very few people knew about this term, we had Dr. T.V. Rao and Uday Parikh who used to conduct labs in BHEL, and that's our legacy, and we are so proud of it. So at this point of time, and I have missed yesterday's session, when we are talking about internal faculties, you name the accreditation, and we have internal resources within BHEL to talk about. ISAP's professional member we have DIS certified member, we have MBTI trained resources, we have TA experts, and you name the area and we are there. This is our vision statement, and this is something which drives L&D function in BHEL, and we say that creating a future-ready workforce is the core area of L&D function in the company. How do we do it, and what all we do it for that in the coming slides I would like to share with you. But the important thing is what you notice on the top right, and this is the structure, a very thoughtful structure what we have created to drive the L&D function. So L&D function must not be only for people who are in the training in L&D. It has to be owned by everyone in the company, and that's something very important. So in terms of structure, we have something called Governing Council, and the Governing Council is chaired by Director HR of the company, and 10 executive directors sit in that Governing Council once in a year, and this Governing Council gives the vision that in this direction we need to move. At unit level, so when you have units Haridwar, Tiruchirappalli, Bhopal, Ranipet, all over India, every unit has HRD Council. So something which is important in Haridwar may not be relevant in Bhopal. Bhopal will have its own requirements. So HRD Council is headed by one executive director, unit head. Every year we have a forum called HRD Heads all over India. Though our seniors who are heading HRD function, we meet, we discuss, we deliberate, 2-3 days marathon, और मतलब क्या नहीं होता उस meet में, absolute nuts and bolts of discussion. And then at the shop level, because the action lies in the shop floor, at the shop level we have something called area training coordinators. So HRD is in action all over India. These are the 5 points which I would like to submit with this house, and the 6th one I have kept there because that recent initiative, Project 3C, what we have done in the recent different conferences and seminars, BHEL has been given exclusive award for that initiative. So I will also like to touch upon that. So coming to CL division, so based on our company's strategic plan 22-27, which BHEL is running, this is BHEL L&D's strategic vision, creating a future-ready workforce to achieve BHEL vision. And this vision is about 3 important pillars, and there I want the house's attention. So the 3 pillars are deepening engineering excellence through technical training, because engineering nerve happens to be the important junction for BHEL. So the focus on technical training, leadership development at all levels, and what all we do, I will be sharing in just one slide with all of you, and to promote e-learning culture in the company with this 24/7 learning culture. So technical training, leadership training, and the e-learning, these are the 3 pillars. So our focus areas, to deep dive into that, we are talking about engineering technical capability building, we are talking about managerial development programs, we are talking about building a culture of safety, project management programs, and the e-learning. Coming to the second piece, which is about training identification. I'm keeping this space. Is this space okay, or I need to slow down? A quick check with the house. It's okay. This space is okay, fine. So training need identification process, and in 2016, the process which I'm just sharing with you in the Scope International HR Summit, this process got the first prize in that summit. So this is the detailed T&I process, and we have an online T&I portal for our 29,000 people. And employees submit their training needs through this process. And the process, we have put it in one slide for this summit, but it is actually mind-blowing. At the back end, the process starts capturing the need from our strategic plan, from the MOU, from the top management inputs. From there, we come and we notice From there we come to the corporate functions. So whether it is strategic function or the quality function or the technology management, we as a team, we go to them, capture their inputs. We capture input from the governing council, the HRD council, and after doing this detailed work of 2 months, real-time rigorous work, we put all this data at the back end and we float that system for the employees to opt their needs. And this process takes 1 to 2 months time, and the employees submit their need, and from there we prepare our training calendar. We don't stop there. We reach out to the engineering heads of the company, and there must be some 500 genius minds, those who know the depth and detailing of turbine, generator, oil rigs, and each and everything. So we reach out to the engineering heads, talk to them, not just mail stuff. Talk to them, meet them, and capture their exclusive need. That need is also fed into the system, and then we prepare our calendar. Third piece, which is about the leadership development. This is our leadership development for executives starting. So someone who joins BHL, an officer joins BHL at engineer trainee or executive trainee level. So the officer cadre begins from there. After 1 year of rigorous induction training, which includes site training, shop floor training, and the classroom training, the person is given the grade as you would have written here in this registration process as E1. So you will notice, ladies and gentlemen, the leadership starts from E1 stage itself. For E1, E2, because it's the frontline executive, we have a program called Execution Excellence. At E3, when the person is deputy manager, we have a program called Young Managers Program. When someone becomes E4, that is manager cadre, we have a program called General Management Program. For E5 and E6, which is our senior manager and DGM, there is SMP, Strategic Management Program. For senior DGMs and AGMs, so senior DGM is a unique cadre in BHL, but most of the senior DGMs and AGMs are HOS or HOD. We have a program called Saksham. E8 is our general manager and E9 is our executive director. For E8 and E9, we have a program called Pratham, and Pratham we do it in collaboration with IIM Ahmedabad. So 1 week training at IIM Ahmedabad, followed by the project work. And Apex is our director and CMD. So director and CMD for the chosen programs at Stanford or Massachusetts, and some of these exclusive programs we send. But what we have done started very recently, and top management was very pleasantly surprised to see this move from our side. Every quarter, best of the management books, which is really trending in the world. For each director, a separate book, a team at our CLD, we study that which book in the area of leadership or the culture building is really trending, and that book is given to the director or CMD along with the book review and the presentation. You will notice other side, on the right side of this slide, so this is for the executives, and close to 20,000, around 19 to 20,000 we have workers and supervisors. What about them? So for worker supervisors, we have unique interventions, STAR and RISE. At the cadre change level, when a worker becomes supervisor and when a supervisor becomes executive, there is a unique program called Horizon and Inspire. Again, for that initiative, BHL has got a separate award at different forums. For our women colleagues, we have started a new initiative called Spark, again in 2 different segments. For E1 to E5, a different Spark, and for E6 to E7, a different Spark. 3 at the bottom of this slide, you will notice 3 recent initiatives, and we are very proud of these initiatives. We have started coaching intervention for our EDs. So 10 of our EDs are going through coaching intervention. Of course, in a PSU setup, you have to do tendering, and 1 tender failed. We did not stop. We did it once again, and this tender succeeded, and the coaching has started. And 1 or 2 rounds of conversations have happened. Great insight coming, and all these EDs are really happy. We have also started for our E5 to E7 Executive Presence program. And interestingly, I missed yesterday, we are doing something called FDP, Faculty Development Program. It started during COVID time, so it was a 3 months online program. 2 batches we have done, 120 people. And in training we talk about ROI, kitna return mila aapko. Glad to share with the house that 120 people whom we have groomed, there is 98% success rate. आप पूछेंगे 2% कहाँ miss हो गया? 2% वहाँ miss हो गया that some of my line managers who were groomed as faculties, they were so inspired by the process, they started pursuing their PhD. Some of them have gone for their IIM courses, but they are again going to come back. 98% is the success rate of FDP because after going through FDP, these people are doing internal faculty work. So the mentoring for the GMs and the process is known to all of us. With regard to deep engineering training, and which is something very, very important, there are 3 broad areas you will notice here. So we are doing courses in the emerging areas. Some of the things which is currently trending. We have a tie-up with IIT Delhi for some of the niche programs, capability building programs. Our strategic plan document, it talks about the area of EV, hydrogen electrolyzer, TACAS. So these kind of courses we are doing. In the project management, PMP certification, IPMS training, and the EPC project management, the courses. And there is a huge list, sometimes we wait for nomination, nahi mil raha hai. And here we have to say कि भैया wait करो, तुम्हारा अगले बैच में रखेंगे. Safety is something very important, so programs for safety induction training and the certification courses. Last, with regard to all this, what is the roadmap ahead? So in terms of roadmap, since last year, and to be very honest with the house, we cannot say that we have arrived. It's a rigorous work. We are currently working on 7 centers of excellence within BHEL. So we are working on Leadership Academy, creating a kind of, we have HRDI, but Leadership Academy is a different kind of vision on which we are working. We are trying to create a separate vertical for safety training. So we are midway through. We have located a place in Trichy unit. We are working on that. For supervisor training and artisan training, what you notice, we have identified Haridwar unit and Bhopal unit to be, mother plant for that. Work is in the great progress and a lot of things are happening there. Our LMS modules that we are in talk with LinkedIn, Coursera and some of these, so we have not finalized there, but good progress is there. We are also trying to create 2 more centers of excellence. One is in the area of project management and one is in the area of creating a unique engineering center. These are the institutions, a glimpse of some of the institutions with which we have a kind of close association. We get faculties from there. Sometimes in some of these places our own people also go as internal faculty resources. I was talking about a unique thing what we have done in the recent year. And let me share with the house here. So this initiative is known as Project 3C, Connect, Collaborate and Create. And the need was, year 2020 was declared as year of transformation at BHEL and multiple initiatives were taking place. But many of our employees were really not sure that the direction in which we are going. And please understand, this was a big question, big issue. So you will notice there are 2 themes here. What was the context and in which we started this initiative? So when the organization is going through a challenging times, it becomes more important to align, inspire and motivate each and every employee. Second aspect is much more important and L&D function will really appreciate that. So not only aligning, it's also important to communicate to employees the direction in which we are moving. So that was the need. So we launched a unique initiative with these 3-4 objectives. Objective number 1, to share with employees organization's legacy and current challenges. To share with employees the recent initiatives and what is being envisioned for tomorrow. To reaffirm our vision, mission, values. And to listen to employees what he or she would like to communicate. Uska kya idea hai, uske kya complaint hai. 5 मिनट में मैं करूंगा, धक्का नहीं लगाना है. So the intervention design was, we created a template, and this was the template. So the template had 6 segments, and in these 6 segments we worked for 3 months to create a presentation. One presentation at the corporate level, which was, and you will notice that the first 3 segments were common across BHEL for 29,000 people, and the bottom 3 segments were unit region specific. This was the design. From top management to the front employees, everyone was to be involved. From January, February 21 to November 21 onwards, this was the entire journey. करीब 1.5 से 2 साल का ये rigorous journey रहा. The initiative was launched by our CMD, the then CMD, and you can see in the auditorium we reached out to a large chunk of employees in the massive big way. क्या इसका result रहा? And how it impacted BHEL. So after 1 year, when I talked to, we had a group of around 70 coordinators, we call them 3C champs. When we asked them, they said that when brought together, people will respond and perform. We could see this happening. We are capable of doing anything. Nothing is impossible. These are their verbatim words. After listening to employees, we identified 1,000 plus projects, sir and ma'am. And after 1 year, when people completed these projects, we started studying these projects on 3 parameters. यहाँ पे आपका ध्यान चाहूँगा. On uniqueness, on applicability across BHEL, and on the tangible gains. Only top 30 projects, and I'm not talking about 1,000 projects. Only top 30 projects gave us the deemed saving of 61 plus crores. And this is the number. People ask कि L&D से क्या ROI होता है? One intervention, and of course it demanded serious real time, 1 साल का कड़ी मेहनत था. 61 करोड़ का इसमें हमें saving दिखा. We did not stop again there. All these success stories, people who have done those kind of work, in our internal journal, we have an internal journal called ACOM, जो हर महीने publish होता है. All these success stories of employees were published. The idea was twofold. One, to give motivation to that person, and the second, multiplier effect, cross-pollination of idea. So these were the segments on which we asked people. You will notice this was our banner. और अगर आप ध्यान देंगे इस बैनर में, 3C के बैनर में कहीं पे हमने L&D नहीं लिखा, कहीं नहीं लिखा कि ये कॉर्पोरेट L&D का इनिशिएटिव है. तो जब ये बैनर किसी शॉप फ्लोर में लगा, you can notice तेलुगु, तमिल, उस शॉप फ्लोर का एम्प्लॉई कह रहा था कि ये मेरा इनिशिएटिव है. And sometimes we need to put ourselves in the background. We need not put ourselves, on the front everywhere. When this banner was pasted in the shop floor, employees started owning up the whole initiative. That this initiative is not driven by corporate. This is not driven by some training function. ये हमारा initiative है. तो 61 करोड़ वहाँ से आया. So our spirit is deepening learning culture in the organization, and there is something to talk about talent, but I think time is less. So on that, thanks everyone. Any question?
We can take 1 or 2 questions.
Any 1 or 2 questions. Who is coaching them? We are not developing them as coaches.
Thank you.
Yeah. And we have also placed number. Each coach will not have more than 3 coaches. So we have done this tendering work for 20 of our EDs. In the first round, we are doing for 10 EDs. Once this is completed, because जब से ये start हुआ है, मैंने realize नहीं किया था कि ये इतना tough होगा. And all of them are very senior persons. So उनके अपनी compulsions हैं, pressing assignments हैं. So even to fix this meeting between coach and coachee, it is taxing. Taxing बोल रहा हूँ, उसको आप bold कर लीजिए और underline कर लीजिए.
Yeah, no, we understand that because we've also been doing this, so it's very tough. One more question: for what duration have you taken this?
We have done, we have placed this journey for 6 to 7 months. So 6 से 7 महीने का journey है, और इसमें हमारा 6 conversation होगा. 6 conversation में हमने 3 online और 3 offline रखा है.
Thank you.
These things are very clear in the whole process. Yeah. Any other question? Yes, ma'am.
Coaching is something all of us as LLD professionals know. But getting a coach on a gem portal, on a tender road, itself must have been a great challenging journey, because
it was very challenging.
Now just open a LinkedIn, everybody is a coach.
Yeah.
So how do you get, I mean, this is such a subject that all public sectors are talking about mentoring and coaching.
Yeah.
So why did you decide on this? I mean, this decision to...
Ma'am, you have, it is not a question. You have, you have placed a Yorker, but I will be able to handle your Yorker. Because in the first round, when we did this tendering process, we failed. Because when you do tender, each and every word becomes important. Not only that, as PSU fraternity will understand, when you are taking initial budgetary quotation, so there are many persons who are very enthusiastic कि हाँ हम भी करेंगे. और हमारा टेंडर इसलिए फेल हो गया that the person who had given initial budgetary offer, जिसके चलते हमारा pricing नीचे आया था, that person did not participate. But it was a great learning, and of course we had my director HR was very keen कि हमें start करना है. So there was a kind of ultimatum कि या तो ये next tender successful होना है, नहीं तो कुछ होगा. So we were very careful. उसकी जो जितनी भी learning थी, we had 1 month. We really discussed each and every word of that tender. We figured out initially when we were doing, because when you go to coaching labs,
Like, are you also contemplating working on coaching culture for your middle level, which is very, very crucial?
Absolutely.
And since BHL is always having this strength of internal faculty, are you also, developing your leaders or your people as, internal coaches?
Yes, yes.
Those are important.
That is definitely happening.
Yeah, no,
but
maybe offline we can discuss for because of time, because this is a subject.
Sure,
very
sure.
Now, I'll just add to what you're saying for the benefit of the house.
At SAIL, what we are doing is we are weaving in coaching as part of our program only. So we are doing it for women exclusive program that we are doing, Anya. The other one is Tara. So coaching is an integral part of that process. We have specifically mentioned that we want ACC certified coaches. The other thing that you spoke about is the coaching culture. We are doing it at 2 levels. One is an in-house program that we are doing, which is called leaders as coaches. That we are doing internally. We have designed it internally and we are conducting it so that it cascades faster. The other one is we are also we have started a ICF certification course with an external agency through which we are expecting around 48 to 49 people at E7 and E8 to get certified. So that's what we are doing.
Thank you very much for saving 61 crore. Was very inspiring, and we have learned and we are learning from each other, and this was a very good initiative, and I thank you very much, sir, for coming and giving your deliberations. Now I request TD ma'am to please come and present a small memento to sir.
Thank you for the powerful presentation.
Thank you very much.
I am Pondian, Deputy General Manager, Training and Skill Development.
Good morning all. My name is Albert. I'm working as a Manager HR at NLC India. Thank you.
Is it audible? India Limited, a leading diversified energy conglomerate, has been at the forefront of India's energy sector since its inception from the year 1956. As a Schedule A Navaratna Center Public Sector Enterprises, NLCIL has consistently demonstrated its commitment to sustainable energy solutions. With a strong foundation in lignite mining as well as coal mining, NLC has expanded its operation to include power generation, consultancy and power trading. The company's expertise in lignite mining has enabled it to establish a largest open cast mine in Asia, ensuring a steady supply of fuel for its power generation plants. NLCIL has made significant strides in renewable energy, becoming a pioneer in solar power generation among CPSEs. The company's solar power projects spread across various locations have contributed significantly to India's renewable and services to energy companies. This diversification has strengthened NLCIL's position in its energy market and enhanced its ability to adapt changing industry dynamics. With a strong focus on research and development, NLCIL is continuously exploring new technologies and innovative solutions to improve its operation and reduce its environmental footprint. The company's commitment to sustainability and its strategic approach to energy operations make it a key player to India's energy transition. This is our balance sheet. This is about our NLC India Limited, where we are having our plants across the India. About LEC. NLCIL's Learning and Development Center plays a pivotal role in nurturing, developing the company's workforce. LEC offers a comprehensive range of training programs to both regular and contractual employees, equipping them with skill and knowledge necessary to excel in their job role. The LDC training curriculum covers a wide spectrum of functional and cross-functional areas, ensuring that employees are well-versed in their specific roles as well as the broader context of the organization. Behavioral training programs focus on developing essential soft skills and such as communication and teamwork and leadership. Additionally, LDC provides a statutory training program to ensure compliances with relevant regulations and industry standards. Safety and well-being training programs prioritize the health and safety of the employees, fostering a culture of workplace safety. Recognize the importance of gender equality. LDCs also offer women empowerment program to empower female employees and create more inclusive work environment. Now I invite Mr. Albert to elaborate more about our activities of LDC and our initiatives, new initiatives taken in LC.
Check. Thank you, sir. So by now, I think most of us know about NLC, but with this small glimpse, I think now most of us are really aware of what we do. I'll quickly turn into what actually we do at LNDC. Now, LNDC is a unit that we have at Neyveli. So we have our presence at Neyveli, and like you see, our business presence is across the country. But LNDC is situated only at Neyveli, which is the bottom part of Tamil Nadu, very much into central district. Now, in LNDC, it's a unit wherein it's headed by GM, unit head, and then we have a DGM who's the head of training. And under that, if you can see that we have 4 wings. Now, these 4 wings are namely Training and Development Center, which is the major part of what we do at LNDC. Then comes the skill development and other learning initiatives, and also the HR department. Now, part of training and development, we have, like any other PSU, we also have our own TNI process, which is done based on whatever inputs we get from the corporate plan. And that goes into our employees' choice of selecting what kind of training they need. And then further it gets approved through their reporting officer, and then it comes to LNDC. Now, once it is coming to LNDC, we prepare a training calendar just like any other institute that we do. And then we, posted through to our different units, and the training calendar is under the control of LNDC, and they further initiated through their own system of selecting their own faculty members. And sometimes the faculty members can also comprise from internal and external. Since this discussion is happening, I would like to put it on the record that we have close to 180 faculties within NLC who are internal faculties, who are certified faculties in terms of attending their own TOT sessions, and also certified in terms of whatever technical sessions that they handle. Now that's one. Second, we have our own unit or section.
There are some discussions. Yeah, please.
Okay, so part of our planned training programs are webinars, which has been decreased this year because it was more of something that we did in COVID period. But majority of them is classroom, and some of it we are introducing of part of outbound trainings and also training into other institutions through deputation. Now, part of it, which is already covered by other some of our colleagues and some of our further PSUs, are the mentoring program. Now, the mentoring program is more for the onboarding for the GETs. We have not very much gone further with EDs or the senior leadership yet, but we are looking forward to doing so. We are really inspired with what other people are doing, and looking forward to take that as an initiative from here. And further moving to skill development, I think we have our own apprentice engagement. Now, apprentice engagement is close to 1,100 apprentices that we engage across India, across our plants in NLCIL. And most of them go through their own significant trainings that we schedule for them. And again, RPL, some skill development for our project affected people at NLC. We also have something called industrial training in mining and in finance, which we hired for 1 year period, and with significant amount. I think close to 130 people are there in mining and finance, both cumulative. Then further comes our internship, in-plant training and project work. Now this is something that has gained further traction in NLC because we have close to 1,000, 2,000 plus students who come across Tamil Nadu and also the neighboring states who come and participate as part of the internship program. Further, quickly move on to knowledge management. Now knowledge management, we do have a portal that we handle in-house, but it is something that is in this very baby niche steps. We are yet to develop and further bring it into traction, but something that I think that I'll show it other slides. It's called Samanvai portal, which NLC has strong presence in it. Moving on to ACDC, this is something that we have been doing diligently for the last 3 years. We have been able to cross, I think, close to 800 executives who have been taking part in our assessment development centers, and that is exclusively taken care by LNDC because after the assessment, whatever the individual development plan is been further designed and developed through LNDC. Now there's something that is doing much of I think something that is on the spotlight at NLC currently. We have our own quality circle. Further, we do our own training programs in terms of other events that we conduct based on whatever requirements we have. The other 3 or 4 are something that we all do, part of our joining formalities and institutional membership. Now, just to classify, I think my unit head has already clearly briefed about the kind of trainings that we do. This is just for a quick glimpse. Okay, now the training methods that we follow, we already discussed it in our slide. We do our webinars, deputation. We have our own e-learning platform. Our e-learning platform is, we do it on an open Moodle platform. So it is something that we are looking at tendering and outsourcing it very soon. But currently we have close to 26 modules that has been operated at NLCIL, and we are further adding to it. I think we just spoke about the TNA, how it is done. One quick thing that we would like to put it on record here is, I think this year I think we had a call with SAIL. We were inspired with what they have been doing, and it's about the circle and the society. 2 different inputs that we got from them, which we are planning to implement in the upcoming year. So that is something that we are not put it here, but we are planning to implement probably coming down the line. So this is something that we have been inspired from SAIL. We had a call with them, and we are looking at implementing this advisory board and committee in our upcoming cycle. But looks like they are further upgraded it to HR, which is good. I think we'll look at it in the coming years. Okay, some of the quick initiatives. Now we have our own, just like any other organization. I'm repeating this way too often, but we have our own TMS. Now this is an inbuilt platform which has been built by our own executives, by our own system executives. And this platform it's been exclusively used for multiple purposes. One is to get your TNI done. Now the TNI floats through this portal. It's an in-house portal where the employees get to select their own training, what kind of trainings they want. It further gets forwarded to their reporting officers, and the reporting officer, based on whatever section or division he is at, he makes the approvals done, and it comes to training, it comes to LNDC. Now that is one use. Second use is our training calendar. Our training calendar, as soon as the training is done, it is posted in training management system. Now the employee has the liberty to select what date and what month that he wants to attend. That is, the nominations can also be sent through TMS. Third is, we internally in-house, we are able to update our attendance and get the feedbacks through this portal. That is the third. And fourth, the faculty that we call. If we have a database of close to 1,800 faculties now, just to put it on record, LNDC is there for 40 years. This is the 40th year that LNDC is operating at NLCI. So we have a good base of faculties, and all the faculty feedbacks are also part of our TMS portal. Now this portal has multiple functions, and this is very crucial for us that we maintain this, because all the database, all the feedbacks, everything is in this portal. Now LNDC is just one unit of training. We have our own power station training center, PSTC, and we have also our mining GVTC training center. Now these two training centers exclusively take care of the technical aspect of training. Though LNDC does few technical, but major technical, the thermal part is taken care by PSTC, which is another neighboring unit, and GVTC is the mining part. Now RPL, we have seen that, so I'll just quickly move. We have a skill development for employees, for our project affected people, other stakeholders, like you see school students and teachers also come under our ecosystem of skill development. Mentoring scheme is exclusive for GEDs for now. For every year we have this GED onboarding, for them we do it. Industrial training, we spoke about it. Workers' education is something that, again, very religiously we have been doing it. We are running our 371st batch this year. Now every year we do this for close to 6 to 10 batches. And this, how the batch work is, this is exclusively for non-executives. And this goes for 2 weeks of classroom training and 1 week for your outbound, which is basically we take them to some industry and we have this learning outside the classroom. And we are doing this as part of our statutory compliance also. And this year we are planning to cover 6. So far we have covered 3. So another 3 left for the second half of the year. Apprentice training, we spoke about it. This is just a quick number that we wanted to project. This is for the last year, 23-24. The number of programs that we had. These are all planned programs that you see on your screen based on our TNI. The number of executives, non-executive, and our supervisors that we covered. Some of the add-on programs. Add-on programs are basically the programs that are not part of our TNI. So there's the categories. Okay. Some of, again, just for our quick clips, some of the programs that we run at LNDC. These are all outside our TNI. Some of it that you see in your screen are something that, like the special vendor development programs, the program on superannuation benefits. These programs happen quite frequently. So these are something that we do mostly. Either the annuation programs we do it monthly, the vendor development programs we do it annually, including the program on reservation policy that happens every year. Okay. Moving on to our actuals, target and actuals, the number of events and programs that we have completed so far. One interesting factor here is we always planned to have a leadership connect, a forum where our CMDs and directors are able to connect directly with our DGMs. We were successful to have that done last year. That is something that we have put in. This is something that we have not done in the past, but something that we wanted to do it just to bridge a gap, or bridge a communication channel between our DGM and above and our CMD sir. And it was a super hit, hence that is part of our slide. Some of the initiatives, if you look at it, we have our MOU signed, and further one MOU that we have not mentioned here, but we're going to sign it, I think in the next week, is with IIM Calcutta for our DGM and above training, leadership MDP programs. You can also look at the SD skill development MOI, tri-party MOI that we have signed with Tamil Nadu Skill Development and NTTF Bangalore. we did introduce a new core value, and that was our CMD SPED project, and we have been doing the sensitization since last year, but now we are officially completed. And we have also trained our own trainers to run this across our plants and units. Now, knowledge management, I think we showed in the first slide. We do have our internal app, but more than that, we have been integrated into Samanvai, which most of us know already. It is part of our knowledge management portal. Now, NLC currently holds the third position in the CPSC Samanvai portal in terms of the contribution that we have made with regard to the knowledge that we have transited from our organization to this portal. These are some of the quality circle initiatives that we have taken care of. The NPTEL course program that we have made available for our employees. 5 minutes. So technically, we are the first CPSC to have been signed an MOU with IIT Madras for the NPTEL Industry Association. These are the MOUs that we have. Tri-party MOU for skill development. This is the leadership development program, which was last year, which we had done it through IIM Nagpur. This year we are looking at IIM Calcutta for teacher and above. And one thing that we would like to bring here is that part of our assessment development center, we have identified some of the individual development plans now, which are being run through some of the IIMs. One of them is Calcutta. But then for the competency-based development programs, we are running it with across IIMs from IIM Trichy, IIM Indore. These are something that we're still under discussion, hence we are not put it into the slide. But yeah, that is part of our agenda. And also the outbound trainings, part of individual development program. The outbound training has also been brought into light. So we are also looking at collaborating with some of our external agencies. It's still under discussion. Now, this is one thing that would like to end the presentation with. Now, we have our GET 1-year training plan. This is something that we have been able to bring light to, because this one-year program has been beneficiary not only for the GET but also for the organization. Now, this is a very curated, exclusively well-curated program. Now, we can look at it. This is a 1-year program. First 8 weeks is something where the GET spends his time at LNDC, where he gets to know about the organization. It's more of a campus to corporate training, and then also more of what are the kinds of divisions and units that we have. That first 8 weeks is taken care through these programs. The second phase is more of their domain training, their in-house domain training. They get posted to their domains, and they get their on-the-job trainings through their own units. The third phase is where we the third phase is where we bring him back and we send him to their exclusive other domain training. Now, sometimes we do it either through ISM Dhanbad for mining, sometimes we do it through NTPC for thermal. For HR folks, we either send them to XLRI or NIT Trichy. So that is more of domain training, but through external agency. And we ended with evaluation. Now, they have an evaluation, every phase they have their own evaluation. But the third phase evaluation is where we again have an interview for them, and then successfully close it, and then the regulation happened from E2 to E3. This is one thing that we have been doing it, and this has brought a lot of positive vibes across the organization for the GEs and for the retention purpose as well. Having said that, I think thank you so much. I was able to, hopefully was able to show some of our practices. Thank you.
Quickly we take 1 or 2 questions. Huda. Arif. Mike.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for your presentation. You just talked about a portal that you have been using for L&D. Yeah. So, is that a system-based portal or some mobile-based application like that?
It's a system-based portal.
System-based portal. And you have designed it like in-house only?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it is accessible for both executives and non-executives?
Yes, yeah. So, yeah, it is system-based and it is available for both things within the And what the mobile part, we are still looking at it. We're still looking at converting it. Yes, sir.
So, the superannuation program, 2 questions. Is for 90 days
And does the spouses are also invited for that? And what are the areas you are focusing in superannuation?
So, sir, it happens every month based on the superannuation numbers that we get every month. That's one. Second, it's also for the spouses. We ensure that they bring in their spouses. Third, it is for 1 day. In fact, it's for 2 days. First day, we cover more about their pension part. And second part is more about their insurance scheme, what is there after they retire. So it's for 2 days. In fact, 1.5 days, you can call it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. So, ma'am, it has been, so we do it every year. So we keep a budget of 10 series. Most of it, we try 50% that we cover it through our own directors and CMVs. CMV sir to come and have a informal kind of a discussion with our DGM plus. And then rest 50% is more of a thought leadership that we try to bring in, and more that is open for all kind of a series that we do. So it's more of a thought leadership, yeah.
So a couple of questions from my side. You spoke about one add-on program, deputation. So is it based on certain criteria that you send your deputation to people, or what is it exactly?
Yes, ma'am. So criteria is more on what work domain that they're into and what we are deputing to. So if it is very much related to the work domain, the unit head and the division head can take a call if they want to depute their executives. That is one. Second, it is only for executives. It is not actually for non-executive. Very rare cases on very external approval, if at all required, we do it for non-executives. And other than that, the criteria is we get a lot of invitations, just like any other PSU, we get a lot of invitation based on our domain skill. So we have a go through, we have a committee within NNBC, we have our own deputation, we have our DGM sir. We go through it, and if we find it really applicable to us, then we cascade it to our divisions for them to take a call.
So there is no screening process, so to say, in terms of maybe conducting an interview or asking for certain other specific criteria?
Interview too?
For identifying people for deputation. It's not nothing of that.
That, yeah, that discussion, that call is taken exclusively by division heads.
Okay.
Based on what work they are into.
Okay, thank you. The other question would be about NPTEL Industry Association. Is it for specific IIT Madras campus courses, or is it for the online courses under NPTEL?
For NPTEL, it is only meant for PAPs, project affected people. Okay. We are encountered with mining activities, we have to capture land, everything. We have to do some justice to the project affected families. For that purpose, we are giving specialized program for them. It is a job assured program. After completion of the training program, they will be given some better job to the reputed institutions.
So those are the online courses provided under NPTEL?
It is an offline course only.
Offline.
Regular classes they have to attend.
Okay, so they have to go to IIT Madras and then?
Yes.
That's good. So the third question and the last one would be, you spoke about Moodle tendering for developing your Moodle-based e-learning platform. We are also struggling in that process, and we would like you to share broadly what are the scope that you're looking at while you're tendering for the Moodle.
We just initiating this thing. Actually, per annum, per employee can reimburse the amount of 10,000. Any number of course, any course, the individual can, any employee can select. They can opt for any courses, online courses. It is open to all. If the individual is feel that that course is benefit to the individual or the organization, he can select. The maximum of 10,000 rupees he can reimburse per annum.
Okay, so you don't have a Moodle-based e-learning platform?
Any platform they can use.
Okay. Okay, thank you, sir. Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Coming here and giving such beautiful deliberation, and in our requested event to please come over the stage and present a small memento to NLC team. Sir, kindly join. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request
sequentially, and you can't step out of the row, and on each square only one person can stand. Yeah, we're just going to do a quick 10-minute activity. So all the ones come this side, there'll be few observers, and so just step on any number you like.
Ones only.
Ones here, twos at the back. Twos, just step on whatever number that you see. You can spread the rope a little bit. Come, everyone. Just stand on any number. Those, yeah.
Every number should be occupied.
Yeah. Okay, and for the rest of you who are outside, I'm going to give you a few things to observe. Yeah? And you guys can start, ones and twos, you can start. So everybody has to touch each number. So for example, if you're on 15, you will have to go sequentially 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, till 30, and then come back to your number. It has to be sequential. You can't step outside the row. And on one square, no more than 3 feet. So start.
Ma'am, please repeat the instructions again.
Okay. You have to be inside the circle. You have to touch numbers sequentially. So from 1, 2, 3, 4. If you're on 3, you will go to 4. If you're on 6, you go to 7. Everybody has to touch all the numbers.
Within the circle or out? One can come outside the circle?
No. And one has to touch all the numbers and then come back to your same spot. Starts from, so if 15 is the biggest number there, you start, you go to 1. Okay, start.